Yeah, 매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 radio 심장 깊이 박혀오려 오는 stereo 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 앞을 오랜만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let go 어디가 픽 보면 네 픽 어지럽지 원한 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 열어 watching out 네 잘해 곧 Am I your hero with the penthouse 그 노래 말로 Wait I try to get away Wait 겪어버린 배로 언더 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 I can never sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They getting tired of truth They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 니가 You're I can never sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 니가 You're I can never sad song 우리 함께하는 지도한 기억 And miss the times we had It's just so yeah Love me all that 그리워하는 그때가 오겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Every song we feel like Feel back and I can say 모두가 좋아해주는 멜론 love song 그도 두고 처음에 길은 다른 춤이 다른 move wanna dance 그래도 난 내가 song that song 모두가 좋아해주는 song that song 같은데 서로 다른 move 다른 move 어딘가 여봐도 make you wanna dance 그래도 난 네가 I feel like another sad song What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday, fun day. And my audio levels are low because I did a podcast last night and automatically my Windows decides to change my volume settings. Yep, here it is. All right, we're back. Okay, and now it's normal again. Okay. Yeah, I went on Bad Hasbro last night, which is, ironically enough, something I'm going to be telling you more about because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's February 16th, 2025, 2 days after a Valentine's Day. We are live. We are alive. And there is a lot going on in the universe, both of the universe of HasanAbi Piker, but also in the universe of just the universe that we all live in. Okay? Folks, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we're alive, and I am a little late. And I apologize for the tardiness. Of course, I apologize for the delay, but I have some pretty good, pretty spectacular reasons for that delay. A little bit of self-care, of course. As always, Bubble Gum Bunny Girl, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. In any case, God damn. 50 big ones. Damn. Where was I? Oh, yeah. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Last night I ended the broadcast after almost 8 hour, or 6 hours. Not almost 8 hours, sorry. 6 hours and like 40 minutes. You know, not even 7 hour broadcast. It's basically a half day. And what did I do immediately after? I went on Bad Hasbro. I went on Bad Hasbro, ladies and gentlemen. The podcast that you guys have been yelling me to go on for approximately a year. So I finally did it. Hope you guys enjoy it. It's Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate, Gabor Mate's son Daniel, Aaron Mate's brother Daniel, and also Matt Lieb. So that'll be a great episode. I thought it was a banger episode, marquee episode, if you will. And yeah. If you ever had a voice crack, would you admit it or just keep moving on like nobody noticed? I voice crack all the time. It happens. I think it's funny. I think voice crack, especially if deliberately deployed, can be quite humorous. That's what I think. Anyway, You want it? Hold on 1 second. Hold on, off. But where was I? Oh yeah. What was I talking about? Personal news. I'm all over the place right now. Not much else. Watched Orb last night as always. Genuine peak. It's peak. You know, Orb is incredible. There's not much else I can say other than it's peak. It's incredible. It's phenomenal. It's spectacular. Is the pod out for Bad House, bro? Bro, I just shot it last night. Y'all are so used to just like the slop machine from this side of the world that you assume everyone else also has the same like rapid response. Like, I don't know when the episode comes out on their end. I don't know what their production schedule looks like, but I suspect it's probably not as like crazy as mine, you know? Yeah, HasanAbi. Is Kaya breathing? No. She's dead right now. Because this morning, woke up early, and I went, and what did I do? I woke up early, and I went and I bawled. But before I bawled, I took Kaya out to the dog park, and my brother's here. So I also took Fiona out to the dog park alongside Kaya. What grade are your eyesight? I don't know. I wonder if I still have that receipt. I have no idea, brother. But in any case, man doesn't know his own fucking eyes. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys all know what your eyesight is? It's whatever. I go to the optometrist and I'm like, hey, these are my glasses. Can you please give me glasses like this? And they're like, okay. Maybe I'm the weird one for not knowing. But in any case, they tell me all the time. I just don't know. Like, I forget. Do you not go to the doctor? No, I have. I went recently and I got my eye checkup recently. Do you guys not remember I talked about how the optometrist had a boyfriend that was a HasanAbi head? And she was like, I recognize your voice because I hear it in my living room all day, every day. Because I think my boyfriend watches you. Told you all that story. But where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I balled up, and honestly, boys, I'm losing it. I'm losing my touch. I'm trying to keep it up. I'm trying to be the Nikola Jokic. I'm trying to be the Luka. Just, putting up numbers. And I am still putting up numbers, but god damn my cardio, man. I'm complaining about it so much, but honestly, it's a cautionary tale for all of you. If you really got into it, if you really got into a cardio, you were on a cardio kick and then you went on a 2-week long hiatus from that, let me tell you, it's not good. Okay, it just kind of cooks you. 2 weeks and I'm done. My body is just ass like that. It just doesn't maintain that long that cardio, basically. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, bro, you were gone for 2 weeks. What the fuck happened? Was it the drinking and no sleep? It could be that. But yeah, I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back. I'm working my booty off every goddamn day. I've had a couple slips here and there in terms of the food. Also, I think someone blew out like a tendon on the courts earlier today while we were playing, which is the scariest freaking thing. You know, it's just genuinely terrifying. But that's what happens with Onk Ball, you know. But luckily I don't have to worry about that too much because I ain't got that explosiveness, you know. But yeah, that's it. That's what I got. So off topic, I would like to stipulate for the record that you were right and I was wrong. Asmin Gold is most definitely a political commentator. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's good to recognize. I'm proud of you, chatter. Yeah, you play like Jokic. There's really not a chance to get injured. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the ultimate technique is if you play like Nikola Jokic and you don't, you know, you play. I mean, I guess he also is explosive every now and then, but I don't know how Luka does it because he is so good at going fast and then going slow. He's so good at shifting speeds, and he's also schlubby. Anyway, whatever. That's not the main point here. That's not the main point of contention. I mean, isn't it smart to avoid injuries? Yes. Are you always an outdoor hooper? Well, I would love to be an indoor hooper. It's just that I don't have the opportunity to be an indoor hooper. If I had a free court that I could go to all day, every day, you kidding me? I would always be hooping indoors. It is superior. No one will ever disagree with this. Just get an indoor gym in your home. True. That's what I should do. I should just like bust out. I mean, I would need to literally blow up the roof in here. This is the largest room I have. I would need to probably blow up the room in here all the way up top and then turn this into a half court maybe. I mean, it wouldn't even work that way. Jordan YMCA, you dork. A couple different problems with that. Anyway, there's only a couple courts. There's a couple of very famous indoor courts around town. It's mostly LA Fitness in Los Angeles. YMCA's don't exist in my area as much. It's usually like a JCC style situation. I think there used to be a YMCA in like Beverly Hills, but then remember, here, I'll tell you. There is an incredible indoor court that Plaqueboy Max went and balled at. Plaqueboy Max went and balled at this incredible indoor court. And if you remember, famously, the owner of the court came out and was like, say you love Israel. I've played here before. Oh, it's a JEM community center. That used to be YMCA, I think, like in the 50s or whatever, in the 50s, 60s, but then maybe all the way into the 90s. I'm not entirely sure, but now it's a JEM community center. And it's incredible. I've actually played, like, a friend of mine literally rented it out for his birthday a couple years back, like many, many years ago. And, yeah, I really love these courts. I'm just a little worried about being able to rent it out. I don't think they would rent it out to me. I've literally, like, I've talked to my Jewish friends of being like, hey, can you like secretly rent the courts out and then we'll play? And you know, I'll stream it, but I'll stream it like privately. But it's a great court in Beverly Hills. The other thing is there's public courts, like there's indoor public courts in Los Angeles, but they're very, very, like there's a arduous
difficult ass process to like actually go to the local government and you know, find a time slot where you can like rent it out. I seen churches with indoor courts. Okay, guys, this is LA, man. I'm not living in Iowa. I feel like many other places probably have that. Second clip, you've teased us without playing. Okay, here.
As you say, today we stand here. We all care for humanity, good people, and we stand with Israel and all good people. So God bless America, God bless Israel, and we stand united for all good humanity. Amen.
I'm gonna keep it $150, brother. You are doing damage to your cause, okay, when you do stuff like this. How do you not recognize that when you do this stuff, you're just like coming across as a clown? You just kind of brought that on them for no reason. They didn't agree to it. You don't know what their perspective is. Xavier So Base, that's the one who walked away in the pink hoodie. That was Xavier So Base that walked away immediately when he started saying that. That's so awesome.
Shalom, shalom. Am Yisrael Chai. Chazak. Thank you guys. Round of applause.
Hold on, did he just set us up? What the f?
I don't even know what he said.
Nah, man. Free Palestine, bro. Free
My goat. That's right.
I just got set up, man. I thought...
Getting time will probably be your biggest issue with the Y and the YMCA. The Hollywood is brand new renovated. Yeah, that's another big problem too. Yeah, it's hard. Like, I'm not saying there aren't indoor courts. It's just that while there are indoor courts, they're like kind of difficult to rent out. Anyway, here's the mayor. Here's the mayor of the dog park. Fiona. Anyway, that's me. That's a titty pic. But yes, you said free courts. I think people thought you meant price. You just meant unoccupied. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't mean like money. Yeah. I mean, dude, listen, ball is life, brother. Okay. I'm freaking balling. Literally and figuratively. I will pay any price for that. That's not a problem. I meant unoccupied. Yeah. There's also cross courts, but unfortunately that's like all the way in downtown. And I'm trying not to, like, I'm not going to freaking drive for an hour and a half to go downtown in the mornings to go play basketball in cross court. You know? Anyway. Can you stop spreading nudity across the site? No. I will not. I got a basketball hoop in my door in my room. How much you offering? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm desperate. Hassan's whole political act is just a cover for his perverted desire to show his nips. Yeah. I love freeing the nips. But in any case, that's it. Are you lactating? Why are your boobs so large? Dude, I just got some suckable ones. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I work long and hard to get them shits big, fat. I got some honkers, dude. Anyway, folks, let's blast off. It's Sunday Funday. Big drama. Big drama. Cancellations galore. Impact of Fed firings. Have you been watching Sakamoto Days? I feel like you'd love that anime and Solo Leveling. Dude, everybody always says Solo Leveling is so sick, which is why I'm like genuinely considering getting into Solo Leveling again. I watched like one episode. I wasn't really into it, but Sakamoto Days is great. Big drama. Big drama. But people love Solo Leveling. I felt like it was all right. Like I never I never really thought it was that good, but everybody lives and dies by it. Like they ride for it so hard. New Hope Core about you. Oh, I saw this one. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. While I was ranting like this yesterday, I knew this was gonna turn into a Hope Core. Like, I knew it. I knew it was coming.
If you can eat 2 slices of pizza and stop eating pizza at that fucking point, we are not the same type of organism. We are not living on the same planet. We are not the same type of organism. It's literally fucking cheese and bread, okay? It is the easiest thing to consume. It demands you to eat the entire thing, okay? It's just sitting there. It's gonna get cold. Actually, fuck it. It's even good when it's cold. I'm not even gonna bring up the 1 slice people because I don't even think they're people. You're a fucking lizard. If you can eat 1 slice of pizza and be done with it, you're a lizard. If you can eat 2 slices of pizza and be done with it, you're fucking weird. Maybe not the same species, but definitely, maybe you're not an alien. I don't get it. But that's just me.
Does anyone have a blast off meme? LB Raid, Low Bear, hope you had a good stream.
Don't fucking say discipline. Shut up. That is not discipline. It's magic. Okay? Anyone that says, oh, it's discipline, shut the fuck up. Okay? That is not discipline. It is an entirely separate thing. I do not want to hear that this is something that you worked hard to achieve. Like, fuck you. No, you didn't. You did not work hard to achieve that. Okay? It's privilege and you should know it.
Yeah. It's true. I agree with myself. Are you ever wrong? Sometimes. Rarely. Rarely. I'm a 1 slice person with this deeply unhealthy eating disorder thing I picked up in wrestling in high school. I genuinely don't understand it. Yeah, it is a eating disorder if you can stop at 1 slice of pizza. It's just like inhumane. I just don't understand it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. What if I had gastric sleeve because I used to eat too much pizza? Now I can only eat 1 slice. Okay, then that's fine, I guess. I mean, you've done that to yourself. You know what I mean? Northern Line clip for you. What is this?
A woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death. No, you don't. You need healthcare and universal basic income. That's what. Don't get distracted, okay? I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me.
That's true. As an Australian, I already have healthcare, and UBI is only a band-aid solution to the problems of capitalism. Ergo, I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death. That's funny. I can't stop anything, even my food after an amount. If I'm full, just save for later. I just don't understand how you guys do that. Like, for me, food doesn't stop when I'm full. Like, what is being full? That's not a real thing for me, okay? For me, food stops when there's no more food. This is a thing I do not understand, okay? Food doesn't stop. The consumption of food doesn't stop when I'm full. That's not a thing. The consumption of food stops when there is no more food. This is how I learned it. It's probably not healthy, but I don't care. This is my life. This is how I live it. And I don't understand how others live the way that they do. Is cosplaying as a big boy, HasanAbi? Dude, this is not me cosplaying, okay? You've seen me. Like, I got friends that were hitting me up like, how... Because I was talking about how I gained weight in Japan. They're like, how the fuck did you gain weight in Japan? It's like you're walking 10,000 steps every day minimum, okay? That is so much extra work. And also you're working out. Because they don't understand that there is decadent meats that I would like to consume. So, you know, I I just kept eating. Bro, all you ate was Wagyu? Yeah. See, you get my Papa Murphy's taking baked pizzas, cutting quarters, eat one piece. You called it about the TikTok ban? Yeah, I know. I'm going to talk about that in a second, too. Okay, Sunday fun day. TikTok ban was over Gaza. I'll update the. If we're talking EDs, considering finding a way to get Ozempic myself, good luck. Good luck, champion. There are 2 hurdles in front of Ozempic now, not one. Before there was only one hurdle. The one hurdle was Donald Trump potentially taking over Greenland and then Denmark just shutting off the Ozempic tap. Now there's 2 hurdles. The Greenland one still exists, and you got RFK Jr. as the HHS guy, and he absolutely hates medicine, okay? Any kind of medicine. He hates it. You show that man any medicine, he's like, not for me. No, thank you. I would not like it. And not only do I not like it, I don't want others using it either. That's just the kind of guy he is, except for the one vaccine that makes you brolic, which is, of course, testosterone replacement therapy. That's the only vaccine that he likes. He doesn't like the vaccine that make you autistic and gay. He likes the vaccine that makes you brolic, which I'm on board with, to be fair. Like, that is the one thing where I'm like, okay, I mean, government mandated TRT, like, I'm on board. I like that. No more 2 genders, chat. No more 2 genders. Only one gender. Man, okay? Everyone has to do TRT. One gender and one gender only going forward. None of this 2 gender shit. That's woke. Okay. Women, woke. Automatically. When I see a woman in a video game, I think political. That's woke. That's DEI. I go to the grocery store. Okay. The clerk, a woman, DEI, get her out of here. Why are you not a man? Why are you not a sexy man? A sexy man with massive biceps. Okay, that's DEI. I will not stop until everyone is forcibly transed into being men. And not just any kind of man, but like real sexy, strong men. All right? That's my take. Maybe I'm a little crazy for it, but you know, me and RFK, that's what we're doing. No more DEI. We're eliminating women. The pussification of video games. Andy Pants Gaming, 5 months ago, 1.3 million views. I love videos like this because it's like, bro, you're talking about video games, man. Like, when were video games, quote unquote, hard? Like, it's video games. Yo, I'm telling you. Okay, chat. Big Bang Theory. I'm going to keep hitting this button over and over again. I think Big Bang Theory made people think nerds were actually, you know, worthwhile to listen to on stuff that's not nerd related. Okay? It gave nerds too much confidence. And I think we are now living in the post Big Bang Theory universe where nerds are unashamed of having opinions like this. Like, what do you mean the pussification of gaming, dude? What the fuck? Where was there ever a point in time where video games specifically were not like, you know, something that you do as a hobby indoors, okay? Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory or Pangria? I believe in my Big Bang Theory, which is not that the Big Bang happened or whatever. That stuff is like woke and gay because science. I believe that the real Big Bang Theory is that the Big Bang Theory, the television show, made it so that nerds got too confident and that it made American society more receptive to these evil ass fucking nerds. And it made us think like, oh, dude, nerds are awesome. Like, they're all lovable. Like, they're all great. They all got great ideas. They're all just trying to save humanity or whatever. And now what do we got? Elon Musk. Good job. Congratulations. Bazinga. Okay. Back in the day, nerds were evil. Every villain wore a doctor's apron. Okay. Every villain. Dr. Doom. Okay. Dr. Disrespect. Unacceptable. Now you got nerds all over the government. Look where that got you. Okay. Dr. Robotnik. Thank you. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Now you got nerds. Now you got nerds running around with botched penis implants, inseminating people at a rapid clip. Nerds are not supposed to have 13 children, okay? Something has gone very wrong with society, where we went from like Lex Luthor. We went from freaking Lex Luthor to thinking like Elon Musk is gonna save us. It's messed up. It's messed up. Okay. Down to earth billionaire. Oh. Anyway, we got a lot going on, but here, we'll start off with the pussification of games.
I'm going to talk about the great pussification of video games that has happened the past 20 years.
This is gay. Soy and health. There was a point in time where I think we could have just like made fun of dudes that say stuff like this post Gamergate and be like, dude, you are the most unfuckable loser. Oh my God, please find God. Okay. Drop this YouTube video essay shit. Go to a monastery. Okay. Find Christ. What are you doing? And now I feel like because there are far too many people that also are unashamed of having opinions like this and being out and about. Okay. It's just like, it's breach containment. There's no way that we can actually contain it any longer. Okay. We can't do it. The usage of pussy as an insult is sexist as fuck. I mean, yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like, what am I supposed to do? You know? It is. But it's also like this ain't 2016 any longer, you know? Despite LGBTQ and 6 being only 3% of the population, they're taking over video games. Why, you ask? Because publishers seem to hate money and want to lose all of it. Join my edgy Discord. Wait, this is a meme, right? This gotta be a meme. Okay, never mind. Maybe this isn't serious. The Andy Pants Gaming? Is this guy just like making jokes? Why are video games so gay now? Gross. Kingdom Come Deliverers goes fully gay and, well, I can't tell if this guy is being fucking serious or not. Oh my God. Gay weirdos still mad about Marvel Rivals' huge success? He's gay now? Kingdom Come Deliverers 2 main character gay? Last of Us 2 creators, new games getting cooked. We were robbed. Why modern characters suck. Gay, black, and disabled. Indiana Jones for Xbox situation isn't looking good. Dragon Age Veilguard fans are playing the victim now. Has GTA 6 gone woke? R word in the title? He's serious? Where's the R word? I didn't even catch it. Oh, right here. Gay and R worded. Okay. Xbox Avowed reviews are in and the game is a flop. Okay. Let's watch this now. Okay, now that we know this guy is serious. and it's important. Okay, I'm doing journalism to try to figure out if this dude literally has a mental deficiency that is causing him to be like deeply insecure about his own personal sexuality and therefore incredibly resentful about any kind of gayness existing, which includes dancing, apparently, by the way. Dancing is gay now. These motherfuckers living in Footloose. Like, getting mad at dancing and saying dancing is soy and health, which is automatically gay, is like having the perspective of like an insane like Christian guy in the 50s. You know what I mean? I can't comprehend how you could be like, dancing? That shit's gay. Okay, dude.
Is it a soy-based diet doing this? Is it the rise of OnlyFans simping doing this? If you have recently had the thought, I wonder what new pumpkin-flavored items Trader Joe's has.
Gay! What? Whoa, what the fuck? What is this?
Be careful, my brother in Christ. You might be gay now. But if there's one thing that is straight as hell, it's the rock-solid video games of the 2000s. Your Gears of War, your Medals of Honor, your Chronicles of Riddicks.
Okay, these games are also awesome. Yes. But I'm a little confused. I mean, Chronicles of Riddick is a banger. Like, let's just be real, okay? I never really played Gears. I played Medal of Honor. The Chronicles of Riddick is fantastic. Like, he just pulled out a choice one. Oh God, I'm fucking old. Hey, that's what it is. This guy is old. And games don't hit no more because I'm a 40-year-old loser. And obviously, when I was 14 and playing these games, life seemed a lot nicer. That's what this is. Half of these people that make videos like this, that's what it is, okay? It's just like, I'm now 35 plus and games suck. And it's partially because my life sucks, okay? That's it. Games don't hit no more. Okay, well then don't fucking play anymore and stop chirping. I'm sorry. It is not an accident that the Venn diagram of people that fucking complain about new games and people who are, 35 plus year old gamers and also the last circle there, the World of Warcraft Classic players is a fucking circle, okay? For the most part, it is incredibly rare. Now, a lot of WoW Classic players are going to get mad at me for saying this because I know some of you are in this community, okay? But you're rare. You're rare. Go to Trade Chat, as I learned recently, okay? Go to Trade Chat and hear out the opinions of the marketplace of WoW Classic, and you'll very quickly figure out that the vibes over there are very locked into the same fucking mentality where people basically are upset. They're 35 plus. Games don't hit no more the same way they did when they were 14 and could eat, Tostitos, pizza rolls, or whatever the fuck, and didn't have any other obligations. Okay? So they're desperately seeking out that nostalgia, and that nostalgia is playing WoW Classic.
These games were masculine as hell, and we want them back, and we're boycotting video games until they come back.
Totinos, bro, you're fake fat? No, dog, I didn't grow up in America. Okay, calm down.
I recently saw this disappointing photo of Phil Spencer being pushed out of the photo by two domineering girl bosses who are probably unfulfilled because they're trying to succeed in the...
I'm not gonna lie. This probably goes super hard, though, if you're dumb as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine after a long day of working your shit-ass IT job that you absolutely despise, you come home, okay? You turn on your goon cave. You got Asmongold on one screen, okay? He's doing the damn thing. He's doing it. The mad lad speaking truth to power, okay? DEI equals die. You got this video on the other screen. This guy's talking about women and executive leadership in video games. That sucks, okay?
You fire off the dino nuggies. Your mom used to make them. Now you have to make them yourself. Okay? You get in your jammies. You sit down at your Goon Cave commander station and you just kick back with the boys in the Discord server, okay? You guys are fucking really laying it into people. You're laying it into those goddamn gays and the whammons. That's it. That's a good night. No fucking future prospects. No wife. Okay? Barely making ends meet. Probably gonna get fucking probably gonna get kicked out of the apartment soon because they're gonna knock that shit down and build a goddamn luxury condominium so the fucking landlord can make more money. But hey, in that brief moment, all of that goes away. You eat the dino nuggies and you think about how women and gays ain't shit. Okay, you're wrong about this. Quality of games has absolutely gone down, but as with everything, it's due to the capitalism, not woke. Yes and no. I have talked about this quite extensively. There is definitely a lot of corporate monopolization that has taken place. A lot of big developers, publishers just basically becoming these like ginormous corporations. There's a lot of money to be made. So yes, you're right. There's a lot of slop out there. There's a lot of IP juggling. And there is a lot of same old bullshit year over year. This is something that I used to talk about it as like the EA-ification of gaming. Because when I was younger, and I'm probably around the same age as a lot of these fucking losers who constantly chirp about games ain't shit no more because women and gays. When I was younger, that was the major publisher that did that, right? EA basically created the model of like giving you that same slop every single year. Okay? It was marginally improved. I mean, look no further than like FIFA and the crowds in FIFA, right? They just never really improved that. And then Call of Duty came in and basically did that as well. And now a lot of major developers do this. Like they just come in, make the same exact game, exact same formula, maybe marginally different, okay? Just marginally changed a little bit. And on top of that, they added microtransactions, they added DLCs, they added releasing video games when they're incomplete, with that sometimes can even be unplayable, crunch. Virtually everything here is due to the profit incentive, as the video game industry has become a multi-billion-dollar, if not trillion-dollar enterprise. And yet, in the same vein as Republicans constantly thinking it's not actually the politicians that are fucking me over, it's just the Democrats because they care about trans people, who cares about healthcare? A lot of gamers have also fallen to the whims of reactionary politics in the exact same way. Okay? That's it. Live service games, loot boxes, microtransactions, DLCs, incomplete video games being released. None of that has anything to do with whammon and queer people in gaming, okay? There's always been whammon and queer people on the developer side. They've always existed. They've been responsible for some of your favorite games, okay? As a matter of fact, something that a lot of people forget is that video games are art. Who makes art? Gay people. Okay? Who makes art? Women and gay people. So the notion that they have not existed in the gaming industry in perpetuity is fucking ridiculous. Okay? So it's not a new phenomena. Let's continue.
Corporate world, instead of having children at home like God designed them to. And don't you love Phil's cute little Doom shirt? Like, hey guys, I'm still one of the bros, right?
Dude, this is another thing that's really funny. Yeah, women should be at home as God designed them is such a funny thing. Dude, God would smite you, okay? You fucking heathen. You goddamn heretic. Do you think
God's design for you is to sit around with a fucking thumb in your ass as you're trying to fucking get the shit that you couldn't push out after eating 7 bags of fucking Doritos as you write this goddamn YouTube video? You think that's your destiny? You think that's what God had for you? No. Under normal circumstances, you should be on the fucking front lines getting hit with a goddamn mallet to the head, okay? And you're out by 24. That's it. Lights out. None of this shit. Oh, women should be in the kitchen. Okay, how about you? Should men just be constantly fucking crying about video games online? Is that what men are supposed to do? Wah, wah, wah. Look at me.
Look, like, we could still hang, right? Nah, Phil, you're trash. You got cucked, dude. You're useless. So I have found that there are still people out there who deny the simple fact that games have gone woke, homo, and gay in 2024.
Games
so in
have
this
gone
video, I'm
woke.
going to literally prove it to you.
Oh, this guy's brilliant. Games have gone woke, homo, and gay in 2024. I love this guy.
Using science. What we will do is read the back of the box description of 6 random games from 2024, and then we will read the back of the box descriptions of 6 random games from the 2000s. And if what
I'm sure they will be very random. Yeah. Famously, the best games that came out in 2024 are these random games that he chose, as opposed to the entire decade of the 2000s, where he basically chose some of the best fucking games. Look at this totally random list. Like, what are the top games of 2024? Okay, let's see. What are some of the best games that came out in 2024? Okay. Let's take a look. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull up a list. Best video game so far. I'm going to pull up an IGN list too, which is going to be woke and gay, I suspect. Just to refresh my memory. Alan Wake 2, woke and gay, of course. Another Crab's Treasure, Batman Arkham Shadow, Black Myth Wukong came out in 2024, woke and gay. Okay, everybody knows. By the way, Deus Ex is an incredibly woke game, but we're not even going to get into that. That's really funny that this guy doesn't think it's woke and gay, but that's fine. Oh, God, IGN is so ass. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Thanks, IGN. Some of the best games in 2024 right here. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is sick. I played it before. Dragon's Dogma 2 was all right. It was not that great. I'll admit. I mean, the combat system was kind of cool. Never played Final Fantasy, so I can't speak on that. Elden Ring DLC. Was that 2024? That was 2024, right? Elden Ring DLC. Not woke and not gay, even though it's pretty woke and pretty gay. You skipped over Diablo? Yeah, it's because it's a DLC. I don't really care about that much. My point is, I waited for 10 years for Dragon's Dogma 2 and Capcom shot me out of a cannon. Okay, in his defense, as someone who loves Final Fantasy VII, it is woke and gay. Well, the reality of the matter is many of the games that he's pointing to are woke that he likes. Most of these guys basically look at games that they don't enjoy and immediately brand them as woke. Okay? Games that they do enjoy, not woke. That's I call this the Baldur's Gate conundrum. Okay? Baldur's Gate is incredibly woke and also incredibly gay. It featured all of the gender customization options that these clowns always fucking cry about, always complain about. But why did nobody run around and call it woke and gay? It's because it was a good game. It was a good game that gamers enjoyed playing. That's it. That's it. Same with Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk had trans representation, all the fucking woke and gay gender shit that you can do in most RPGs at this point. Okay? Why is Cyberpunk not woke and gay? Because it's fun. Because it's good, especially now. I mean, it wasn't. It was a little bit of a flop when it first came out, even though I was lucky enough to be able to enjoy it because I was able to play it. But, for those who were able to play the game, I long have maintained the position that Cyberpunk was excellent. Yeah. A response to the Baldur's Gate was that it allowed you to be whatever you wanted. Yeah, it's just like, Murat, door's open. He's here. Your food's here. Reset Era literally canceled you for being transphobic due to Cyberpunk. Reset Era literally canceled you for being transphobic due to Cyberpunk. I got banned on that thread for defending you. Oh, for Cyberpunk, because they were saying Cyberpunk is actually not yeah, that was when gamers on the other side were going fucking way too far and bitching and crying and shitting and pissing in their pants. When Asmongold started Elden Ring in 2021, he didn't care about the body type 1 and 2 during that character creation. Now he cries every time he sees that. Yes, because this is totally nonsensical bullshit, okay? It's just, this plays the same role as jiggling keys in front of the eyes of a baby. That's it. And I don't know how else to explain it to people. People will constantly say, oh, Hasan, you're not a real gamer, okay? You look like you have at least the capability to have sex if you would like to, and therefore not a real gamer. You need to not shower for a month and then maybe gain like a couple pounds and atrophy your muscle mass, and then we can have another conversation about your gamer cred. But that's it. The thing that I'm annoyed about, and I guess I'm a centrist on this issue, is that there are people out there who think art consumption is the end-all be-all of showcasing how woke you are as well. And this kind of attitude dominated the late 2010s and maybe even a little bit into the early 2020s, okay? From liberals. Liberals did this all the time. That's the reason why so many people yelled at me and said I was transphobic for defending Cyberpunk, for example. Or so many people yelled at me and said I was transphobic for saying trying to boycott Hogwarts Legacy is a silly thing to do, okay? And a lot of people got in their feelings and they did this thing where they were like, no, you don't understand. This game is not woke, so I will not be consuming it, okay? Now gamers who never really stopped doing that on the other side have really, really accelerated this attitude on the right, okay? Reactionary gamers love talking about how I'm not going to play this video game because it's a video game that's too woke, okay? It's fucking stupid. I just want good video games. I don't care. It says nothing about your morality or your politics if you are playing or consuming any sort of media, okay? That's it. It says nothing, and especially about video games, okay? Incel's trying to cope and say Cyberpunk is right-wing, actually. This has 18K likes. CD Projekt Red, absolutely clownish DEI behavior. It's everywhere. Data and facts are clear. Most original Witcher devs are gone. Devs mocked fans not long ago, but this is different. BlackRock is right. Clueless consumers will keep consuming. What? ESG ambitions? Diversity and inclusion at CD Projekt Red? Oh, these guys are so stupid. An outright sign of brutal violence in the marketing overcomes the woke and gay. At the end of the day, there's a Reddit post about you on Dustborn and they hate you. I kind of feel bad because I feel like there were definitely a lot of HasanAbi heads that worked on Dustborn. And I do feel kind of bad because I ain't making video games, you know what I mean? Like I should have put more respect on it. Even if someone is making like a very silly video game in an effort to put forth a political message that I might not necessarily agree with, it's still a video game that they made, you know? Nah, it was awful and they should feel bad. I don't think so. It was made with government grants too, I think, from the Norwegian government. Sometimes I get sad when when devs hear stuff like that. No, they're right. CD Projekt Red should only make games about being Polish. You have to farm a bunch of dust and then beg to use a single computer. No DI games from them. Anyway. What? Cyberpunk 2077 could be as woke as it wanted because it was fundamentally a dystopia and you're supposed to hate this modern society and its values. That's why in its efforts to be woke, it only became more right-wing. Wait, what? This is literally bad media analysis, but from the opposing side. Because I argued against people who routinely said this actually was a over-sexualization and fetishization of trans people, and it was actually problematic for that reason, where I had to explain to people that no, it is a right-wing dystopia, okay? Bad things are going to exist. And that is the reason why this isn't like trans representation. This is the fetishization and commodification of trans people, okay? As sexual objects, as objects of sexual desire, because it's supposed to be a fucking right-wing dystopia. This guy literally thought that this is fucking woke. Oh my God. Oh shit, I've never noticed that cock before. Yeah, she got a girl cock. Hard one too. Trans people were mad about this. They were like, this is fucked up. You're fetishizing trans people. Like, this game is actually so not woke, is what they said, ironically. And now right-wing gamers are saying the same shit, but in the opposite side, where they're like, no, actually, this is really woke, and therefore, this ad is actually quote unquote woke, but because it's cyberpunk is anti-woke, they're making fun of this or something. Okay. Yes, I know my stream overlays are off. I know, and that is because they break sometimes. I don't know why. I worked on Cyberpunk. I also worked on the trans character Claire, also played by a trans actress who got no recognition. The conversation around the game's launch drove me nuts. Yeah, it was a great game. It had great trans representation in general. And yes, of course, sometimes, like in a fucking capitalist dystopia like Cyberpunk universe, there is going to be hyper commodification and also hypersexualization of trans people. That is, bad things exist in the world, and art is supposed to reflect those bad things. If you try to sanitize art and make sure that artistic expression is stunted and only showcases good and none of the bad, then it's no longer a real expression. It's so fucking stupid. My point is, and this is why I'm saying I'm a goddamn centrist on this issue a little bit, is that both sides do this. The right does it all the time, and they're way more annoying than the left on this issue, okay? Especially because no one on the right, as far as I understand, checks the rest of the right. In the same way that, like, I, as a leftist, routinely yell at radlibs who look at artistic expression and say, we must sanitize it. We must sanitize it. It is not woke enough. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to this dumbass video.
What I'm saying is true. We should notice a feminization, a pussification, a gayification of video games that has happened the past 20 years. And before you bring up that video games don't have boxes anymore in 2024, calm your tits, you know what I mean. So to find 6 modern games, I didn't have to look very far. I literally just went to the front page of Xbox Game Pass and found these games. This is clearly what Phil and his team of homos actually expects us men to play. Here they are. Creatures of...
Expect us men to play. Men. Dude. If you are, one, so goddamn insecure about your manhood that you can't play a single game with like women in it or, you know, like a cute game, then you're not a man at all. That's number one. Number two, okay?
What kind of fucking game you play does not make you more of a man, you delusional, insecure loser. Holy fuck, dude. I cannot comprehend the fragility. I just don't understand how these guys are not more embarrassed. I really, really, really think the hug box shit actually broke so many people's brains. Like, guys like this that have attitudes like this never go outside in the real world, never have anybody check them to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? The masculine gaming? Like, what do you mean? Go play your fucking video games, dumbass. Like there's no shame anymore. No third spaces, no walkable cities, no interaction with your fellow man that could just turn around and be like, the fuck do you mean a masculine game? It's a video game, dude. Like, the average person over the age of 35 right now still thinks like playing video games is for children, okay? That is the reality of the broad majority of people. If you were to go up to a person like this, okay, after not showering for a month and a half with your greasy ass fucking hair, and you were like, yeah, I'll have you know, sir, video games are no longer masculine. They'd be like, why are you talking to me? Why are you, ew, get away from me, you fucking freak. Okay? Like, what do you mean video games are no longer as masculine? It's like men used to go to war, man. What are you talking about? Go work at a fucking construction site, please. Go work at a job site. The fuck do you mean video games are no longer masculine?
Of Ava, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Flintlock Siege of Dawn, Flock, Magical Delicacy, and Chia. Now you might say, oh, Andrew, you're specifically picking out games aimed at children. No, dude, I'm literally just going to the front page of Game Pass, and these are 6 games featured on the front page of Game Pass. Also, side note, isn't it weird that these pedo developers are always making games aimed at kids?
These pedo developers, but also don't take away my lolly. These pedo developers. Yeah. Why are they pedo developers? Because they're queer, and that's why they're pedo.
But that's a whole other thing I'm not going to get into right now. All right, so what games from the 2000s should we compare these with? These are 6 kind of random games that I just happened to pull off the shelf without thinking too much about it. They are Brothers in Arms Road to Hill 30, Ride to Hell Retribution, Modern Warfare 2, Dark Sector, Deus Ex Human Revolution, Chronicles of Riddick, Assault on Dark Athena. And again, all I'm going to do here is read the description.
Dog, this is marketing, okay? This is marketing. I don't understand why these guys are so brain broken by capitalism that they mistake marketing for like what you're actually supposed to get out of the game. Chronicles of Riddick is an incredible game, not because of the box art or how they marketed it. It's an awesome game because I just really like future dystopian prison structures in general. I think that's like a very cool concept. That's why Andor is awesome. Anyway, but that's like Road to Hell Retribution. That game was unplayable crap. I don't know about that game. I've never even seen that one. And Deus Ex, for example, also, once again, capitalist dystopia in the future. Very political, very woke. Like, scratch the surface, please. I think these guys have lost touch with what makes us human, okay? You're not supposed to just look at the marketing and be like, that's it, you know? This is all woke and gay, and that's what my assessment is. You're supposed to play the fucking game and enjoy it. Play the game and hate it if you hate it too. Like, I mean, that can also happen for sure. I do believe he pulled them out randomly from a shelf. It's more of a representation of what his social conditioning told him was cool and hardcore and brutal, so he has to play it to be seen as cool in front of his friends. But playing video games does not make you more masculine or more feminine, okay? It's just a thing that you do. Back in the day, Our parents used to tell us, don't judge a book by its cover. And that's all this guy is doing. He is just judging the games by their cover, literally. I very much doubt this dude believes any of the shit he's saying. He's literally using every buzzword he can to capture the attention of an Asmin/XCC viewer. I know.
And we will compare. 2024 Creatures of Ava. Let your empathy guide you as you play an exciting action-adventure creature saver game. Understand and tame the creatures of Ava and let them lead you through a variety of ecosystems, all in the hopes of saving the planet from a life-consuming infection. I also found out that the two main characters of this game are, of course, homosexual black women because, 2024. Let your...
This is what's crazy about this is like, I didn't even know this game existed, okay? I was clueless to the existence of this video game. Because I guess I'm a relatively healthy person. So, for that reason, if something is not appealing to me, and not even on the basis of the video game main character being a black woman who is gay or whatever the fuck, but if something is not appealing to me, like a cozy game like this, then I just don't even see it. I don't understand why these guys can't comprehend that there could be video games out there that are not for them. Okay? That's it. It's like maybe if in the 90s, 100% of video games were geared towards him, now 95% of games are geared towards his interests. And now there's also a 5% of games that are not geared towards his immediate interests. And he sees the 5% and he goes, I'm losing my mind. Why do they have this? Why is this allowed? They should make it illegal. It's not like, it's just pure selfishness. You know what I mean? The assumption that this is like, who is this for? This is for nobody. It's like, no, I'm sure there's people that play this fucking game. You know what I mean? That's why they made it. And I don't understand, even if they're making it for virtually no one, what is it to you? Why do you fucking care? It doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand it. Can you imagine an artist, okay, an impressionist decides to paint a painting, okay? And for the first time ever, he decides to paint a prostitute rather than the naked body of a prostitute, rather than the only imagery that was allowed in previous artistic expression, if there were any naked women at all, was, angels, right? But now you're going against the grain. You've decided to paint a prostitute, the naked body of a woman, but a prostitute nonetheless. Who the fuck cares? Why would you get mad at that? Like, what are you, a fucking psychopath? It's just not for you. Move on. Also, I'm giving you, that's not a bad example. That is a real example from the real world. I'm explaining to you actual art history, okay? Like, can you imagine being like, excuse me, Mr. Monet, sir, you're supposed to make art just for me. Medieval Gooner. Manet, not Monet. Okay? You're right. Thank you. Thank you, little bear. Manet, sir! Why have you done this fucking thing? I don't like it. You've painted a woman. It's not allowed. Why have you painted a naked lady that is a sex worker, a prostitute, and not a naked baby that is supposed to be a fucking angel? Art is becoming woke. I hate it. Off with your head. French, not British. Okay, shut up. It's medieval gooner is always going to be a British accent. I don't know how to do a medieval French accent. Okay?
Haas, you're missing a fundamental point that they believe that we do not. They believe in concepts of overpopulation and therefore that resources could be used for a white male-oriented gaming is being wasted on queer-aimed games. This is the flaw in their logic. There is enough resources when they aren't being hoarded by the elites for everyone to get their share. I mean, that's fucking insane. That's insane. If you think that the real reason why games don't hit no more is because like 5% of the video games are not immediately being marketed to you, you are the dumbest person on the planet. 100% of the gaming industry is dominated by the interests of capital. Okay? Whether it is the 5% that's targeted towards queer gamers or female gamers or whatever the fuck, or the 95% that is still targeted towards the unwashed masses, okay? It's all to make money. And the real reasons as to why some games, especially AAA or quadruple A titles now, suck is directly because of the profit incentive and has nothing to do with like, you know, more queer people doing queer visibility in video games. You're just a fucking dumbass who actually believes this nonsensical bullshit, and you know, they can keep farming you forever. There has not been a single moment throughout gaming history where like queer people, gay people, trans people, women in general have not been involved in the artistic mode of video game creation, okay? They have always existed. As a matter of fact, that's precisely the reason why the overwhelming majority of developers are significantly more progressive than the garbage slop demanding monsters on the YouTube side that seemingly fucking resent video games in general. And I think it's due to more complicated reasons than video games have become too woke and too gay now. Okay? The developer side is infinitely more progressive in general. I wonder why. And always has been, mind you. Always. Like, the greatest example, exactly, it's Samus, right? Metroid. That is, and I can do this fucking example for a million different things. I can talk about like how much these guys chirp about, trans people or drag queens or whatever, when like throughout American history, you know, drag queens have always existed, and it's like almost a universal thing, right? It's just that now people think, oh, that means you're trans and that's actually bad or whatever the fuck. And people have gotten mad about things like Mrs. Doubtfire. You know, Mrs. Doubtfire is an example of like the permissibility of drag. Okay. A massively successful movie that people never really considered to be bad in any way, shape, or form, or morally degenerate in any way, shape, or form. Now it's Mrs. Wokefire, you know? It's so stupid. And the same goes for gaming as well. Like, Sam is being a woman, right? I feel like now these goddamn losers would be losing their fucking minds. They're like, oh, this is woke. This is so DEI. They made Metroid a woman. It's like, dude, can you just take a deep breath and maybe reconsider that like all of these YouTube guys are just basically trying to farm you? Is that ever a consideration? Like, if you're one of these people, and unfortunately I'm preaching to the choir here, I don't think there's many, even though Asmongold claims that I'm trying to cancel him now, so maybe some of his fans will be in here to, you know, demand that I get banned or some shit, not recognizing the irony. So hopefully, if they're accidentally in here, this is my plea to you. Okay, take a deep breath and think critically, logically, with reason. Okay, for a brief moment. Do you think there is maybe any incentive for a lot of these YouTube slop tubers to just simply fucking lie about this shit, to try to whip you up into a frenzy? Okay? Really reconsider it. Okay? Just think about it. There's never really been a period in time where art, no matter what the medium, has not been progressive. Okay? That's it. Art has always been progressive. Art has always been made by progressive people. It is always going to reflect some progressive values. Why do you get so bent out of shape when you see that in your consumption? Why didn't you get bent out of shape in the 90s and in the early 2000s when it also still existed? Because a lot of the things that even now you don't consider to be woke because you enjoy it are still very much woke. And a lot of the things that you think are failing because they're quote unquote woke are not failing because they're quote unquote woke, but because they just suck. It's slop.
Empathy guide you? Like, what the hell? I don't I don't play video games to let my empathy guide me in, ooh, I want to be gay and collect creatures and like this game just sounds retarded. Let's be honest.
Like this is getting mad at like what's the name of the Animal Crossing? It's like getting upset that Animal Crossing exists. You know what I mean? No, I don't want to collect creatures like well, this is woke and gay. Okay, Pokemon. You know? Pokemon is woke and gay. What is the agenda here? They're just trying to make us all woke and gay. Terraria is woke and gay.
Be honest. So now let's compare this with a game from 20 years ago. 2005, Brothers in Arms wrote down.
Oh, sick game. Great fucking game, by the way.
Hill 30. The back of the box says this: they would sacrifice everything except each other. Like, damn, dude, just grabs you by the balls. Like that is the back of a box. I'm like, okay, I'm interested now. That is a dope intro for a back of the box. It goes on, the night before D-Day, 1944, the paratroopers of the 101st Airborne Division are dropped into Normandy and scattered behind enemy lines. As Sergeant Matt Baker, lead your squad through 8 harrowing days that will define history and unite you forever as brothers in.
Yeah, bro, if you want to get grabbed by the balls by a video game box copy, that's a little sus.
Arms. Like, bro, like the balls of these games description. I have to go play this game now. See, this is what's honestly missing from the 2024 homo trash. Like, nothing is good anymore. Nothing grabs us. This is why video games profits are down. And they've completely quit catering to their base market of men. Next game, 2024 Dungeons of Hinterberg. Armed with a sword and a turret.
Yeah, bro plays gender affirming video games. Like, that's crazy. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dog. You are straight up a total weirdo if you think that playing a World War II game is making you more of a man as opposed to this like woke game is making you more of a woman or some shit. I don't understand how we got here, but at some point, shame just completely dropped off the map, and these guys openly, actively turned these things, these attitudes, these opinions that they should have basically kept to themselves. They put it on the forefront, and they turned this into like a political movement. It is very strange to me. I genuinely don't understand it. Maybe because I'm old, but like, if you personally think that the introduction of like a woke and gay indie game is basically trying to forcibly make you trans or something, I mean, you're an embarrassing person. playing Brothers in Arms does not make you a warrior. Okay? You're just playing a video game. Like, you didn't actually experience D-Day, okay? You're still the same guy. I hope you understand that.
Tourist guide. Explore the beautiful alpine village of Hinterberg and uncover the magic hidden within its dungeons. Master magic, solve puzzles, slay monsters. All this and more awaits you in Hinterberg.
Isn't this just also, like, isn't this just Zelda? Like, it's an indie version of Zelda. Like, is Zelda woke and gay too? Is that what's going on? Like, the previous game he was shitting on was basically indie Pokemon. This game that he's shitting on is basically indie Zelda. What is are these games also woke and gay? I assume they are, right? Well, I guess they're not because they're Japanese, and Japanese are not woke.
Like, okay, I like swords, but based on the game's art style, I know within the first 5 minutes,
we for sure have a man who dresses in women's clothes in our team.
Meeting
Wait,
somebody's non-binary boyfriend. Like, nah, dude, I'm good. Now compare this with the 2013 masterpiece, Ride to Hell Retribution. Back of the box says this: 2 fists, 2 wheels, no rules. Now, it's a little...
I don't understand. Why is he presenting a dog shit game that I don't even remember when it came out? I don't think I've ever played this game, but chatters are saying that this game was like unplayable and it sucks. Why is he... This is a meme video. I don't know if this guy is... I don't think this dude is making a meme. I'm not even kidding. Because we looked at his other videos, or at least the titles of the other videos, and it doesn't seem like it was a meme. At first, I thought it was because it was so... He was laying it on so thick that I was like, oh, come on. He's like making a mockery of people who genuinely think this way. But I do actually think... I actually think this is a real thing that he believes.
Cheesy, but I already know one thing. This game has balls, but it gets better. A lone rider, Jake Conway, locked in a battle to the death against a ruthless gang of bikers called the Devil's Hand. Okay, and you got a hot chick on the back. Like, dude, I'm in. I want to play this game now. These 2024 games will be 3 sentences long and still can't grab my attention. And then with like one word, this 2013 game completely has me by the balls. Like, guys, it kind of makes me sad that America actually used to export like cool stuff to the world. And now it's just homo woke garbage that America is exporting. Like, I know you dudes in Europe know what I'm talking about.
Dude. Constantly complaining that video games don't just have hard dick dudes is infinitely gayer than taking your homie's dick and bouncing on it, okay? This is ridiculous. It's like, why aren't there any sexy fucking men with their pectorals out, okay? Why aren't they all over the place dominating people, dominating women? Oh, I just want to think about their hard cocks. I want them to grab me by their balls. Why aren't there more hot jacked men in my video games? Bouncing on your bro's penis is infinitely less gay than whatever the fuck this video is, okay?
Like, America used to export, you know, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, the Stallone movies, like all of the awesome stuff of the 80s and 90s. And look at like the homo trash garbage that America is exporting today. And it's such a shame. Next game, 2024 Flintlock Siege of Dawn. Step into the boots of Noor Van Anik, an elite member of the Coalition Army, joined by Inky, a mysterious fox-like companion, in their quest for vengeance against the gods. Guided by Inky, who shared...
They would have called Predator woke today. Yeah, Predator is woke. It quite literally is woke. Most art is woke. It's made by mostly queer people.
That art is usually made by the fucking woke queer people, okay? Like, I just don't... Like, yeah, of course Predator is fucking woke. It's all woke. Like, The Matrix, also woke. The only thing that I guess changes the dynamic for these guys is whether they enjoyed it or if they have some kind of nostalgia boner for it and they just suspect that it's made by straight burly men and their masculine expressions.
Shares his knowledge of the world with you. Your combat skills and traversal abilities will be imbued with this magical powers, making you a duo to be reckoned with. Like, nah, dude, it just sounds gay. It sounds queer. Why is every game like this now? It's always some magical nonsense that never sounds cool. It's like none of these developers beta tested any of these ideas with normal guys. I guarantee
These guys, yeah. These dudes, they would hate playing these video games, dude. They would. This is the target demographic. Me, by the way, I'm one of these guys. This is me and the boys, okay?
guarantee you get a bunch of straight dudes in a room and they would tell you this idea was terrible. Oh, but the cherry on...
It's so funny to post a photo of the USC football team, okay? How old is that photo? No, it's just like, again, I can't tell if this is fucking parody or not. He's mocking the box text while showing the main character Hatchet murdering everyone. Yeah, it's just, none of it fucking makes sense. This guy got debated by a dude called Ackman, got humiliated. Ackman TV uploaded on his channel and Indy tried to copy strike him only for it to fail. Am I insane or is he saying magic is gay? He's all over the place, man. He is straight up all over the place. It doesn't make sense because guess what? This is not coming from a place of a coherent worldview. It's just an angry loser who knows that there are a shit ton of angry losers out there, which is why there's 1.3 million views on this fucking video. Okay? Like, you got a dude who is just an angry fucking loser chirping and recognizing that as long as he says something is woke and gay, that a lot of other angry losers who also feel the same way will watch it and, you know, get him some sweet ad revenue. I don't think half these guys legitimately, I don't think half these guys legitimately think. Okay, hold on. There's a lot of commotion here because my mom has entered the fray. It could neither be sincere nor parody, but just good old capitalism incentivized fake outrage made for money without concern either way. I know. It is basic bottom of the barrel anger, okay? It's anger, frustration. It's anger and frustration masquerading as like some kind of coherent worldview where everything sucks because woke, everything sucks because gay. And unfortunately for many normal people, the more we experience the world through the lens of hyper niche online communities, the more this kind of attitude normalizes and it becomes a normal part of our lives. We get this reaffirmation from the consistent positive feedback we get from like-minded individuals with no normal human with a opinion that actually contradicts this, capable of checking you, okay? You just develop these massive, massive echo chambers. And I think the more we find ourselves online without any sort of real world experience, without any sort of back and forth communication in the real world, the more this kind of stuff is going to blow up. Wait, this is what he looks like? Oh my God. You definitely see the way the comments in these videos are all the same. Yeah, everyone has turned into a fucking bot, dude. It is actually crazy. You're like fucking 50 years old crying about like children's games. This is akin to saying, I went to Toys R Us and I saw toys for little children. This is the pussification of America. It's like, dude, they're toys, man. Maybe they're not for you. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm too normal, but when I see a video game that is not marketed to my specific taste, I don't lose my fucking mind over it. I just go, okay, that's not for me. This is akin to complaining that like Target sells tampons, okay? Why is not every single thing catered to my immediate desires? I have no use for a tampon. This is woke. This is DEI. Like, have you maybe considered that not every single thing that you see online or in the real world is supposed to be to your specific taste, catering to whatever your desires are? You know?
On top, of course, is
Here's a 30-second dev commentary by Mark Laidlaw on how they approached this stuff back in 2013. Timestamp for voice line is 1935.
Project Lil is our code name for an internal push to make our comments more accessible to the whole Valve community. It was pointed out to us in mail from a fan that in some of our previous commentary, the designers referred unfailingly to the gamer as a he. Although in natural speech, most of us normally tend to say they and their, rather than he and his, some stuffy, overactive minion of the grammar police went through and revised all those usages to make them conform to an oppressive gender-biased rule. However, research shows that they and their is a perfectly acceptable and even older form, and we're happy to fall back on it and let people talk the way they normally talk, and screw the so-called rules that alienate our fans. Thanks, Lil.
There you go. Woke and gay all the way back in 2013. Okay? Valve is woke and gay all the way back in 2013, dude. How far back does this go?
Is this black female lesbian girl boss as the main character? Like, F off, dude. I'm not playing. I think it's a woman. It might be a man. It might be a they, them. All right, jumping back to the 2000s. And I know this isn't fair to compare this game, but it just popped off my shelf.
Yeah.
2009.
Good thing they don't make Call of Duties anymore. Yeah, they stopped making them because woke.
9 Modern Warfare 2. Back of the box says this. Modern Warfare 2 continues the gripping and heart-racing action as players face off against a new threat dedicated to bringing the world to the brink of collapse. Like, yes, dude, I want to know that new threat dedicated to bringing the world to the brink of collapse. Also, if you had played Call of Duty before this, you're kind of already invested, so it's a great tagline. 2024 game, Flock. Flock is a multiplayer co-op game about the joy of flight and collecting adorable flying creatures with your friends. Soar through beautiful landscapes, seeking out rare and elusive creatures to add to your flock. Like, dude, this shit is gay. Like, this is either designed for a 5-year-old.
Like, why is he not comparing, I don't know, like the current Call of Duty to the previous Call of Duty? Why are you comparing a Call of Duty to a totally random indie game that I have not seen at all up until this video?
Designed for a 30-year-old gay man, or it's designed for a woman. But none of those people are buying Xboxes. Like, Phil, you're retarded and your company's going to go out of business if you keep this up. All right, jumping back to the 2000s, this is a good one. Dark Sector 2008. Become the ultimate weapon. The virus, the source of your pain. Your enemy, your power. Unleash the deadly power of the glaive and become the...
Does he think that games like this don't exist anymore? Like, what is happening? Like, just fucking play Warframe, man.
hero. Like, dude, that's the back of a box right there. Now I'm intrigued. Now I'm like, whoa, a virus? My power? What is the glaive? Like, what is this?
There is nothing more masculine and manly than sitting around and arguing over ad copy. Okay? Do you understand? Advertisement copywriting. This is the most hyper masculine thing you can do. Advertisement copywriting for video games. That is all this video is about. At its root, the only thing he's talking about is advertisement copywriting in video games. Okay? It's akin to looking at the failed initiatives in the early 2000s where the bro macho advertisement initiatives that came out, like what was the Dr. Pepper, but for men only? Wasn't there like a manly Dr. Pepper or whatever the fuck? It's just he wants to go back to the Dr. Pepper 10 for dudes only. Like he wants to go back to a society where they just have manly Dr. Pepper, none of this gay shit like Dr. Pepper, cream and soda, 0 sugar. That's for women. Which unironically was a massive failure, and that's precisely the reason why they stopped doing that, by the way.
I want to become the ultimate weapon. Like in the 2000s, games were made by straight dudes, and in 2020, games are made by mostly gay men and women. Like it's that simple. Men, actual straight men, we want power, we want cool weapons. We want, deadly powers and glaives and becoming the ultimate weapon. That sounds cool. But if you're a gay man or a woman or a child, none of which are people who actually play video games, then you want...
Yeah, dude, that's right. Child. A famous constituency that never plays video games. Also, here are all the video games I played as a child. Like, what are you saying, dude? The notion that like gay men and women don't play video games is so fucking outdated. It is so stupid. But it's extra stupid when you add the demographic of children into this argument. So much of this devolves into, hey, maybe that's not for you. And that's okay. Have you ever considered that not everything is supposed to be catered to your immediate needs? It's that simple.
To collect adorable creatures. It really comes down to that. 2024, magical delicacy, and I've made fun of this game before. A wholesome pixel art platformer. Cook magical delicacies from a vast collection of ingredients in your own shop. Explore an unfamiliar town and deliver tasty treats to the townsfolk. Like,
I think maybe this is like a way for these ridiculous nerds to also feel more powerful. It's like making fun of children and like making fun of women, making fun of like indie developers. To be like, I'm so masculine. It's like a way to make up for what you're lacking in your real life. You know what I mean? It's like a bully, like a playground bully. You know what I mean? Like, what a strange thing to do. Like, why are you... Like, there are video games that are specifically designed and marketed to women, right? Young girls, as a matter of fact. It's like getting mad that Dress to Impress exists, okay? It's like, why are they making Roblox Dress to Impress? How dare you? How dare you make such a game? It should not be Dress to Impress. It should be Roblox Genocide Simulator for manly men. Make everything for me.
Yeah, getting mad that Sailor Moon exists. Like, why was this made? It's not for me. I hate this. Stardew Valley, that's woke and gay. Animal Crossing, no more. Like, how fucking developmentally stunted do you have to be to just not recognize that this is just not for you and you should just leave it alone?
No, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, no straight guy has ever thought, I want to deliver tasty.
Also, straight up, I'm sorry. I know, you know, the wokes in my community are going to get mad at me for saying this, but there is 0% chance that this dude is not consistently jerking off to the gayest of porns, okay? Like I'm sorry, no one is this hyper specifically anti-gay and constantly trying to talk about how not gay they are, unless, you know, there's a little bit of that thought, and it's not even a little bit of that thought, by the way. There's a lot of that thought in there. Like, this is not a Ben Shapiro or a Matt Walsh style situation where they're like straight and also homophobic. This is a Steven Crowder style situation where their homophobia is guided. Their anger and resentment, I think, is certainly guided by the anger that they feel, that they cannot express themselves openly. They can express their sexuality openly.
Treats to the townsfolk. That is something women would do, but that is not something a straight guy would be like, ooh, I want to deliver tasty treats. Jumping back to a classic from the 2000s, Deus Ex Human Revolution 2000.
Very woke and very gay, by the way. Yeah, this is a Benny Johnson style situation.
2011. The big text says, the truth will change you. Like, damn, son, what truth? I have to know. What is being hidden from me?
Bro, you can't be serious. This is so hyper invested in advertisement copy. I'm losing my fucking mind.
It goes on.
Damn, son, this marketing initiative is so sick. Like,
critically injured after a deadly attack, Adam Jensen undergoes a life-saving operation, augmenting him with powerful cybernetics. Caught in the middle of a vast conspiracy, Adam's choices will affect both himself and all of humanity as he seeks answers across the globe. Like, dude, I am rock hard right now. Like, I want to play this game. I don't want to play.
I'm rock hard crawling up this dude's ass. Dude, yeah, you are. Oh, yeah, you are. We know you are, brother. We know. Oh, my God. No, this is why this could be satire. This could be brilliant satire, okay? I'm still not sure if this guy is just like doing a super five head play here to just farm delusional gamers with rage bait while also making a mockery of them. I can't in good conscience assume that this is a real person that exists in the real world, even though you guys said that he also debated his thoughts with Ackman. Like, I can't believe that this is how stupid a person can get. Like, any person. Not even a person with like, I'm not even saying like, oh, you can't be like a YouTuber with this level of idiocy, okay? Just generally.
Anything about collecting adorable creatures or delivering gay treats to people's houses, I want to play whatever Human Revolution is about. And it's funny because, like, I can't put my finger on exactly what made 2000s games so good, but it has something to do with men. Dude, we're dudes and we want games.
Dog, come on. No. He's not saying Kojimbo is not woke and gay. Wait.
Games about dudes. And we want games about male transformation and identity and a man who is going through something, who is actually a man. I can't really describe what made the 2000s games so good.
Wait,
other
what?
than that they're focused exclusively on the male.
Virtually every single game that he mentioned has a modern version
was also woke and gay back then and is still woke and gay in their modern versions. Okay? I can't. He's trolling, right? He's talking about it's not satire because he's not doing it for any purpose other than making money. He's not sincere, but he's pandering. You think that's the reason? I don't. Yeah, I don't know if this is sincere. It just has so much. It has so many markers. Like we want dudes transforming. Like. You're already my favorite YouTuber. Keep speaking the truth, brother. Call of Duty in 2009, no Russian. Call of Duty in 2024, no gender. Bro has no filter and is straight to the point. 25,000 likes. Bro didn't sugarcoat it. He just started blasting. Like, no, dude, that's gay. Needs to be on a t-shirt. Bro time travel from 2004 to shit talk an entire industry like a COD lobby.
Psyche because it was men playing the games. It's always been men playing the games. So as long as Sony and Xbox don't realize this obvious fact and keep designing games for 14-year-old girls, for women, and for gay men, I truly think Xbox is going to go out of business and Sony will go out of business if they don't figure out who their audience is quickly. 2024 game.
Yeah, the gaming industry is going to go out of business, dude. Oh my God. First of all, don't you want them to go out of business? You resent gaming. Like it seems like you want them to go out of business. Don't you want it to perish? Don't you want it to fall apart so that they can go back to the drawing board and make games only for you, I guess? Except that hasn't happened. Unfortunately, they've become more and more profitable year over year. And it's not because they're doing woke and gay shit, by the way, even though that probably plays a certain role because then you can expand the different markets, right? But the real reason why it's more lucrative is because they're doing all this awful shit like recycling the same old IP, nostalgia baiting, mass layoffs immediately after year over year record profits, live service gaming, DLCs, incomplete and unfinished games on release, no real testing done, beta testing in real time with actual fucking paying consumers, microtransactions, loot boxes. These are all the real reasons why gaming has become unimaginably lucrative year over year and also partially more dog shit. Having said that, however, there are still incredible games that come out, luckily, okay? It's just there is more games out there, okay? There's more of them. And some of them are not immediately catered to your specific needs and demands. Don't forget cutting content out of the game and selling it as a pre-order bonus. That too, yes. Yeah, remember when they were complaining that Space Marine 2 was woke? Contains overtly pro-DEI messaging. The Ultramarine scene in game are improbably diverse. Features frontline female combatants, including an improbable female authority figure. Absolutely insane stuff overall. This entire video reads like Mac from Always Sunny when he was closeted still and talking about dominating other dudes and ass blasting. Yeah, it does have heavy Mac vibes.
Chia, a tropical open world adventure. Take control of any animal or...
This is the other thing that I don't understand. Dude, you're a video game commentary guy. Why are you doing nerd voice? That's you. Like, you're doing nerd voice while dunking on a video game designed specifically for children. Okay?
Like, that's just you. You're the fucking, actually, this video game does not specifically cater to my needs and expectations. It's made for children. Why is it made for children? That's not nerd voice. It is gay lisp. Oh, this is gay voice? Just sounds like fucking his normal voice to me. I don't know.
Object you can find and jam on your fully playable ukulele. Like, no, dude, this just sounds like some cozy garbage trash game. Like, if I wanted to, if I wanted to chill out and do nothing, I would just go do.
Dude, if you are over the age of 30 and you're pressed by video games specifically designed for children, you should honestly stop. Just stop. Just stop it. You know what I mean when I say this, okay? Just stop existing, okay? Just reset. Go back to the drawing board, figure out a new thing, okay? Because this is... I can't say what I truly think here. You are pathetic. You are less than human, okay? Straight up. You have eradicated a part of your soul that makes you a human being, okay? You are a waste of space, a waste of resources. Holy shit. Incredible. Incredible to put yourself out there as this much of a fucking pathetic little worm. Oh my God. And I know, I'm sure he'll say this. I'm sure he'll see this and be like, oh, I've triggered the wokes or whatever. I'm not. I'm not woke, okay? I think you're just a fucking loser, dog. There is no other way to talk about this other than a 30-plus-year-old man, okay, crying about video games designed for children.
Something besides play a video game. But when I play a video game, I want to have like an intense...
That is if this is sincere. If this is like, you know, some excellent satire, I don't know. But holy fuck, the reception seems, you know, regardless of whether there was satirical purpose here, I suspect that the reception is very sincere. People love this.
Experience. I don't want to have some cozy...
Asman fucking loves this guy. Jesus Christ, dude.
Trash experience. So my only thinking with this is that Xbox seems to think that their target is gay men, 5-year-olds, and women. But the super obvious fact, as I've said it again and again, is that their audience...
Yeah, your audience is actually a 37-year-old divorced dad. Why don't you understand? It's me. I'm your audience. It's only me.
There's so many fucking games out there for this loser to play, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, it's a child's game. What's wrong with you? It's like dunking on Minecraft, dude. It's dunking on Roblox.
Audience is full of 30-year-old dudes. So, like, at this point, I just think Xbox is probably going to go back.
Wait, no. Oh, he is literally saying, like, the audience of gamers is just 30-year-old men.
But the super obvious fact, as I've said it again and again, is that their audience is full of 30-year-old dudes. So, like, at this point, I just think Xbox is probably going to go bankrupt because they keep putting stuff like this out. All right, and let's look at the final game here that I found from the 2000s. And it is called The Chronicles of Riddick: Assault on Dark Athena.
I hate that he's bringing up Riddick. It's such a... Oh, fuck, I love Riddick. I love Riddick, dude. Asmongold reacted to his channel. He got 2.4 million views.
Who killed masculinity in video games? I'll tell you who killed it. Blizzard.
Yeah, let me finish this game. Let me finish this video, and then I'll move on to that one.
I already know this box is about to go hard. At the top, it says in big letters, there is power in darkness. See, like men, we want power. We're all about powers and domination and conquering. Understand your audience, guys. Below that, it says a dark, intense shooter set in an epic sci-fi world. Like, this is all things we want. We want darkness, we want intensity, we want shooting, and we want sci-fi.
Someone in the chat also said this, but like, if I woke up tomorrow and I was this guy, I would end it. I would end it all. Straight up.
Brings the darkness
like,
with stealth,
in a video
action,
game, of course.
Brutal
but
melee
goddamn.
Combat. And then for the first time, play as Riddick in multiplayer on System Link or online. Below that, it says, "Be Riddick, the most ruthless criminal in the universe. In his latest chronicle, Riddick has been captured by the Dark Athena, a mercenary ship hell-bent on eliminating him once and for all. Using his intense hand-to-hand combat skills, explosive firepower, and lethal stealth, Riddick must shut down the maniacal Captain Ravos and her deadly crew. When Riddick steps into the darkness, no one is safe." Like, dude.
And this one's good because the woman is evil. The woman is a villain.
Don't you want to play that game? Darkness, power, prison. These describe the kind of games that guys, that straight men want to play. And it's sad to see the video game industry completely bottoming out and completely dying right now because they're chasing audiences that don't exist. Gay men don't play your games. Kids don't play Xboxes. Women.
Gay people do play a lot of video. I like that he corrected.
Gay men don't.
Gay people do play a lot of video games, but they're 3% of the population. They're. I'm glad that he checked himself. One of the commenters. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I love this shit. This
play
is
your
good.
games. Kids don't play Xboxes. Women don't play Xboxes. Phil Spencer and PlayStation and all these companies need to wake up and freaking realize that straight dudes are playing these games and they need to be making games for us. So developers, if you are listening, give us manly games. Give us power. Give us darkness. Give us violence. Give us brawny buff dudes who beat the crap out of people with our sick powers. And if y'all do this, if y'all quit being pussies, if y'all quit pussifying the game industry and actually give us manly games, we will buy games.
Like, how the fuck do we go from this guy, okay? This guy being a figure that everyone universally dunks on to this guy presenting himself as a beacon of masculinity and all things that represent men, with a legion of different variants of this guy running around and actively being like, "No, you don't understand, you simpleton. Immediately, you must bazingify all of the video games to my liking." Like, how the fuck did this happen? What is going on? Oh my God, the internet was a mistake, dude. Oh my God, Vivek was wrong. We venerated these fucking losers too much. We gotta start bullying gamers again, dude. They like it. They like it. That way they can like gatekeep certain aspects of their culture. You know what I mean? Fuck. We got to start pantsing these fucking losers, okay? It's crazy. I'm serious. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is this something that people are voluntarily revealing about themselves? This should be like, this kind of sentiment should be accompanied with deep shame, okay? Deep shame, like the deepest of shame. But let's see, who killed masculinity in video games, presented by Asmongold.
Does anybody else feel like masculinity has slowly been drained from modern video games?
Yeah,
I was looking at recent staff photos of Ubisoft and Halo Infinite developers, and it's all starting to make sense. It's a bunch of fat, white, liberal women. And white, liberal women have no interest.
Can he say that? Can he say that? Can this guy say that? That's crazy. The answer is yes, he can, okay? The question is, should he? The answer to that is no. Oh, dude. Two guys peeking at masculinity, okay? Asmongold and this fucking loser.
Interest in masculine, manly, male characters. They wouldn't even know how to write one if they tried. This is why
That's not. He's faking. There's no way that was that funny. Like, there's no way. There's no way he thinks that's peak comedy. Please. Oh my god. Ah.
Rockstar, a company founded by men that at least in 2018 was still mostly run by men.
I have a good counterpoint to this, is that Shadowbringers was written by a woman. So I actually don't think that it's entirely because of, it's not entirely because of women. I think it's like a cultural thing. Yeah, From Software as well. Yeah, it's an exception. It is an exception. I think so. And it makes sense, right? That men would be able to write better stories for other men. Yeah, wow. What? Who could have thought?
And created the magnum opus Red Dead Redemption 2, a game with a manly, well-written main protagonist.
Red Dead Redemption 2 is peak woke, dude. What the fuck? Every single Rockstar game is woke as shit. What is wokeness for these guys? It literally means things I did not enjoy consuming. Okay? Because if gay and women is in virtually every medium of art, you can just pick and choose and go, this thing I did not enjoy is woke as fuck because gay and women. This thing I did enjoy also features gay and women, but I enjoyed it, therefore it must be not woke. That's all this is. That is the dynamic. Gay Tony, old Rockstar, not woke. Like, what do they think is going on with Rockstar? Like, half of the characters that they're making fun of are, people who have opinions like this.
Arthur Morton. If you want to see the seismic shift away from masculine characters, honestly, all you need to do is play a few games from 2006, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Gears of War.
Consider how many masculine military games came out in the 2000s.
Absolutely.
Grand Theft Auto 5 was pretty regressive. It 100% was not regressive. Don't do this. Don't do the opposite of this, okay? So many liberals love doing the opposite of what these guys are doing, where they're like, any kind of criticism, any kind of media criticism that actually demonstrates, any kind of satire that actually demonstrates characters doing things that I perceive as bad is actually not woke enough for my taste. Like, you are insane if you think that the satirical things that was in Grand Theft Auto 5 were quote unquote not woke. Okay?
Fucking lootly.
Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, Brothers in Arms, Gears of War, Operation Flashpoint, Rainbow Six.
This is what it was all about, bro. Like, we had, like, I feel like a lot of...
Do these guys not realize, like, these games still exist, bro? Like, specifically Call of Duty or Rainbow Six still very much exists. Okay? What the fuck do you mean? Like, what are we, not making war games any longer? Is that what's going on? I played all these fucking games, man, and guess what? They literally still exist. Like, there are so many games. Some of them have the same title. Some of them are the exact same games remastered. I am so confused. Also, Asmongold doesn't even play fucking first-person shooters. Like, what is he? Does he play first-person shooters? I thought it was like a WoW guy who plays some of the gayest fucking games of all time, like Final Fantasy. All right, what's going on?
Y'all probably played at least 2 or 3 of these, right? Yeah. It's an amazing experience. Absolutely.
6. Ghost Recon, Splinter Cell. All of these games were starring men and had themes like brotherhood, duty, sacrifice, honor.
So the reason why Tyrion Fordring left the Silver Hand and was in exile is because whenever he was in captivity, he made a pact with an orc named Etrig. And whenever Etrig was captured...
I have no idea what the fuck. What is this? Is this
during the burning of Strathlome,
Is this some WoW shit? I'm skipping through this.
You know, be free, I guess, was more important, and Tyrion chose that over it.
Fucking nerds, man. WoW lord that he also ironically gets wrong. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I'm skipping
Brothers
WoW lore.
Arms, yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's the way Blizzard used to be.
Almost all of these franchises have either been killed off, turned into multiplayer games, or went woke. I often wonder why so few modern games appeal to me, and I think another big reason is this. Everything is just so gay now. Compare the games.
You a nerd too? I mean, yeah, this is also true. Okay? Yeah, I am. I played a lot of these fucking games that he's talking about. I enjoyed a lot of these games that he's talking about. I also got laid. So I think that is the major difference here, is that like I also had a normal, healthy development, and you know, I got to dip my toes in both sides of this world where, you know, I played sports, I had friends, a robust social life, and I also loved this nerdy shit. So I think regardless of my, you know, current mode of existence, of being a dude that also, for the most part, stays indoors and spends 8 to 10 hours every day online, and sometimes plays video games, not all that much, but does incredibly nerdy shit like talk about politics. I am ashamed of the way that these guys behave, because it is very weird. It is very odd. But I think it also spells trouble for our future, because as we become more alienated, as we become increasingly isolated, increasingly online, I think we are basically dropping the whole being normal, socializing with our fellow man. I don't know, joining a fucking intramural league or whatever. We're dropping all of that and just doing this. Staying online in hug boxes where we constantly hype one another up for having the most dog shit opinions. Have you seen the 2 woke game list? Yeah. I feel like if you went back to the 90s or even early 2000s when these video games were being made, and you showed these dudes to the average person back then, they'd be like, this is insane. Like, what the fuck are these losers saying?
Just mentioned, to the modern trash we have to deal with in Overwatch and Apex. Almost every character in these new games is either gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, or something else.
I think this is an issue, but it's not probably as big of an issue. What is an issue is the fact that they try to like ride off of it.
What? Okay, this is, I think, the first time I've watched like an Asmongold, like, you know, gaming video, kind of like gaming commentary video. And I'm trying to pick up on like what makes this kind of commentary so appealing. And I guess it's because, I mean, this has 2.4 million views 6 months ago. I think it's, he is like the reasonable voice. Is that what it is? Many of you are longtime Asmon fans, right? So I suspect that you've probably seen his commentary more frequently than myself, but is that what it is? Like he is supposed to be like the logical center right voice of reason when it comes to video game commentary? Because he does say like, oh, well, yeah, I think the you know, trans characters are a problem, but it's not that big of a problem, like that type of thing. Is that what it is? He says sometimes gay is okay as long as it's not too in your face. Yeah, that still goes back to the same dynamic that I explained, which is if I enjoy it and it's gay, then it's not woke. If I don't enjoy it and there's gay, then it's woke. That's simply all it is. Because games that I know Asmongold enjoys, like Final Fantasy, are gay as fuck, right? They're super gay. They don't say center right. They say independent to appear that they don't take sides. You're right. He used to say you can't reason with someone who didn't.
Like, for example, like with Concord or like with Overwatch, I think that's the issue, is that in a lot of times they had characters that were gay or they had some sort of other type of orientation, but they didn't use those characters as a mascot to virtue signal that they care about these types of issues. I think the problem that people really have is,
I'm a former Asman fan, and yes, the reason people like this is because he masks his opinions as a centrist. I mean, he's not masking his opinions as a centrist here. But I think if you're constantly looking at like obviously far right shit and then moderating your position off of that as a jump off point, then yeah, I think that's a very effective way of looking as though you are the reasonable, independent voice in the room. When I goon to penis, it's not gay. When you goon to penis, it is gay. Yeah. I think that there is, I do personally think that there is like a way to reach out to some of these fucking gamers and have them understand what the true problems are, because they also hate live service shit, right? They also hate loot boxes. They also hate IP recycling, like all this stuff. Even right-wing gamers hate that, right? That's why, for example, that developer at the Video Game Awards, like the one that made It Takes Two, when he came out and showcased his now woke video game, like the Split one with two women in it as the main characters, a lot of people were upset when he talked about, a lot of people were saying it was DEI because, you know, you're playing as a woman, split fiction. But then he basically capped it off by talking about, we're never going to make live service shit. We're never going to make, we're never going to make loot boxes. We're not trying to farm you for money. And even Asmongold's audience immediately turned and were like, yeah, wait, hold on, guys. This guy's actually cool. So they do understand that that kind of stuff is awful. But they're just so they're so hyper fixated on like any kind of woman being a main character. They hate being exploited or taken advantage of, and that's why they hate live service, and they view woke shit as phony, fake manipulation, and that's 75% of the outrage factor, or at least it used to be. Yeah, I think like that's what Asmongold is saying here, which is that, oh, these guys are just so phony. They're so phony and fake about like acting as though they care about gay people. I think for a lot of publishers, they just don't care. They want to make money, okay? And they're using queer representation as another way to market. Having said that, however, a lot of developers are fucking queer. Like, what are we talking about? They're gay. They're gay as fuck. Of course they're gay. They're in the arts, okay? Yeah, they do care because they're gay. What do you mean? What is... It doesn't matter. Yeah, publishers don't care. Writers and artists care about queer representation in games. Yeah, they want to put themselves in the games. And also, there are plenty of people just like themselves that play these games anyway. So it is really weird to get this bent out of shape over it. You know what I mean? I see it for what it is. Okay, sometimes they do. Sometimes developers do the look at us, we love LGBT, DEI, whatever, ESG, whatever the fuck it's called, okay? And it's purely for marketing purposes, right? It's purely for marketing purposes. But getting mad at that beyond understanding that it's just fucking performative or it's purely for marketing purposes sounds like such a waste of time. Like, why does this frustrate you? Eyes on the fucking prize. Okay? Eyes on the prize. Get mad at the things that are actually harming this industry. Get mad at the exploitative practices that engage in mass layoffs of developers. And these guys also celebrate that too, which is crazy. Like, they're like, yeah, good. All these gay and woke developers getting fired. That's awesome. Like, how do you not understand that you are celebrating the fucking bosses, the executives that don't care about games, that have made all of your favorite games worse, okay, are just basically using and abusing the developers and then casting them aside for pure profit once again. All of the same exact things that you hate, that I also hate in the gaming sector, that is specifically designed to make money, are initiatives directed by the same motivation, profit, are initiatives directed by the same people that are laying off the developers that made the games that you enjoy.
Is actually not with any character's orientation. I don't think anybody really cares about this character because
Well, yeah, most normal people don't care, but I assume that Asmon's audience, or definitely the Andy Pants Gaming's audience, cares, right?
Talking about this, and I guarantee you're not going to be seeing a slide of Dion from Final Fantasy 16. You're not going to see that. No, you know why? It's because the character wasn't created in a cynical, performative way. And also, this is another big issue, and I think
I watched plenty of Asmongold before his Trump pundit phase. If the game is good, they ignore the DEI. If it's bad, then it will get farmed for hate. People will defend Baldur's Gate and Hades, but perpetually complain about Concord or Assassin's Creed. Yeah. No, that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. He's doing it right now. He's like, oh, well, there are games that I enjoy that have very obvious, they're very obvious in your face homosexuality, but I enjoy those games, so it's not DEI. There are games that I don't enjoy that have very obvious representation of homosexuality, and I don't enjoy those games, so they are DEI equals bad. Okay? They point to Concord, right? That's a great example. The assumption that Concord died because it's gay is so fucking stupid. No, man, it died because it sucked. Okay? And it didn't suck because it was gay, as evidenced by plenty of games that have so much gay that you enjoy. You cannot live in this world where you legitimately think that, no, these games are bad because there's gay, and then also say Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the best games of all time, and there is no wokeness in it. You can fuck a bear in that game, dog. Do you understand? Yes, I do see everything. I know Kai is on the floor. It's fine. Overwatch isn't hated because the characters are gay. It's because the people who made it didn't give a fuck about making the game good, or completely dropped that a long time ago.
you can see this with Suicide Squad, is that they completely caricature people that are LGBT. It's not like this character is LGBT and this is like an after the fact. Like Soldier 76 I thought was good. It's like, yeah, by the way, he's gay. Okay, yeah, fine. Doesn't really have anything to do with it, but yeah, sure. But like, the issue is that they try to use these characters as mascots to promote their own virtue. And I think that a lot of people can perceive that. I know that I perceive that. And I find it to be incredibly obnoxious. So obnoxious. I didn't even know that. Yeah, because nobody cares. Nobody actually cares.
Like,
I don't want to be charitable to Asman because he does it in bad faith, but I think one argument here is that corporations are capitalizing on diversity for the sake of diversity and pinkwashing themselves, like celebrating Pride Month. I know, but what's it to you? That's the question. Why does that make you so angry? Are you gay? Do you see what I'm saying? Why would that in any way, shape, or form frustrate you to this degree? I recognize that. I say it all the time, but it doesn't fucking bother me at all. You want to know why? Because I don't give a shit. Why do you care? Someone has to explain to me what the harm is, okay? That's the point, right? That's it. What is the harm? What is the harm in marketing specifically to say, oh, we're woke and we're gay, we love gays or whatever, even if it's fake? And in some instances, the company, in most instances, the company obviously doesn't give a shit about gay people. The developers might, but the company doesn't, okay? The company cares about profit. But what is the harm that you are causing? And that's the problem, because when you ask people why they're so mad about this stuff, there's usually never any good answers, okay? There's never any good answers. The argument always devolves into, well, it's not marketed to me specifically. I'm like, okay, everything else is. Who cares if this one thing is not marketed to you? Who gives a shit? Or it's taking up too much space and making video games bad because they're so focused on making them gay or something. And then you show them a litany of examples of video games that are gay, that they enjoy, that they just don't see as woke. Okay? All advertisement is pandering. All advertisement and public relations is propaganda and pandering. That's what it is. So why do you get so mad about certain types of advertising and not mad about others, or as a matter of fact, demand others? Like, do you genuinely think that when they made Dr. Pepper 10 only for men, that it was because of, you know, masculine macho men that were like, we need to finally make a fucking video game that, or a product that is for us men? No, they just thought it was good advertisement. They thought men are dumb and they will go and purchase this because it makes them feel masculine if they consume this product. That's it. I'm not mad. I actually don't care. I just think it's stupid, Lamau, at the end of a fucking 15 tweet thread or half an hour long YouTube video. No, they are mad. They're so goddamn mad. And I don't understand why they are so goddamn mad. Yeah, look at the highest selling video games of 2024. Gaming is dead, motherfuckers, when you tell them to play something that isn't sports/FPS. Yeah. I agree, but I feel like you kind of needlessly targeted that Dustborn game to make fun of it a few months ago. Like, yeah, it was pretty bad, but who cares? No, I feel conflicted about that. I feel like I made fun of it too much. It just wasn't for me, you know, and that's why I stopped playing it. But it's okay to say something is not for you, but it's still a video game that someone made. I mean, it was ass, but I still felt bad that I was like maybe making fun of it too much. I think it was funny as fuck. I think it was a little too ass. Yeah, but it's just like, you know.
What happened to a masculine dude with a hot chick on his arm?
True.
I love the idea of Xbox
True.
Game Pass, but I swear
Absolutely.
every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now. I refuse to play another cutesy 2D platformer or a game with a cutesy art style by some indie developer anymore.
Oh, God.
I'm just done with these games.
Bro, this guy is fucking cooking. Oh, man. He's right. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, to me, it's like, I do think that there's probably there is not enough games that are like Doom that are out there. Like, games that are just, like, by guys, for guys, about blowing shit up and, like, killing things. That's absolutely true. And it's like, you can have the cozy games, too. Those are nice. They're fine. But where's Doom and, you know, like, Duke Nukem, Helldivers, right? Like, Helldivers was the closest thing we got to that. And look at how much that popped off. People loved it.
If you want
Gears
my
of War?
100%
Yeah.
real thoughts on this, I just think the entire video game industry has gone woke and gay, and almost nothing they are making appeals to me in any way anymore. So this is why I mostly play 20...
The best part about this is he clearly cut the audio because he was clearly going on a rant about this, and it's like, okay, cut, let's just keep going. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily about it being gay. I think it's about the performative nature of it. Because if you go back, you'll probably see a lot of instances where like diversity or, a strong female character like Cortana is a great example. Like Cortana, nobody ever thought about Cortana as like, oh yeah, we have to have a woman in like the story for Halo. People just liked Cortana because she was part of the story. So the Tomb Raider, stuff like that, right? And so it's the issue that, and I think this is a big problem with Western developers, because you can see this, like Eastern developers never have this criticism. It's always Western developers. And I think that also, like, the reason why it happens is because people perceive the way that they behave as inauthentic. And I'll give you an example of a difference in like a Western development game. Baldur's Gate 3. You can have a dick, you cannot have a dick. You can have whatever you want and look however you want. You can have sex with any character and nobody ever cares about it because the game is seen as an authentic work of art. Whereas when you look at the Assassin's Creed game, it does not seem like it's authentic. It seems like it's performative. It seems like it's made with the intention of like, look at us. We are this like, forward-thinking group of people. That's what the issue is, right? And you pick the experience. Yeah, you pick the experience. Like Cyberpunk too. Yeah, Cyberpunk, and it totally makes sense. You're arguing semantics. It's 100% right. Well, what I'm saying, I'm not. It's not semantics, because I don't think that people have a problem with the actual characters. I think that they have a problem with the way these studios portray the characters, because they do it in a caricatured way that's disrespectful.
Yeah, definitely. The people, the fucking dudes that are making these videos are just mad that there isn't proper queer representation, that queer people can be multifaceted. That's what they're mad about. They're mad about the artistic expression. Like, come on, dude. I think this is a way for Asmongold to basically like engage in this sort of commentary that a lot of these people want to hear about, but make it make sense. You know what I mean? Some semblance of plausible deniability and some semblance of like logic introduced into the equation. Like, he is unironically smarter than these fucking morons, which is not really saying much because these guys are not very intelligent. He's smarter than these dudes, so he knows how to like market it in a way that makes more sense. Okay? That's it. Like, market the perspective in a way that makes more sense. You know what I mean? Because what he's saying here isn't incorrect. What he's saying here is not wrong. Yes, there's a lot of bad writing. Okay? There's a lot of bad writing out there. There's a lot of bad writing of characters out there. And it is like, it's worthy of I think it's worthy of criticism, or like worthy of media criticism. Okay? But that's not what this guy is doing. He made a slop video about what killed masculinity in fucking video games. Like, that's not, he's not saying that like the queer characters are appropriate at all. He just doesn't want them in the fucking games at all. That's it. Like, the dude that he's hyping up here, that he thinks is like based and brilliant, is literally saying like children's games are gay. Children's games are gay and woke.
And it's self-aggrandizing. That's the reason why people don't like it. Nobody said Sergeant Johnson in Halo was DEI, okay? Nobody fucking said that. And by the way, this isn't current cultural brain rot. If you go look at the Space Marine 2 trailer, you see a black guy, an Asian guy, and a white guy. They're all Space Marines. And they're like, what are we going to do? Are we going to kill him? Yeah, let's kill him. If you read the comments down below, there's nobody saying, oh, yeah, great.
Okay, that's a lie. They absolutely said that shit was DEI. There was hella people that said that shit was DEI as hell. Okay, now he's just... Now I think he's just like talking about an audience that doesn't exist. Like, yeah, this is a desperate attempt for moderation of a perspective that I think Asmongold also recognizes is like a little silly. In a way to present it as like, no, these are the normal criticisms. Like, listening to what Asmongold is saying here, okay, if like this would directly put him at odds with the the fucking video game channel that he's watching. Like, his perspective is not the same as this dude. Okay? Here. And I don't think this is denial. I think it's cynical. Here, I'm going to prove it to you. Okay? Asmongold said there was, you know, black and brown and Asian characters on Space Marines 2. Okay? And nobody said it was woke. Okay. Let's see what Andy Pants Gaming had to say about Space Marine 2. Okay. I 100% assume that he deleted his initial Space Marine 2 video game review. Because there is 0% chance that he did not say that it was fucking DEI. Ain't no way to take a guy called Andy Pants seriously. He's definitely massaging the message. No, but you also definitely massage the message to make Asmon seem not as bad for some reason. They put Space Marines on that woke list you saw a few months ago. That's what I'm saying. They literally said it was woke because there's black people in it. The previous video that we watched from Andy Pants Gaming, didn't it fucking feature Space Marine 2 as like woke? Am I crazy? Did I not just watch him say? Where is it? Hold on. Where the fuck's the last video that we just watched? Here. The lead writer for Space Marine 2 was a woman? Yeah. Well, that's gay and woke. Where the fuck's the video that we just watched? Isn't it like here somewhere? Yeah. Redditors melting down. Suck it. Oh, that's because he said it was gay and woke he said it was gay and woke 5 months ago. And then after it was successful, now it's no longer gay and woke.
Today, I want to...
Oh, that's what it is. Hold on. Let me find this fucking thing where he was like talking about... Where the fuck was it? Am I misremembering? Didn't he literally say Space Marines had women in the front lines and it's become gay and woke? It's later in the video, I think. I don't know if it was. You literally just looked at it. Yeah, remember when they were complaining that Space Marine 2 was woke? No, I know, but that's different. That's not this guy specifically. I think this guy specifically also. Open description for transcript. Show transcript.
Was it not in the video? I don't know what I would control F, dude. No, it's not. He didn't. I don't think he like specifically mentioned Space Marine. I think he just like briefly showed it on screen. That's what I'm saying. Are you just misremembering? I could be misremembering because a lot of gamers did actually fucking complain. Maybe he didn't specifically. I might be misremembering because we just simply looked at the anti-woke gaming video game content creator that Asmongold has also reacted to in the past. Oh yeah, he did say improbable. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's what he said. He said it's improbable to have women in the battle in the front lines. It's okay, bro. Don't need to explain yourself. No, dude. Didn't he say it was improbable to have women in the front lines? Am I crazy? Didn't he fucking say that in the video? Or am I thinking of the Steam review? Or was that the Steam review and he didn't actually say it in the video? Now it's fucking merging together. That was something you read while watching the video. I'm going to go fucking crazy if I can't figure this out. Okay? I'm going to go insane. Check your react channels. Bitch, I just reacted to this literally a minute ago. I think I'm mistaken the Steam review that we looked at while we were reviewing this. I don't think he said that. I think it's closer to the end. No, I don't think he, no, the improbable no. At one point he said improbable female authority figure. I remember because I said that's my personal goal. No, that was about the Reddit, or not the Reddit, Riddick. You missed it? I'm mixing up my insults right now. Why don't you check YouTube history? How would YouTube history work? In this situation, I feel like some of you just say things. By the way, just wondering, does Sunday Funday exclude EU-US breakup and crying about German politicians? Yes. I'm a tweak out if you don't find it. We have 30,000 people in here and literally 29,900 people are just invested in entirely separate things than me right now. YouTube history will show you the videos you watch. I'm gonna seppuku. I'm gonna Sudoku. I'm gonna fucking Sudoku. We are literally looking at the video. I'm trying to figure out at what point in the goddamn... I'm gonna rewatch the whole video now. I'm gonna rewatch the whole fucking video. I swear to God. This is what everyone's thinking of. If it's me pulling the marine scene in game are improbably diverse. Features frontline. Yeah, this is just the this is the woke review. It's not actually his opinion. It's not the opinion of this content creator. It's not in the video. I mistook it for being in the video. I feel like I feel like I heard him briefly shit on it, but probably not. Chat will always be useless when you need him the most. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think it was just the actual Steam review that we were reading about the not woke gamers. But plenty of people in the fucking anti-woke brigade. My point initially was Asmongold is wrong, and that plenty of people in the fucking anti-woke brigade said Warhammer 40K was woke. Okay? A lot of people did. Asmongold also called the game woke. I have the link, but I'm poor. Can I share it? Useless bitch. I sent it to you 3 times. Dude, this is not what I'm looking for, okay? I know this already. I know plenty of fucking people. I know plenty of people said it was woke. Why was it woke? Because there was specifically for the reasons that Asmongold claims, gamers didn't think it was woke. Okay? That's it. I was specifically trying to figure out if this creator, I was misremembering. I thought Andy Gaming specifically said it wasn't fucking woke. Or I specifically said it was woke. That's it. Why is there so much miscommunication today? We're not in sync today. Anyway, let's continue.
More DEI. Nobody actually thinks this. It's about the way that it's presented. That's the problem. The problem is their stereotypes.
There are so many examples of these exact same slop makers that fucking cry about a game being woke and it sucking dick ahead of time, only to turn around and quietly make new videos about how not woke it is when the game comes out, it's released, and it's awesome, and people love it. Okay? That's the reality. And I thought that Andy Pants Gaming had done that as well. I was wrong. I'm admitting that I was wrong about Andy Pants Gamers, who I falsely suspected of also shitting on Warhammer ahead of time, just like Synthetic Man and all these other fucking losers. Had not actually said something negative about Warhammer. Maybe he's a big Warhammer 40K fan. But Asmongold is still wrong in this regard when he says gamers weren't crying about Warhammer 40K. They certainly were.
Typing, yeah, like adding in Mrs. Freeze, and she just looks like your traditional like butch lesbian. How disrespectful! It's insane to me. Let's see awful. Here. Did you guys see that Space Marine 2? Senior writer on Warhammer 40K, Space Marine 2. Let's not cast cis white men and stuff for a year and see what happens just for fun. Sorry, cishet white dudes, comics don't belong to you. Comics never belong to you. We meet another superhero every month until our demands are met. Oh, about making different characters like gay or something like that? Lots of varieties talking about Ashley Cooper. Yeah, these tweets are 3 to 7 years old. What have they done recently?
Oh boy. If you're going to insist on playing the wizard game, stop bending yourself into a pretzel trying to find a way to explain or justify doing so, and have the conviction to just say, transphobia is not a deal breaker for me.
And this is the senior writer for a game of one of the most brutal franchises ever conceived.
So this is the way that I look at it. Would this person try to ruin a person's life if they had tweets that were negative about trans people or about some other type of minority that were 3 to 7 years old? I think the answer is absolutely. I think that in a situation like this, you should absolutely hold this against people like this. She's a complete piece of trash. That's disgusting. I don't know why any company would want to hire a person. Like, I mean, to me, whenever I see somebody like this is the way that I feel about it, right? I'm a straight white guy. I didn't do anything to this person, and I do find it to be very unsettling, and it makes me very uncomfortable whenever people are brazenly posting negative things about me for a thing that I can't control. I think that if somebody was saying this about women or about trans people or gay people, you know, really anybody besides straight white guys, I'm pretty sure they'd be raked over the coals and everybody would hate them. So it's an obvious double standard, and I think a lot of people are getting tired of it. And it would make me less likely to consume a product if I knew that the people that are making the product actively dislike me.
Well, turns out it wasn't woke. So this lady was capable of putting out a not woke product that Asmongold liked, that he claims other gamers didn't think was actually DEI when they very clearly did, including, but not limited to, Synthetic Man, who I famously reacted to on this broadcast, who lost his fucking mind about the fact that there were black and like Asian, specifically what Asmongold is saying here. Okay?
Just,
like,
it's lesbian. Like, they're all space marines, and they're like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna kill him? Yeah, let's kill him.
Like, that right there is directly the opposite of what the not woke video game Steam review called this this game. They said it was DEI specifically because it had Asian and black people in it. And so did the, was it the Drinking Man or the Synthetic Man or whatever the fuck? Warhammer 4K is woke. Critical Drinker. Yeah. No, I think it was, no, I don't think it was Critical Drinker. I think it was literally I think both of them probably made videos, but I think it was the Synthetic Man who was fucking losing his mind. My libertarian uncle watches him. Gross. Yeah, he's corrupted. You can see it on his Warhammer 40K Space 2 Marine branded woke because it has black Ultramarines. Yeah, it was Synthetic Man. This guy. This is the video that we watched. A streamer slash YouTuber named Synthetic Man at the center of criticism recently released a video where he gave his not so needed opinion on the character design for the recently released Space Marine 2. He's seen bashing and calling out characters based on the color of their skin. Okay. What is this? Oh, this is the... Wait. Space Marines 2 is peak masculinity?
True ground.
Wait, so then he turned around and said it was... This is who I was thinking of.
20.
Did he delete his initial commentary, or did he just change the thumbnail and title? He just literally called it fucking woke because there's black Marines and Asian Marines, and now the title of Space Marine 2 is peak masculinity. It's not a safe world. People like Synthetic Man out there propagating racism and sexism openly on a platform. Anyway. My point is, gamers 100% did say this. Asmongold either has not seen it, which I doubt he hasn't seen, because I suspect that might be as a joke or sarcasm. No, we watched it. We literally watched Synthetic Man's video. It was insane. He was not being sarcastic at all. Okay? It was Synthetic Man. I mean, I could show you the fucking video as well. Yeah, he was the one that did the Fallout show video as well. He's fucking insane. Anyway, the point is, I suspect that Asmongold's probably reacted to Synthetic Man before too. I mean, he is a very big anti-woke account. I'd be shocked if he hasn't reacted to him. Like, and I'm sure he disagrees with this point, I guess, that Synthetic Man puts forth in terms of the DEI narrative on Warhammer 40K. But my point is that there are plenty of fucking gamers who did say that. I don't know, man. These anti-woke accounts are getting blurry these days. Anyway.
If you read the comments down below, there's nobody saying, oh yeah, great, more DEI. Nobody actually thinks this. It's about the way that it's presented. That's the problem. The problem is they're stereotyping. Yeah, like
new Jobbery video may be more interesting than Asmongold. Okay, I'm giving a week off to people that don't fucking enjoy whatever I choose to cover today. Sorry. It's the most annoying thing that people do. You know? It's like, please, do I seem desperate for your feedback on what we should be covering today? Was I like, oh man, I really don't know what to talk about today. Can chatters please give me suggestions on whatever they want me to fucking talk about? Anyway, as I showed you already, Asmongold is wrong. There are plenty of fucking gamers who said that Warhammer 40K was woke because of the Asian and black and female representation.
Adding in Mrs. Freeze, and she just looks like your traditional, like, butch lesbian. How disrespectful. It's insane to me. It's awful.
Me in any way anymore. So this is why I mostly play 20-year-old games on my channel, because they were just better. I was recently reading an insider interview about what went down at Volition Studios with the disastrous Saints Row reboot from an inside source. This source said that the LGBTQ community...
It's like, here's the truth. Nobody wants to look like this in real life, hardly ever. Huh. This dude, you know who this dude goes? He goes, and you know what game he plays? Doom. He's gonna go and play fucking Halo. Nobody wants to look like this. Like with the bow tie and everything, like Bill Nye, the science guy. This is not like, a guy is not gonna see this and be like, oh, that's me. Absolutely not. Now, are there some people that do? Yeah, for sure. But not really. Get the shit out of here. Yeah, bro. Like,
I don't understand. Does Asmongold look like any of the people in the video games that he plays? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is such a weird thing to criticize. He's Trevor from GTA. Okay.
it's like a... it feels like it's so safe, right?
Within the company was actually pretty small, but they are the loudest and the most annoying.
And one
the
more thing I gotta
leadership
briefly mention is the small amount of wokeness in the game,
chose to
depending
promote
on
these
your
people.
definition. Basically, the only left-wing propaganda I noticed while playing this game is the comical amount of diversity. The most offensive being the major of the Cadian Guardsmen, who is an Indian woman, an ugly one at that. Remember, testosterone converts to estrogen. Speaking of estrogen. Yeah, that's something, alright. Can we shoot her? Just stomp on her on accident. If you compare her to the woman from the first game, it's like night and day. And while she really doesn't do much during the story other than yell on the comms throughout the first half of the game, it's just incredibly annoying seeing girl boss characters in this day and age, especially in a supposedly grim dark universe. And the diversity isn't just the guardsmen, it's also the space marines. Now, again, I'm not an expert on the lore, but I understand that space marines come from gene seed, which comes from their primarchs, right? Which comes from, ultimately, the emperor. So why are all these ultramarines different ethnicities? Shouldn't they all be the same race as Gilliman? Again, I'm not an expert on this, but I feel like portrayals I've seen of Space Marines, they're generally all white, except for the Salamanders, who are like charcoal black or something. One of Titus's squad mates is black-ish, and the other one is like a Happa or something. It's hard to tell because they all have these weird Giga Chad features. Basically, every Space Marine looks like the Chad meme, so there is one Space Marine that is just straight up undeniably African, which is bizarre. He's corrupted! You can see it on his skin. Either way, you get the point. This has definitely got to be a retcon for diversity purposes. And yeah, I gotta say, it definitely distracted me. It wasn't woke enough for me to say, like, oh, this is blatant.
Not only is he racist, he a lore larper. Yeah.
Into key roles. And that's how you get the absolute dumpster fire of a game that was Saints Row 2022.
Yeah.
I think what you have at a lot of these game studios is about 80% of the staff is probably just hetero dudes trying to do their job, but they're afraid of speaking up or saying what they actually think. And then you have the LGBTQ folks making decisions.
I think this is changing a lot on social media. So, like, for a while, this was true. And I think that, like, when Elon bought social media, the ability to create a narrative like this definitely went away.
Yeah, Elon bought the entirety of social media. It's so crazy that, like, annoying rad libs in the minds of these guys are just not like some people that you hear and get pissed off at, or some people that you hear about and you're just like, all right, whatever, I don't agree with this, who gives a shit? But instead, like, the people who hold the keys to the castle. Like, they have awesome power, endless amounts of power. Time and time again, it has been proven that if you make a good game, it doesn't fucking matter what people are saying on Twitter. Who cares? None of them talk about Pokemon Go. They've, like, lost their minds about rad libs on Twitter. They just, like, they think that these guys have any sort of momentum or motion. Those people think I'm racist, dude. Those people think I'm transphobic. Who cares? How ridiculous. And I would prefer the fucking Radlibs 1,000,000% every single time to the loser that Asmongold's watching, who loses their fucking mind at the mere sight of a gay person. You know what I mean?
Or it didn't necessarily go away, but it was, like, dramatically nerfed. Because what would... exactly. What ended up happening is that being accused of being the wrong thing, like, oh, you're sexist, oh, you just hate, you know, whatever. Like, the effectiveness of that has gone down because there have been so many false accusations for this. Or, like, just basically, like, if you're one of them, you're all of them. Exactly. That's what it is. It's still bad at work, though. And I think that this definitely probably is true, is that people don't want to... Like, nobody wants to be the guy that's pushing against having a character in a game that's, like, gay or, like, LGBT. Or, like, changing a character to female or something like that. Nobody wants to be the person that's against that because that's probably going to make them look bad. Absolutely. That's thin ice? Yeah, of course. And like, you just think...
Wait. Like, why is he suspecting that that is what's going on? Like, this is what I don't understand. The notion that, like, there is all of these people that are like, no, we have to make gay characters, like more gay characters. It seems kind of like, at odds with what Asmongold was initially suggesting, which is that, like, no one cares if there's a gay character as long as it's not in your face about their gayness or whatever. Or in even more charitable terms, that would mean, why are there no multifaceted, unique queer representation, and that queer characters are so totally one-dimensional and just about how gay they are? Okay, which is ironically what Asmon is presenting as his criticism of, like, the media representation of queerness, when in fact his entire audience is like, oh, gay DEI, fuck you. Okay? But what I don't understand is, like, why is he fantasizing about a reality where seemingly there is these, like, woke queer people in video game companies that are trying to actively put more queer characters in the games, and nobody wants to resist against it. I don't even know why they would, but nobody wants to resist against it because of woke, because they'll get canceled or whatever. Maybe they fucking want to put the gay characters in the game.
Think about it logically. You think about how many eggshells people need to step on, need to avoid stepping on, or whatever it is, whenever they're talking about, like, any sort of, like, social issue at all. That's an HR complaint? Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, at work, it's probably 1,000 times worse.
About what kind of game to make. And everything just ends up being safe and soft and sensitive because, oh, we can't hurt anybody's feelings.
Yeah.
So, of course, you get these shitty dumpster fire video games that nobody wants to play. After reading a lot of insider interviews at these developers, this is my sense of what has been happening. I also feel like there's this kind of unholy alliance right now between games journalists, white liberal women at game studios, and the LGBTQ community at game studios. And they
God.
Do these guys unironically hate Alan Wake? Like, what's going on? It was a fantastic video game. What the fuck? Like, you're really shitting on Max Payne? This makes no sense. All these guys nostalgic for a time that never existed, just miss having even less responsibility than their current stay-at-home son lifestyle. Same reason every game is gay and woke now. Their newest system is like a PS3 because their parents stopped caring so hard and they can't even try the new games. No, they... I think that most of these NEETs have enough money to buy the new systems and shit. They just don't like it because games don't hit the same. It just comes with the territory of getting older. You get older, and the things that you used to enjoy when you had no responsibilities whatsoever don't feel as good. I think that's most of this problem. Oh, here come the fucking annoying people. If it's good, why didn't you finish it? It's a good game. It's different You know why I didn't finish it? Because despite it being a good game, and there are incredible games, every single person that fucking complains in here leaves when I start playing it. So shut the fuck up. It's so stupid. There are more people in this chat that constantly chirp about me not finishing a specific game than there are people who actually watch me play the game. I don't understand how the fuck this happens, where there are literally more people in the chat that if I were to ask, like, should I play video games or not? There would be more people voting, yes, please play video games, than the people that actually end up watching. Shut the fuck up. And in spite of that, there are still plenty of games that I do finish, okay? Because I'm like, locked in. I genuinely hate that there's so many people that just that complain. There are more people that just want to complain about lack of gaming than actually want to watch the gaming. I enjoy playing games. That's why I play them offline.
I do think that there definitely is like a certain sense of like what's the word is for it? Like shared goals that the games journalists sometimes feel like they're running PR for game studios. And I think this is a huge issue, and it's one of the reasons why people don't trust games journalists anymore.
Yes, games journalists do run PR for especially big developers. I don't think this is one of those instances. Yeah, it's access journalism. It's the same issue with everything that exists. There are still obviously plenty of great journalists. The irony, of course, is that the good gaming journalists, these guys don't like. You know what I mean?
All seem to be united around
this
one
guy gives
thing.
0 fucks. Yeah, he does. Bro, he just says it.
Yeah, bro.
They
he's so brave.
actually hate gamers.
By the way, I think for a lot of Western studios, this is true. I am actually a believer of this. I think that game developers do have genuine resentment for the average run-of-the-mill gamer guy. It actually is true. It's obvious? Yep. In the West? Yeah. I think so.
And who are gamers overwhelmingly? Well, heterosexual dudes like us, of course.
Yes. This, you know what this is?
I love, he used this again. He literally used the same fucking thing. He uses this image for some weird reason to be like, look at all these gamers. Does he think he's like, did he play football for USC or something? Like, I don't understand why he's showing a photo of like, yeah, Matt Stafford and the USC football team over and over again being like, these are what gamers are like. Like, when Asmongold looks at this photo, does he go, yep, that's me? Is that what's going on here? Like, what the fuck is happening in this, in the mindset of people that look at that and go, yup, it's just like looking in a mirror. Me, just like these guys who fucking are athletes and the only video game they play is Madden. Is that what you think is going on? When you are a gamer and an Asmongold fan, and you look closer to Asmongold than you do to Matt Stafford, and you see a photo of them, you go, yup, just us. Me and the fucking boys, dude. We love to play our fucking video games. And we hate gay people. Asmongold or a single fan of his could tell you that this is Mark Sanchez, Matt Stafford, and Colt McCoy in their heyday.
is right here. This is a Call of Duty squad meeting up for the first time, probably. That's what it is right there.
Wait, what? No, dude. That's not a Call of Duty squad meeting up for the first time. What are you saying? Oh my God! I'm fucking Turkish and I don't play football, and even I know what the fuck that photo is. What is happening? What? Oh my God, it's so funny. Holy shit, dude. Wait, why does he keep using the fucking Matt Stafford photo though? Like I actually don't understand. Like, is there a specific reason? Like, what is the why? Let me see. Like, I can't even find this photo. Like, I don't even know where it's from. It's the same video, dumbass? No, I don't think this is the same video. Who Killed Masculinity in Video Games is different. I think, isn't this this is a different video, chat. Why are you like this? Yeah, it's a different fucking video where he used the same goddamn photo in. Because that ain't Stafford. That's literally fucking Mark Sanchez, dude. What are you talking about? Like, that is Mark Sanchez. Is this not Mark Sanchez? Am I crazy? Quarterbacks, Mark Sanchez and Matt Stafford, and a 250. Yeah, that. How can I forget? How can I forget Mark Sanchez? Okay. I just don't understand why he keeps bringing this image up, seemingly from 2009 or 2008. Anyway, I don't know why he posted this, but I think it's really funny that Asmongold was like, "Yeah, that's a COD lobby waiting to happen," and his chat is like, "Yeah, it's all of us, the boys. This is the boys." None of these people know who these fucking people are. What is going on? No, none of you are capable of doing the butt fumble, okay? That is a unique skill set. None of you, not a single Asmongold chatter is capable of pulling off the butt fumble. Also, ironically enough, as someone who doesn't even fucking care about football, even I know that. And ironically enough, none of the fucking Asmongold fans know what the fuck that even is. I'm getting mad. They're stealing frat valor. This is my culture. It's not your fucking costume, gamers. Stop making Will sad. Anyway, my culture is not your fucking prom dress, dude. Show chat the butt fumble. I will not be doing that. Anyway, let's continue. My point is, this is very revealing about the way that I think Asmon and other people in his community sees themselves as. Oh, someone knew who that was. They said Matt Stafford and Mark Sanchez.
This recent Reddit thread was written by an actual game developer and made
Alpha man, not beta
me realize it. It reads, headline.
Am I allowed to say this? I kind of hate gamers. I'm a professional game designer, and I'm worried that I'm starting to hate gamers. Watching the gaming events on YouTube last month with the chat on was extremely disheartening experience. Every time a
Yep.
character that wasn't a cis-het white man appeared on screen, the chats would fill with messages calling the game woke or complaining about DEI.
And the problem is that he's kind of right, but he doesn't understand why it's like this. He views it as in like the people that are responding this way they're wrong, but you never think to yourself, why are they wrong? Why do they think this? Because like that's the real truth, is that you don't really hear opinions like this. Like this guy is obviously, bro, this guy doesn't give a fuck. But like you're not going to hear a lot.
Yeah, that the guy that you're watching literally is the reason why that person is saying it's so fucking annoying that I'm pouring my entire fucking life into this thing that I care about. And dumbass, unfuckable losers are going, oh, gay person, this sucks. Literally, directly as a consequence of guys like this that you're watching that you call based. Why are you still not banned, little bro? It's because I am Jeff Bezos. It is truly shocking that Asmongold thinks, or at least presents, a alternative reality where all of these gamers, capital G, hard R gamers, are actually they're actually mad at the queer representation, not simply because it exists and that they're fucking weirdo losers, but because the queer representation is not as multifaceted as it could be, that the queer characters are simply too one note. Yeah, that's what they mean when they go DI equals die. They're talking about how, why no real queer media representation? That's what they're actually saying. Yeah, when I type in DEI equals die, what I actually simply mean is that queer people come from all different walks of life and different backgrounds, different demographics, and represent a variety of different opinions. They are not a monolith, and it is actually so one note. It is genuinely shocking that Sweet Baby Inc. consistently ends up creating these heavy-handed, one-dimensional queer characters that positively put forth their sexual identity as the only thing that matters about them. Queer people are more than just their sexualities. This is the reason why we need better queer representation. No, that's not what's going on. None of these people are fucking literate, let alone media literate, okay? What is this fantasy? Why does he keep repeating this over and over again? His chat is, they think it's blind hate. They must be phobic. Because it's funny, chat exists to be funny. Okay.
A lot of other people, and this is the reason why I get a lot of hate, is because I'll watch a video like this, I'll see what it says, right? For sure. But other people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to challenge this kind of stuff because they don't want to get in trouble. It's a lot now. People are suspicious now, absolutely. But if you look at the actual opinions of people in comment sections and the amount of people that are able to have free conversations about this, it's very obvious that this is an extremely prevalent opinion. My customers...
It's wild seeing you see what we've been seeing for years now. Wait, what? What do you mean? There's not... Like, I know why gamers say this shit, okay? Because it's edgy. Ooh, they just... Many of them have either repressed sexual opinions that they're truly ashamed of, or others just are simply bigoted and hateful and think that homosexuality is what's ruining the fucking gaming industry, and not just like the for-profit tendencies of these mega corporations in this insanely profitable sector. I've been aware of this. I've actually never poured through like the Asmongold commentary of it, but I do think it's funny that there's so much. I get it now. Yeah, there's so much room for plausible deniability in Asmongold's coverage because he says a lot of things that do make sense in terms of queer visibility being one-dimensional in fucking video games or in works of art. But the irony is he's preaching to an audience that does not have that perspective. They do not want any queer visibility for the most part. They just want gay people to not exist in these fucking games, or if it's in a game that they enjoy, they just don't give a shit. Okay? They don't give a shit enough about it to like make a big stink because the game is good. It almost feels like Asmongold is trying to give his audience the appropriate framework to shit on gay people, but they're too stupid. Because Asmongold's framework isn't even shitting on gay people, really. It's just advocating for an alternative reality that does not exist. You're holding your chopsticks wrong? No, I'm not. I would say it's a cynical ploy to make it seem as though he's like actually coming at it from a truly interesting perspective about you know, demanding more multifaceted queer media representations in video games. But it's very clear that that's not what he's advocating for, and it's certainly clear that that's not what his audience wants. Anyway.
Are wrong. What a moron. I know. And that's the thing, is that these people try to... You will never have a successful product if it exists in opposition of your audience. Do we actually know this post was written by a game designer? No, it's probably a random person. It has nothing to do with it. This probably it's probably some 14-year-old. But I think it's pretty obvious that people think this way. Because gamers are just immature edgelords. Well, then stop making games.
What?
Stop trying to insert yourself into a place that people don't want you.
Wait, what happened? I thought gamers were demanding more multifaceted queer visibility, more multifaceted and creative queer characters. Now he's saying gamers are edgy and the game developers should fucking leave? That's weird. Just stop making games.
If all gamers are just immature edgelords, then why are you trying to make content for them? Just stop doing it.
Every game that wasn't a shooter
yeah.
or a hyper-casual competitive online game garnered zzz and boring comments.
Like, I think it's crazy that OTK has a literal game publishing company, dude. Like, this unironically will cause developers to go, okay, I don't know if I want to fucking associate with this. That's the crazy part about this, right? Like, if you're constantly shitting on developers in general, like, and highlighting some of the grossest fucking freaks, even if you don't agree with them, but like kind of agreeing with them whenever you highlight them and garnering a shit ton of attention that is ultimately leading to mass harassment of fucking developers. Like, why the fuck would anybody want to work with them? Like, that makes no sense. Yes, there are amazing, wonderful developers in general. Some of them, I assume, also work with the OTK game publishing division in general. I suspect there's hella fucking gay developers on that front too. Dude, this stuff is truly one of the worst aspects, at least from all the developers I talk to. And many of them are very progressive. Okay? They hate this shit. This shit sucks. They're pouring all of their collective experiences, their lives' work into this stuff so that people can play these games for a little bit. Sometimes they're doing it and losing their jobs immediately after like a successful cycle. Whoa. Oh my What? Okay, Kaya, it's valid. It's no longer a place. Kaya. She finally broke the bed. It's okay, baby. She was right all along. Her fat ass broke the bed. You fatty! You're fat! You're fat! You're fat! You're fat! Yeah. All right. Can you take her? Can you take her outside, Mom? Can you take her fat ass outside? My mom hates it when I call her a fat ass. Kaya, I mean. Anyway, it's true though. It's true. She's a fat ass. Literally, look. Okay. Okay. Look at this. Look. She broke the bed, chat. She broke the fucking bed. Can you please stop describing people with money as being caked up? That means to have hella ass. I think the term you're looking for is breaded up. No, you can say caked up too. I can. Don't blame her for the product defects. Chat, she's fat. Okay? That is the top of the line, highest quality dog bed that I got specifically for dogs that weigh as much as Kaya. Okay? That literally is a dog bed that is designed for dogs that are larger than Kaya, technically. Okay? She's just outgrown it. She's just getting too fat. The dog bed was faulty. Yeah. She a fatty. Let's be real.
Comments.
You want to know why they garnered zzz and boring comments? Because they were boring. So here, let me give you guys, this is something people might not know. There is a word that's used, it's cozy. When you hear cozy, I want you to switch that in your mind. Boring. Cozy game, boring game.
People implying that the MC in Fable trailers is ugly because it's a self
She is.
insert of some random level designer working at Playground whom they deemed not fuckable enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, people don't want to look at an ugly chick. Yeah, they want to have a hot.
Asman. Come on, dude. First, the fucking Mark Sanchez photo being like, yeah, it's just like looking in a mirror. These are some real gamers. And now this. People don't like looking at an ugly chick. Asmin. Ugly guys, though, they love looking at them. Like, that's crazy, man. Look, this is juvenile misogyny. It's not even like adult level misogyny. It's juvenile level misogyny where it's like all women are supposed to be objects of sexual desire. If you are not an object of sexual desire, if you're not fuckable, then you should not exist in the game as a main character. If you have a main character as a woman, she has to be fappable. Well,
The morning I woke up and I was like, holy crap. Like one of my favorite YouTubers, As Mongold, was like making a video, responding to my video. And and for a second I was panicking. I was like, oh man, I hope he likes it. Like if he doesn't like this video, like I might kill myself.
As Mongold.
So there's this thing you see on YouTube a lot now, and it's called grifting, and you see people like Luke Stevens and As Mongold doing it a lot, and it just basically means these people have no integrity whatsoever. One of my favorite YouTubers, As Mongold, and it basically means you just regurgitate whatever the popular opinion to have right now is. One of my favorite YouTubers, As Mongold, you have no integrity, and you will just regurgitate whatever people.
I don't think Asman even gives a fuck about this. Yeah, glad to see he's learned the error of his ways. Yeah, bro, he doesn't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, this guy is also grifting. Look, as long as dumbass gamers don't realize that most of these dudes do not have like a coherent ideology, okay? And they're just simply reacting to things on the boundaries of, is it woke or is it not woke? Because if I didn't like it, it's woke and it's bad. If I liked it, then it's not woke and it's good. As long as they don't realize that and they keep clicking and they keep giving millions of fucking views to these videos, both As Mongold and this fucking dumbass is going to keep doing the same shit. They don't care. It is not a delicate allegiance. It is... There's no real allegiance to one another whatsoever. It's just a allegiance to the grift. Anyway, that's all it is. I'm telling you right now, if the overwhelming majority of the gaming audience was constantly demanding queer representation and was constantly turning around and saying like, oh, these characters are actually too one-dimensional. They're not woke enough. These guys would be saying it too, okay? That's it. That's it. They go along with the audience, with the marketplace. Now, one might turn around and say, well, didn't you just prove the point that gamers want fucking, gamers don't want gay characters in their video games? And to them, I say, most people don't give a shit. Okay? What you're seeing is a very loud minority of the entire consumer base. But it's a very loud minority of an entire consumer base that actually constantly feeds the algorithm. They love watching YouTube videos. Part of the reason why they love watching YouTube videos is because they're not playing any fucking video games, because they hate video games, because they're 37 years old and now have to fucking pay taxes and work a shit job, knowing full well that they have no fucking future prospects and they'll never get pussy and that it's all gone and it doesn't feel as good as it did when I was 14, when I used to just sit back and play video games and the Dino Nuggies my mom would serve me and the friends. And the dreams that I had, I was going to be exactly like Mark Sanchez one day. I was going to be the high school quarterback and then maybe go to college and, and then eventually end my career. That's what I thought was going to happen. But now I'm 37 years old, still living with my mommy, and she's no longer making the Dino Nuggies. That's it. That's it. If that was the case, the entirety of the gaming industry would be collapsing year over year. Unfortunately, their profitability goes up more and more. They keep generating more and more revenue, which is why they seemingly will never change. And by that, I don't mean they're going to fucking, never change from their gay ways. They're just not going to stop doing live service games. And the IP recycling that everybody despises. Meanwhile, I say this, but I'm still, of course, very excited for Snake Eater.
Hot character. You stupid? Duh. You fucking retarded. Like, what the fuck? Where do these people come from? Where do these people come from? What the fuck? So I know it's so dumb, bro. Like, God.
I don't know. It's just the internet magnifying negative voices, I guess, doing what it does best. But it's making me real tired of gamers.
So at this point, it seems that games journalists and all of the liberal LGBT mafia that work at game studios actually hate their audience. And this is a comment I keep reading from you guys again and again. I swear they literally hate us. They seem to be dead set.
Yeah. Dude, the fucking photo again. This guy unironically thinks he's like so much of the argument from gamers revolves around, well, you see, I drew you as a Sojak, and I imagined myself as a Chad face, which means your argument is destroyed. Like, I don't, like, what are you doing? That ain't you, little bro. Wake up. Those dudes, if you were to go up to those dudes back in the high school days, okay, in the gaming heyday of your life, and went up to them and were like, excuse me, I feel like methinks there's too many females in video. They beat you with hammers, dog. They would fucking beat you. You would get hate crimed, okay? Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna take my fucking shirt, like, my top off for the rest of this fucking video. You done did it. God damn it. Can't even eat my fucking 1 pound of straight white chicken breast without a bunch of goddamn fucking nerds wearing my fucking culture like it's their fucking prom dress. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm now so anti Big Bang Theory, you don't even understand, dude. We should have never had no bazingas, okay? Yeah. You go, oh, bazinga. And then before you know it, you got fucking Elon Musk running the show. Ugh.
On giving their audience exactly what we don't want. How long is your business going to be open if you're dead set on not giving the customer what they want?
Well, in the past year or so, I think that we know exactly the date of what that is. Yeah, great question. I think that we know exactly how long it's going to last. They want to change the customer. And this is the thing, right, is that these are people, like, in a lot of cases, like a lot of these game developers, I mean, these are just random people, right? I mean, some of them are weirdos.
Wait, I don't get it. Asman very quickly changed his perspective here. Initially, he was saying, no, a lot of the people's criticism is just simply that they want better depictions of queer characters and that no one complained about Warhammer being DEI. Even though he complained about it potentially being DEI, which is fine. But now he's talking about how this industry is, you know, going down a dark, scary path because all they care about is gay characters. And that the game developers only want to make gay characters and resent their audience for not having that same shared interest. And that video game developers that think that video game audiences are edgy losers who don't understand the work that they put into it should just quit their jobs. At no point does it strike me as though Asmongold cares about the quality of queer visibility. Kind of just feels like he's responding to his audience and, you know, basically repeating the points that they're making, but instead in a, I guess, more palatable way where there is at least some semblance of plausible deniability. The funniest part about all this is that, like, truly, I don't think he gives a shit about any of this. Like, maybe he cares about, like, titties not being as big in video games or whatever. But, like, I think he, just like myself, just like everybody else, cares about playing good games and enjoying video games. I think Asmongold still continues to enjoy video games for the most part. And not just fucking WoW Classic. Okay? I think a lot of this stuff is because his audience, he knows how to get clicks and attention. He doesn't even play WoW anymore. Yeah. That's it. I think he knows that there are a lot of sweaty fucking losers out there who want someone to basically say, yeah, this guy's based. Yeah. Huh. This guy just says it out loud, huh? That's it. That's what gamers desperately crave. Yeah.
Some of them are not, but these are people in a lot of cases, like, you don't want to be, like, talked down to by a person like this. Absolutely not. You're like a 28-year-old software engineer. I don't want you to be telling me what my politics should be. Stop it.
What?
Get the fuck out of here. Yes.
This is why when skanks...
Bro, the disdain that these people have for fucking Alyssa Mercante is so psychotic. Like, it's actually insane.
like Alyssa Mercante are crying about Kotaku shutting down and losing their jobs, and game studios are going under because they were associated with Sweet Baby Inc. I just...
Look where it was from. Look. Oh, yep. r/Asmongold. There we go. Oh, man. There it is. Yep. The main base of operations. Oh, God.
I just laugh.
Why would developers resent this guy? I wonder. Much to consider. Why would developers resent his community? I wonder. I can't seem to place my finger on it. Much like the fucking HasanAbi heads in here that love to complain about me not playing video games, but don't actually want to play video games or watch me play video games. Asmongold's community does not actually want to play video games. They love complaining about how shitty video games are. That's it. Two sides of the same fucking coin. I swear to God. People in this chat love to say, Hasan, please play some video games so I can fucking leave. People in this chat go, well, people in this chat actually do like watching video games, even if they shit on him a lot. He does have some real gamers.
Half. Let them burn. Let all these companies burn who don't know how to give the audience. The wonderful irony in all this is that it's the very games that the woke cancel mob has tried to cancel that seem to do the best. Remember Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, men who dress in women.
Yeah, dude. That's crazy. Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy is not woke, is the funniest. It is literally the funniest way to arrive at this conclusion where it's like, oh, well, it was successful, so it's not woke. Really? We're now officially, we're saying Hogwarts Legacy was not fucking woke? Remember, everybody yelled at me for saying how stupid it was to try to like boycott a game like Hogwarts Legacy because, you know, it was going to be insanely popular. And that it would have been probably smarter to try and fundraise for like Trans Lifeline by playing it or some shit. But what's funny about this is that regardless of the, oh, you're transphobic if you fucking play Hogwarts Legacy narratives that ran rampant throughout the internet, and this was not one of those places. Ironically enough, even though Ben Shapiro is stupid and didn't understand the point I was making and still ended up making videos about it. If you remember, the woke mob is coming after HasanAbi. He's so scared. Anyway, Hogwarts Legacy is made by woke people. Hogwarts Legacy, the game, has all of the same woke components that these guys fucking lose their minds over. Hogwarts Legacy literally had a trans character. Hogwarts Legacy was made by trans developers. So virtually every single thing that this fucking dipshit cries about with respect to all of these like developers being gay and all these games being fucking woke, the only thing that happened within the Hogwarts saga is that trans people understandably were frustrated because it's IP made by a ginormous transphobic person. But Hogwarts as a franchise is appealing mostly to millennial libtards. The very same people that this guy normally would claim suck. But because trans people were mad online, all of a sudden now, a video game where you can do whatever kind of gender shit you want to do, a video game that was designed by trans developers, a video game that had a trans character in it, all of a sudden is not woke. The IP itself, regardless of the person, the person who created the initial, Harry Potter franchise, the IP itself is almost entirely serving millennial liberals. Okay?
Women's Clothes tried to get it canceled. Instead, the game sold 25 million copies. Oops. Remember
It was
Elden Ring?
extremely fucking popular.
Remember how the woke mob?
Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. Of course it was extremely popular. It's fucking Hogwarts, man. It's the number one nostalgia baiting IP recycling that you can engage in. Also, Elden Ring People did not say Elden Ring was not woke. I don't know what this fucking review that he found was.
I've tried to accuse
Problematic
FromSoft
female
games of having
what?
quote,
I got it,
problematic depictions of women.
Shut the fuck up. I got it. You don't have an opinion on the subject. Thank you for repeating that over and over again. That is why I banned you, because you're fucking annoying. I don't care.
Oops. Sold 25 million copies.
Here's another thing about Elden Ring, is that I understand that Queen Marika is not necessarily trans, but for a fantasy story, it's pretty goddamn fucking close, isn't it? It's really fucking close to that. And so, this is like the main character that the entire story is built around. Everybody loves the lore. Nobody's complaining about this. Nobody actually cares.
Yeah, that's because everybody likes the game. Asmi, you are so close to figuring it out. I mean, if you weren't deliberately avoiding the truth. Okay? Look how he ignored what the guy just said about trans people and how he avoided talking about it. That's the plausible deniability he will use to avoid criticism. Yeah. I mean, he loves Grums. He loves that fucking lolly VTuber that he watches all the time. All those guys, if you just listen to Asmongold's commentary, you're like, wait a minute. I don't understand. It feels like Asmongold is not in support of any of the things that these guys are saying. But he very obviously is, okay? I'm not going to have Alyssa on stream right now. I hate when people literally fucking come into chat, you goddamn simps, okay? I hate when I'm like doing something and you fucking simps literally go, hey, can you have Alyssa on the stream right now? It is one of the most annoying things that you guys do, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. No, I've never asked for it. There has never been a moment where I've asked for this. I've never asked for your feedback, okay? Shut up, chatter. I have not asked for your feedback. Please, stop fucking backseating the stream. Oh my God. It's so annoying. Bro's getting heated over this? Yeah, it is not just this. It's because you guys do this every day. You do it literally every fucking day. You do it for everything. You're like, hey, you want to watch this fucking video? Guess what? Fuck you. I want you to watch this 8-hour theory video on developmentary Maoist Leninism, Marxist Leninist Maoism. We need to watch Maoist third worldism right now. Watch this video about the Khmer Rouge and about how Pol Pot was misunderstood. Stop it. You guys have been doing it all fucking day. God damn. That's it. It was my boiling point. I'm sorry. And this has nothing to do with Alyssa as well, by the way. Alyssa's great. Holy shit. Oh. Who the fuck is Alyssa? She is the gaming journalist from Kotaku that this freak is fucking shitting on.
Cares. Kind of, yes, exactly. Mikola is a female alter ego. Yes, this is it. This isn't something
Which
that people
freak? The freak that Asmongold is watching. Andy Pants Gaming.
We give a shit about. Elden Ring is a great example. Consort, yes. So, promised consort Radon. What does that mean? Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. What the... Oh, my God. Think about it.
At this point, making an offensive game seems to guarantee that game's success. We could
Stellar
talk about
Blade.
Stellar Blade pissing off all of the liberal progressives, and yet everybody went out and bought it. Okay, so in
the Elden Ring article is a user review for some random forum that only had 4 votes in its poll and 3 comments. Yeah. And before people say, oh, well, you used the gaming not woke metric to say that like people thought Warhammer for 40K wasn't woke or whatever. Yeah, that one is unironically followed by a lot more gamers that we're talking about than this random fucking forum post. Most people understand that Elden Ring is not only a fantastic game, but yeah, it has like a bunch of queer visibility as well, which Asmongold also recognizes.
In the rest of this video, I want to give you 4 examples of a game or game series going from masculine to feminine or gay, and it basically either killed or ruined the franchise. Number 1, Ubisoft and Red Storm Entertainment.
So that'll be clipped to make it seem like you called Asmon a freak to perpetuate the drama. Yeah, no, I didn't call Asmon a freak. I called the video that he's watching, the creator of the video is watching a freak.
Red Storm Entertainment was a video game company founded by the legendary Tom Clancy to make Tom Clancy video games. He sold the company to Ubisoft in the year 2000, and Ubisoft in the 2000s actually had some balls and made some of the manliest games you've ever seen.
This guy loves balls way too much, dog. Oh my God, he just can't get the balls out of his head. He literally endlessly talks about balls. Like nonstop. That's all he talks about. Yeah. Ubisoft did have balls in the 2000s. Yeah.
There were the Splinter Cell games, the Ghost Recon games, the Rainbow Six games, and the Far Cry games.
Yeah.
All of these games pretty much feature exclusively men, and these IPs in the 2000s.
Like, how do you see this guy say this, Asmongold? How do you see this guy say this and not realize, like, this has got to be a joke, right? Is he being sarcastic? Like, this is literally the gayest thing anyone has ever said. I'm going to run this back. Hold on. I want to see what his reaction to this is.
2000s actually had some balls and made some of the manliest games you've ever seen. There were the Splinter Cell games, the Ghost Recon games, the Rainbow Six games, and the Far Cry games.
Yeah.
All of these games pretty much feature exclusively men, and these IPs in the 2000s had so much testosterone, just a single glance from a woman in their direction would get her pregnant. I mean, motherfucking Sam Fisher.
The games were way more masculine back then. This is absolutely true. Yeah.
Y'all are gay as fuck, dog! Stop! Oh my God! I can't do this! I fucking love Sam Fisher. I love Splinter Cell, okay? I love Splinter Cell. It was an amazing game. I played that shit in my fucking Gateway FX gaming laptop. Because before I went to college, I was a virgin and I had a gaming laptop, okay? And then I lost my virginity, and then I mostly just kept a console gaming after that. But that's besides the point, okay? The point is that there are still the exact same fucking games that these guys are talking about that exist right now. Okay? Like, the idea that, like, games are fucking gay now because they don't have sexy men that I want to suck and fuck is ridiculous. Okay? No. The exact same games you're pointing to still exist, with the exception of Splinter Cell, unfortunately. I wish it did. But like how many fucking milsims are out there? It is unironically it's Arma, but advanced now. Like, there are so many fucking milsims. What are you guys talking about? I feel like I shouldn't be, as a political commentator,
I should not be the guy who's correcting the record about these dudes talking about gaming. I don't understand. I don't understand how these guys are like, yeah, games are so gay nowadays. There's no shooters. Are you fucking stupid? Do you really think there aren't like the same exact games that you're pointing to right now? Like they point to Call of Duty and they point to fucking Rainbow Six and they're like, yeah, you know, these games don't exist anymore because they're too masculine. They're no longer masculine. And I'm like, the same game just came out. There's literally, it's the same exact, Rainbow Six still exists and Call of Duty still fucking exists. What are you talking about? And on top of that, there's like a million different shooters that also exist. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not even saying like I have an issue with them existing. But on top of that, there's also a shit ton of fucking milsims out there too. Yeah, Tarkov, Gray Zone, Arma, DayZ, Desert Storm, the fucking 6 Days in Fallujah game or whatever, the war crime simulator that came out. I feel like there are an endless amount of video games out there that are just as quote unquote masculine as these games or even more. Stalker 2 just came out. The 3 lights on Sam's goggles were the 3 genders that Joe Biden was talking about? Yes. Sam Fisher says trans rights.
They were guy games made for guys. Absolutely. It's not even a question.
Dude, you're out of your mind. Probably because you don't fucking play FPS games. What are you saying? Like, how am I more knowledgeable about the fucking gaming industry now than Asmongold? Who is the real gamer here? What the fuck? Does this guy unironically think that there are not enough FPS games out there? That's all we have for the most part. Ready or Not, which was obviously a little too difficult for me to play, but I played it a little bit. Like I play FPS games, as you guys know. I just maybe Asmon is the political commentator and I am the gaming commentator now. Fuck it. Helldivers.
On. The dude is the ultimate Giga Chad. Scott Mitchell and Ghost Recon. Now you pick your own character in Far Cry 2, but it's definitely a manly game that will put hair on your chest. So what is Red Storm Entertainment up to today? Well, I recently saw that Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland is being led by a man who dresses in women's clothes in his free time. Now look, I don't give a shit if you want to identify as a dragon and go around laying magic eggs, but can we agree that the least masculine thing on earth you can do is dress in women's clothes? Tom Clancy would be...
I really don't give a fuck about that, to be honest with you. I don't care. Like, what you want to do with your personal life is up to you. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Just don't put your worldview into a game in a way that's not representative.
What? Like, no, I think there's something less masculine than wearing a dress as a dude, okay? And I say this as a dude who's worn a maid outfit. I say this as a dude who has worn a dress. I say this as a dude who's even painted his fingernails. Let me tell you what's less masculine than a dude wearing a dress, okay? Whining about fucking video games, okay? Whining about how video games don't have fuckable, sexy hunks as the lead characters, even though there are a million variants of that exact same thing that you're whining seemingly doesn't exist. They do exist. That is infinitely less masculine than a dude wearing a fucking dress, okay? What the fuck? This is what I was talking about with Ben Shapiro back in the day. Like, I think a lot of people that look like Ben Shapiro genuinely think that if you say like right-wing things, that you appear more masculine. Like there's this false association of masculinity and being right-wing. And I'm sure that a part of that is because of the misunderstanding of like what toxic masculinity is or whatever they perceive the social justice warriors is doing for like the last decade or so. But like, that's not how this works, okay? That's not how this works. That's why no matter how many quarter pounder videos you watch and quarter pounder tries to say like, I'm a pussy or a soy boy beta cuck, you know, the average person is not going to look at me and then look at quarter pounder and go, yeah, I'm the soy boy beta cuck. Okay. Like people still have eyes and brains and can fucking perceive things. All right. Yeah. Look, Mr. Alpha Dog right here. Some real Giga Chads. That's why the dude making this video is not posting a photo of himself and his buddies as the true gamers, but instead consistently posting a fucking photo of a bunch of goddamn quarterbacks from 2009. Okay? There's a reason why he's not posting himself to be like, hey, guess what? You know, it's just me and the boys. I love thinking about how me and the boys love playing video games. This is what we look like.
That's the way I see it. Yeah, he does. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Like, there's plenty of people that are probably weird that make plenty of great games. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Absolutely. The issue is they do. Well, then that's the problem.
Rolling over in his grave right now if he knew the absolute disaster that Red Storm Entertainment had become. Number 2, Wolfenstein. So I was recently...
Yeah, this is what the dudes who are constantly talking about like... dudes who are constantly talking about like me and the boys, we love playing masculine games. This is what they look like IRL. Okay? r/Playboy Cardi mod meetup. Why does dude have a Hitler stash on the right? Well, it probably goes along with the fucking Sonnenrad that he has on his chest on the t-shirt that he's wearing, you know? He really wanted to put the outfit together. Also, why is Dr. Yakub a part of the 4chan meetup? Why is Dr. Yakub there? Dr. Yakub surrounded by his creation. Dr. Yakub pictured here, conflicted about the invention of white people. Yeah, he's got a lot on his mind. Well, he's got plenty mind to have. Anyway,
recently playing Wolfenstein: The New Order for the first...
Also, by the way, notice how he said Ubisoft has gone woke and then didn't actually present why the fucking game was actually gay now. Just said the lead dev is trans. Like, that's it. I don't even know if she's trans or not, but and it doesn't even fucking matter. But that's it. Like, why is Tom Clancy's Division Heartland woke? I don't know. He didn't actually mention anything. He didn't even say that this is like, this is a woke game or it's a good game or a bad game. He just said a trans person made it. Okay? That's it. Are you saying Ubisoft hasn't gone woke? I'm not even saying Ubisoft hasn't gone woke, okay? But if wokeness is your major problem with Ubisoft, well, then you got a lot of fucking... you really got to go back to the drawing board and reconsider your priorities, okay? It is pretty funny, however, to assume that in an industry filled to the brim with creative types and specifically coders, that you're not going to encounter a fucking trans person. Like, this dude is the most delusional person on the planet. Who the fuck do you think is making the video games? It's trans people, okay? I will go so far as to say that if there's an industry where trans people historically have been overrepresented, it's probably gaming. Like, you have to be the most delusional fucking moron. Look at the second chat message in the video. This is possibly the gayest video I've ever seen. One of Asmongold's chatters figured it out. Wait, I want to see if this person has ever been in here. What is it? Dyslexic. Oh God, he wrote dyslexic so poorly. Yo. Oh, he is in here. He is in here. I love Kung Fu Panda. Why does it cut so fast? We used to do stuff like that as kids. I had a Chinese card and it was dog shit. Okay, well, you can't win them all. Okay, some of the takes he has are counter-revolutionary. Okay, I'm beginning to realize that the Asmongold's best chatters are still very much community members here as well. It is, you're right, dyslexic. This is possibly the gayest video you've ever seen, because it is. I'm glad you recognized it.
I recently saw that Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland is being led by a man who identifies...
Okay, yeah, and then he just like does transphobia, which Asmongold pushes back on, to be fair.
That Red Storm Entertainment had become. Number 2, Wolfenstein.
By the way, I'm just gonna point to this once again. I'm just gonna, summarize that last point. He was like, I'm gonna give you examples as to why Tom Clancy has gone woke. And then he gave no example of the game itself and instead said the lead developer is trans. If that's your assessment, well, you're basically admitting you don't give a fuck about the game at all.
So I was recently playing Wolfenstein The New Order for the first time, which came out in 2014. And I have to say, of all the games I was sure were going to avoid woke Western progressivism, this game was pretty high up there. The first 3 entries of the reboot were all fantastic. They had the badass BJ Blazkowicz, an absolute unit, as the main character, ripping apart entire armies of Nazis with the sexy and smart Anya as his arm candy and wife.
There ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way he's... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's like... I loved when the Nazi killing video game featured just main characters that had Aryan features in them. I hate that the game that is like perhaps the most woke thing you can make a video game about, which is just like assassinating and executing Nazis, American Klansmen, and the like. That game actually is woke now. I hate that.
I only played like one of these. It was like the first or second one,
which came out in 2014, 2015, and 2017, are all great. They have normal men and women doing normal shit in them. Awesome.
Okay.
But of course, the woke mob had to get involved somehow.
Well,
so you have a
let me guess. Is because there's black characters in the Nazi killing game, right? That's what he's gonna say.
Beloved series with a beloved, tough, male, manly main character. Do you suppose it's a good idea to kill off that guy and replace him with cringy girl boss characters?
Oh, God.
Wolfenstein Youngblood came out in 2019.
Oh, God.
And it's an
What the fuck is this game? I don't even know what this game is.
absolute tone-deaf disaster. So many modern video games, I find myself asking, who wanted this?
Oh,
who
my
asked
God.
for
He must be mad about the spin-off with the twin girls that was a cash grab. Yeah, I didn't even know this game fucking existed. We don't talk about Youngblood. I played the game before this. I played the other Wolfenstein. I didn't even fucking realize that there was a... This is a really fun search. What is this? Oh, came out as woke. So sad when Caitlin Clark came out as woke. Apologies for white privilege. Disappointed many young girls, including ours. Okay, I'll look at that later. Youngblood was bad, but not because of the daughters. This is everything the hideous left hates. I say the quiet part out loud. That's Ian Miles wrong, baby. This is everything the hideous left hates. I love jerking off the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, okay? And yeah, that's right. I fucking am unafraid to say it out loud. Yeah, 4 million views. Thank you. I'm so mad. I can't believe that there is a hot Dallas Cowboys cheerleader dancing in front of me. Ah! Ah! The woke left hates being horny. I, on the other hand, am brave and will tell you I am so fucking horny right now.
Bro, this shit drives me crazy. I'm sorry, but like I've really got to say, like that was so bad. Yeah, this game was so shit. Yeah, I think this does matter a lot. By the way, it does. Like not even the girls wanted this. Yeah, this is a thing.
Yeah, this game was just bad. Women are not made to be leaders. Oh my God, brilliant takes in the Asmongold chat. Everybody forgot about this game. I didn't even know this game fucking existed. Yeah. Hey guys. Hey. I want to let you in on a secret, okay? Sometimes developers make bad games. Sometimes developers make bad games and think, "Oh, if we put women as the main characters, then these guys will eat it up. They'll buy it." Okay? But the game is bad, so no one ends up buying it. That's it. It's not because the game is fucking woke. All right? It's just a bad game. There are plenty of games with female leads in them. Okay? Women are not meant to be leaders. Text mom asking if she can drive them to Maccas. I wonder if Duke Nukem Forever was woke. That was slop and was riddled with microtransactions. That's why it sucked.
Is like guys don't want to play like they don't want to play as a girl in like a fucking war game, really. Like unless it's
I don't think that's the case. I genuinely don't think that is the case. I think people don't care this much. Especially considering that Asmongold's favorite game of the year was fucking Stellar Blade. Maybe not his favorite game of the year. Does he have no object permanence in his commentary? Like, I don't understand. It just like, it truly feels like he just forgets all the other stuff that he's said in the past or in the future that he will inevitably say. In that moment, he's just like responding to the immediate content with whatever, like a chat bot almost. Like he's just like a collection of the reactionary takes that he's seeing in his chat and then like regurgitating back to them. You know what I mean? Like, there's a fuck ton of video games that I suspect Asmongold has played and also enjoyed where there are female leads. Stellar Blade is one of the first ones that come to mind. Metroid is one of the most iconic games of all time. You're a girl the whole time. I know. The Asmon large language model. He'd say the difference is that Stellar Blade's MC is like hot in his perspective. Okay, fair. But I don't think that these the main leads here are like, I don't know if they're not hot or not. I don't think that their hotness is the major point that Asmongold is making here. He didn't say that like, oh, well, people don't want to play these games because the leads are not hot. He's just simply saying, I don't think men want to play video games where the main lead is a female.
Like, I'm sorry, it does not work.
I don't want to play middle-aged women. I don't think these are the main leads, chatter. That'd be really funny. the main lead of the the video game is just like a lady in a suit that actually gives you your entire job in this is to hand out missions to other characters.
Dude, it's cute. Yeah. I want men. Absolutely.
Yes. I often ask the same thing of the new Star Wars shows by Kathleen Kennedy as well. The Wolfenstein reboot had the perfect synergy of story and gameplay. You are BJ Blazkowicz unleashing his rage on the Nazis for killing everyone he loved. You see this.
Like, does this guy look at a game like Control and goes, oh, this sucks. The lead is a woman? Like, is that what it is? He's just like, oh man, another game that's woke because the lead is a female. I want men. Sexy men. Stellar Blade only sold 1 million copies in 5 months despite being a good game, and it proves how wrong they are when they say it's what gamers want.
Come across in his brutal assassinations, like sticking a rusty pipe through the eye socket of an SS Waffen commander. But the setup to Wolfenstein Youngblood is incredibly cringe. In it, you play as BJ's daughters, and they're honestly nothing like him.
Jesus, man. Jesus, you kidding?
Horizon Zero Dawn was a great example of this. The game was amazing, so their only negative is that the character wasn't hot enough. I mean, by the way, for the record, I think Horizon Zero Dawn unironically wasn't that good. And it had nothing to do with the character not being like fuckable or whatever. But I thought it was like too repetitive. Except it was still relatively successful. Like I'm pretty sure it was like. No, I know a lot of people like Horizon. It's very pretty. I think for me, I played the first game to completion. I loved it. I love the first game. I thought the second one was like way too I thought it was just like a way too generic open world game that had too many repetitive elements in it. But most importantly, even though I really liked the first one. Wait, is first one the oh, you're talking about the first one. Oh, Horizon Zero Dawn the first one? What was the second one called? Well, regardless, I really enjoyed the first one. But even then, there was obviously a lot of like repetition in it, even though I still liked it. But the second game, I actually didn't end up playing, or played only a little bit of Forbidden West. And that's because at that point, I was just like, this is an expansive open world. I've played this game already. I played the first game. And at least in the first game, the lore was like new and unique. It just felt for me, and it's a massive franchise. Obviously, it sold a lot of copies. People still very much like it, but I thought it was too generic. Does that make sense? But even then, clearly, many people enjoyed it. A lot of people enjoyed it. It's kind of like a lot of the last couple of, like, maybe not the last couple of Marvel movies, but a shit ton of the Marvel movies in the past decade that I know is not for me. Right? It's not for me, but it clearly is for someone. It's coming to a close now, where people are now finally bored. But I understand, you know, and I say this as someone who grew up with the comics. I love the comics. It just, you know, it at a certain point, it just didn't feel as appealing to me as it does to many others. No, Brave New World was great. Yeah, I'm just saying it's not for me. And I'm not even talking about I'm not even talking about like the meme movies like Morbius or whatever the fuck. I'm talking about like even the main movies. Like, I did not enjoy Deadpool versus Wolverine. I actually stopped watching it midway through, which probably is like one of the better versions of that overall franchise. But again, it's just not appealing to me. And that's fine. I find that style of like self-referential humor and constantly being like constantly breaking the fourth wall to be like kind of cringe. Was it too gay for you? Yeah, it was too woke for me. That's what it was. Or it was because I'm woke, it was too not woke for me. It was too anti-woke for me. Except I'm a normal fucking guy, so I don't make my assessments off of whatever some goddamn neckbeard is telling me is woke or not woke, okay? Oh, this movie is not woke enough. This movie is too woke. Shut the fuck up. Just watch the goddamn movie and tell me why you enjoyed it, okay? Like, what is happening here? This is just another way to explain to people why you don't enjoy something, but then you have to like moralize it. You know what I mean? You have to mask it under some kind of political assessment. It's so lame. It was lame when the fucking left, quote unquote, rad libs and quote unquote left was doing it as the social justice warriors. And it's still fucking, it's even lamer when the right wingers are doing it. The reactionary gamers are doing it. Holy shit. Oh. How do these people not realize that they have basically become the cartoonish depictions that they made of the left over and over again? But now they're just loving it. They're loving that. They're loving the space that they're occupying this way.
Kidding me?
Yesterday, you said you rarely talk about this. What, as far as like reactionary gamers? I do sometimes talk about reactionary gamers or reactionary politics within the gaming sector. And I think I should probably talk more about it because it's very clearly something that a lot of people are paying attention to and something that a lot of people are actually demanding more discourse on. It's just that most of that fucking discourse is firmly planted in the right.
Oh my God. Wow.
The first time you kill somebody, they don't really want to do it.
Who asked for this, man? It's crazy. Who the fuck wants this?
I don't think anybody, which is why the game fucking failed.
I think I slightly disagree. I think you should still make it appeal to men, but I think having a female lead could still work. But why would you do it?
What?
But why? Like, it does matter. Like, I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, dude, this is 26 minutes in, and Asmongold is now conflicted in his own opinions initially. Like, I'm so confused by this. Like, female leads sometimes work. Female leads in a shit game like this don't work. Not because they're female leads, but because the game is shit. That's it. Read my last message. Let's see. Keck W. You are clearly being insensitive to people with dissociative identity disorder. The asthma system's left wing and right wing alters are clearly clashing in this video.
It matters.
And when they finally
Absolutely
kill the guy,
does.
they have to have lattes and talk about it afterwards. Youngblood is a perfect example of how a cutscene can go so wrong.
Obligatory token minority. This is so confusing to me, considering that, like, the gamers hated the black women that was heavily featured in the previous Wolfenstein game as well. But he said he liked the previous Wolfenstein game. But now he's saying it's an obligatory black minority or something, a token minority.
BJ's setup is perfect and explains to you why you're doing the actions you're doing. BJ's daughters, however, are acting like they're in an episode of
even his chat's like, nobody would care if this game was good.
Bang Theory the whole time. But, oh yeah, they just happen to be killing Nazis and haha, isn't this so funny?
I also think that there's a very big problem. And I have a shared responsibility in this problem. Is that people that are millennials, that are my age, my people, are some of the most unserious, inauthentic, painfully lame and boring groups of people that I have ever seen. It's so fucking surface level cringe. I can't even fucking believe it. Everything is sarcastic. Nothing is authentic. Nothing is genuine. There are always these like moments of brevity, like, oh, ha ha ha. It's not, there's nothing serious at all. It's just cringe. It's cringe and it's embarrassing. Zoomers don't even like them. They don't even like themselves. Yeah, that's why they're on fucking antidepressants. They're fucking crazy. They've got 6 different mental disorders in their profile picture. Yeah, they don't even like themselves. Nobody else likes them either. Of course not. I'll tell you one thing. One person that definitely didn't like them. Watch these fucking games and you'll know too. It's probably their fucking dad. Holy shit. These people are awful.
Tonally all over the place.
It's not the worst generation. It's the cringe generation.
And just so full of cringy and awful cinematics.
Yep.
Which is ironic because
Absolutely.
the cinematics in the first 3 games were like so good and short, and they got to the point and they were really emotional and impactful. Example number 3, Gears of War. For a full explanation.
It's like, who do you think was playing Gears of War? You want to know all my friends that I knew that were playing Gears of War? The coolest thing to them was like the Marines. You know, like, yeah, bro, like you go into Marines and you learn how to shoot a rifle, right? It's like, yeah, that's what it is. It's all guys. Like, I remember back growing up, like, I didn't know a single girl that liked fucking Gears of War. Not a single one.
Of how the woke mob girl bossed Gears of War. See my video on that game, but I'll keep this short. The first 3 Gears games are an incredible trilogy focusing on the bonds and brotherhood between men. They're incredibly masculine games, focusing on duty and sacrifice and military orders. And I know some of you hate this, but for 10,000 years, it's only been men fighting wars. Sorry.
It pretty much still is. Let's be honest.
The first 3 games focus on Marcus, Dom, Cole, and Baird and tell a masculine story of brotherhood. Well, the progressive woke mob somehow got to Gears of War, and Gears 4 and 5 are about sisterhood, motherhood, being a trader, and what it feels like to be a woman.
Yeah, so like that's a story.
Is this something that happened? I'm a PS boy all day, every day. For most of my console consumption, I never even used a lot of like I didn't encounter a lot of Nintendo IP until recently or in the past when I had a Game Boy. So I never really played. I played the first Gears of War, I think when it came on PC, like years later. But I have no idea what happened to the franchise. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Tell me you had an Xbox 360? No. I didn't have an Xbox 360. They changed the format, the game completely. It's not the story, it's a totally different genre of game. Hello? Hello, little lady. Hello. Damn, so you never play Halo? The only time I play Halo was on the only time I play Halo was on PC, like recently when they came out with it on PC again. I did think the Gears of War characters looked really sick though. The reason Gears of War only had male protags in the lore was because all the women in the world were used as birthing pods. Like, I thought that when I was younger, I thought they looked sick. They were fucking jacked. You know? They were sexy ass men.
Story that,
you know, like Fred Durst on TRT. Fred Durst on Anwar. With his fucking backwards cap and his disgusting facial hair. Yeah, chainsaw shotgun. I mean, that shit's cool for sure.
Like I don't really give a shit that much about that because like I can't really relate to that, and I don't really care. Like I want to play as like Marcus or Dom or Coltrane and kill these dudes. Right? Like that's what I want to do. That's it. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Like that's, yeah, and it does.
Also, Gears of War 4 was a completely different game company. The first three were already written by Epic Gaming.
Does matter, by the way. It absolutely does matter. Let the market decide. They did. The player base is 99% males. To be fair, the brother thing was tiring. Really? Oh wow, it's so tiring. No, it's not. How many fucking what do you call it? What's the game or the movie? Fast and Furious. How many of them have they made? 100. They'll say that's misogynistic? Oh, to a certain degree, I'm sure it is. But at the end of the day, if you're a guy, it's going to be easier for you to relate to a guy. You're going to understand a guy's struggles more. You're going to be able to...
Yeah, dude. You're definitely going to be able to relate to the struggles of a fucking geared up gorilla like Cole or whatever the fuck his name is. You just admitted you don't understand it. You don't want to like join the Marine Corps. What are you talking about? This is literally unironically DEI. These people are just like, these people are like, no, we just want like more white dudes that we can fantasize as being. And if I see a woman there, I'm going to lose my shit. Also, Fast and the Furious had a bunch of cool female characters too. I don't really understand any of this stuff. I just don't give a shit. I only care if the game is good or not. So, you know, whether it's a female lead or a male lead does not change that dynamic for me even a little bit. Oh, the gangliest nerds talking about the Marines. Yeah.
You know, like just identify with them much more. That's just the way it is. Family. Yeah, exactly. The topic of brotherhood of men.
Yeah, I don't like that these guys are stealing Brawlic Valor again, by the way. I just want to point that out. I don't appreciate when gamers steal Brawlic Valor. I don't think that's appropriate, okay? And as a member of the Brawlic constituency, okay, I would say I like understanding the perspective of people who are not Brawlic.
I want to play a gangly, wiry, nerdy guy in one of these fucking games, okay? I want to know what that looks like. I want to know what that feels like, okay? I want to understand that.
And fighting together goes back a millennia. Yeah, bro, like, these people, they think, like...
Yeah, what's it like? What's it like to not be able to bench 2 plates? You know what I mean? That's the different experience that I want to put my self into. Bro wants to be a shonen lead.
Yeah, we made 3 video games. So, like, you know that story of, like, the Odyssey? And, like, all those... Yeah, bro, it was played out. No, it wasn't. It's never gonna be played out. Keep doing it. Only a millennia. Yeah, it's been like this forever.
Introduce the character of Kate Diaz, who I don't think anybody gives a single fuck about. What they should have done is put Kate in a spin-off game, not a mainline Gears entry. But here's the problem, of course. Nobody would have bought it.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Gears 4 and 5 are basically girl boss, feminist Gears of War.
The last one I played was 3.
Any masculine story about men is put on the back burner.
I barely even played 3. I played 1 and 2
Of course, the games
a lot.
include Baird and Marcus in them, but they're really on the back burner. And Gears is now about Kate Diaz, who I've never talked to a Gears fan even cares about.
Yeah.
Moving on, example number 4,
World of Warcraft,
Saints Row
please.
reboot.
Oh, no.
Saints Row spent 10 years building up characters.
It's like...
Dude, what? Dude, if you're defending Saints Row at any point in time, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Once again, not an Xbox guy, never really played it, but I looked at it from afar as someone who loves Grand Theft Auto and played virtually every Rockstar game that ever came out. It just was always fucking awful. Like, it always just felt to me like Temu Grand Theft Auto.
I'm sorry, but if you have a guy right here that's looking like Constantine, or like this guy who he's sitting in a fucking, like a king chair, like he's Scarface with sunglasses on, you know, saluting in a fucking suit. You want to know who looks at a cover of a game like this and buys it? I'll tell you who. A 15-year-old guy. They see this right here. They see that right there. A 15-year-old guy. And by the way...
Wait, isn't he shitting on
35-year-old guys, in a lot of cases, are still 15-year-old guys. They say, oh, it's badass. Yeah, for sure. It's not like it's that much different.
Building up a very distinctive and edgy and male sense of humor.
Absolutely.
It's the kind of stuff you and the guys would laugh at.
Yeah.
Some of the recurring characters in Saints Row are Johnny Gat, Julius, Aisha, Shondi, and several others. In these games, the men are men and the women are women. Johnny is edgy and hilarious and always has a hot chick on his arm. The humor is crude and hilarious, and the Saints are always getting into trouble. So what went wrong with the reboot? Well, the woke 2022 reboot thought it was a good idea to kill off every single character from the old Saints Row games.
See, this is the problem that I think a lot of these people have, is that they write stories to... They write stories like they have something to prove. They write stories like they have to, like, put...
I really think these dudes just don't like games. I'm sorry. If you're fucking... Like, if your argument about how this entire industry of gaming revolves around Saints Row as a fucking franchise and the last Wolfenstein game that I didn't even know fucking existed, or the other Gears reboots that I didn't even also know existed, when there is an entire sea of new and old IP that is still very much alive, then you just don't care about playing video games at all. Like, this is like talking about fucking where the video gaming industry is going towards because Just Cause came out. Or here's what the video games industry looks like now by looking at Just Cause, the series. Like, what? What are you saying? The fuck?
You don't game either. Don't respect the Saints Row franchise. I've just never cared about the Saints Row franchise. Dog, if you're playing Saints Row for the main story and not the dildo guns, you're not a serious person. I'm sorry. Also, couldn't you always choose your character in Saints Row? It's like the people that keep bringing Concord and Dustborn into discussion. Yeah, it's just like identifying and isolating a random game that just was a genuine fucking was genuinely disastrous. No marketing initiatives placed behind it that nobody even knew about or cared, and then turning around and being like, "This is why gaming is dying." At a time when like the gaming industry, in terms of profit, is like blowing the fuck up. Did you play Manhunt? I did.
Put it out there that they're not the same as something else. Like it's like an ego thing for them.
I would say that the gaming scene has become dry in terms of content and good games and whatnot, but with that said, I don't think it has anything to do with gender or a specific game, or rather how the industry moved from not making a buck to now making multi-millions. I mean, I don't even think that that is fair. I think that there are just more games. And when there are more games, there are more shit games, as well as still very good games. I will, however, say that with some very notable exceptions, especially in the last couple of years, right? Back in the day, when a AAA title used to come out, it would take like 6-7 years for the second one to come out. And it was so single player focused. The greatest example I can give you in terms of money basically destroying a developer that was previously hailed as like the greatest, most successful, most important developer would be Rockstar. Okay? Rockstar, or even BioWare as well, that's another great example too, but Rockstar specifically used to make video games that were focused entirely on the most expansive, perfect single-player game you could get. Okay? But then Grand Theft Auto 5 came out and GTA Online came out. And then after that, they were like, all right, we'll keep making some good games. Red Dead, obviously. Red Dead 2 is fantastic. Yeah, Take-Two and Rockstar. But Grand Theft Auto Online basically cooked it. So now we just have Grand Theft Auto 5 over and over again and GTA Online for the last 10 fucking years. Is AAA like a really good game or a company? No, AAA games are like the most expensive to produce, the big budget games. It's just about the budget. BioWare is another great example. From Jade Empire all the way to the KOTOR series, with some exceptions, I played every fucking BioWare game when they came out. I was a ride or die BioWare stan. I'm telling you, Jade Empire, okay? That's a name you probably haven't fucking heard in years, or probably didn't even know existed. Look at BioWare now. Bethesda, another great example. Okay? I was a ride or die. When I played Morrowind, I'm like, there's a couple games that changed my life. Okay? I will tell you right now, as a young gamer, a couple games that changed my life. Morrowind. Okay? I just could not understand how a video game universe could be so expansive. Okay? Another game that changed my life was Freelancer. You know where that went, obviously. Another game that changed my life was Grand Theft Auto 3. Okay? And Metal Gear Solid 2. For many different reasons. Okay? And also Knights of the Old Republic. So those, I would say, are like the 5 games that truly, in terms of art, in terms of like its significance in my development. Those are the 5 games that I would say were life-changing for me. Okay? Dota also was life-changing, but in a bad way. That's why I never play MOBA games. So virtually all of the companies that made those games are now notorious for example, bullying talent, like Konami, and kicking them out, pushing them aside. Okay? Or obviously Freelancer is now, what is it called? Star Chaser or whatever. It's like a cash grab that's never going to be released ever again. What, Star Citizen? Sorry, I don't even know what it's called. I didn't even know that it was the people that made Freelancer initially. Okay. Shart Citizen. Scam Citizen. In terms of KOTOR, obviously look at KOTOR was BioWare, right? Look at where BioWare is now. It's just nowhere near as focused on like making like cool story focused video games. It's not because they went woke. A lot of these companies just went public. Okay? A lot of these companies got bought out. There were major mergers and acquisitions, mass layoffs, and they went public. It was capitalism that ruined these companies and the artistic vision that they once had. Rockstar and Take-Two was another great example of this, like I said, with Grand Theft Auto Online. That's the issue. That's the real issue. Having said that, however, there are still fantastic games that come out, and there are still developers that work to make great games. Okay? I think CD Projekt Red is a great example of a newer developer that still makes incredible games overall. And even then they had some significant issues with Cyberpunk, and it wasn't because Cyberpunk was woke, but it was because of crunch, and it was because of trying to make their investors happy. You got From Software, obviously, still making banger after banger. Okay. So there are still great developers out there, and there are still great games out there. Like, so when people say like gaming as an entire sector is like fucking cooked, I disagree. I completely disagree. And I also think that the new meta is going to be Chinese developers. I think that's going to be the new wave. As they pick up the all of these like incredibly talented devs that are getting fucking laid off and treated like shit in American companies. But those are the real issues. Nope, Black Myth sucked. Well, that's just a wrong opinion. You're wrong. You can have that opinion, but you're wrong.
Like The Witcher, right? Like any of these other series where like they try to, it's like I'm trying to think of a good way to put this that works. Like what they did with Lord of the Rings? Yeah. So like anti-art? That's a good way to say anti-art, yeah.
Asmum hasn't played any of these games talking about, The Witcher 3 included. He didn't play Witcher 3? That's crazy.
It's like they're written by people who wish that everything that their parents told them growing up wasn't true.
He has, right?
It's like it's written by a person who hasn't mentally progressed past 14 years old. This isn't your grandpa's. Yeah, exactly, right? Like they're writing it and they're telling the story in a way to... It's not about telling a good story. It's about validating themselves. I think that's probably a good way to say it, is that it feels like they're telling the stories for themselves and rather than for the audience. Whereas I think in a lot of cases, the stories are told for themselves as well, right? Whether it's Lord of the Rings or anything else, it was for the author, but that wasn't the only thing it was for. The problem is they can't make something new. Well, they did. They tried to make Concord, remember? That did really well. Or Flintlock. How about that?
And I guess they thought we would be cool with that?
Yeah.
But don't worry, all of the beloved characters you've come to know and love have been replaced with tokenistic characters from a literal seminar on diversity.
And that's the problem right there. It's that it's all caricatures. And that's what I find to be so disrespectful about it.
Yeah, I don't understand why Saints Row has cartoonish depictions of people. You know, my favorite game, Saints Row the franchise, which was always very serious and told a very serious story. This very serious game. Like, I didn't play Saints Row, but even I know it's not supposed to be fucking serious. That's why I made a comparison to Just Cause, which is at least a Saints Row type game that I did fucking play.
Is that the characters have to exist in some sort of oppositional existence of existing type of like gender or like racial stereotypes. It's insulting. Yeah, it is.
Also, you can't glaze Gears of War, okay, and say you love the way those men look in Gears of War, okay, which is also a caricature in terms of what people look like, okay, and then turn around and say, I hate this caricature. Like, what are you talking about? You also don't want hyper-realism anyway.
It's very obnoxious. And again, like, I think a lot of the people that do this are the people that, you know, if like they're you know, like driving in like a middle-class area of town, they lock their doors, right? It's just, it's so performative that it's just, I think it's gross, honestly. It's very gross. Such a weird time. It really is. It's a very weird time.
You've got the gay Asian man, the girl boss lesbian, another girl boss lesbian, and the gay black guy. The LGBTQ mafia didn't just kill
And this is like the thing, right? Is that not all...
Asmongold is giving a voice to the voiceless. Yeah, I think they should remain voiceless. If this is what they're gonna use their voice on, they should probably remain voiceless. I'm gonna be honest. It's better. It's better if they stay voiceless, dog.
All gay guys dress and act like this.
Yeah, well, like, what is this argument? Asmon, that's not what he's saying. You're not this dense, man. He's not saying, oh, I hate the depictions of gay people. It's so one note, okay? He's not saying that. The guy you're reacting to is not saying that. He's saying gay people ruin this franchise by putting gay and woke. You're acting like that's the point that he's making. It almost sounds like fucking Alex Jones talking to Kanye West being like, no, you don't mean the Jews are bad, right? And if Kanye keeps saying, nah, he loves Adolf Hitler. Like he keeps repeating that he loves Adolf Hitler. And Alex Jones was like, no, you just mean like you hate woke, right? Come on, Kanye. Like, Asman only wants gay representation like Willem Dafoe and Boondock Saints. This entire react comes across like Asman talking to a YouTube video that can't even fucking react back to him as yeah, you just like the uniforms, right? And the video keeps saying, no, it's Adolf Hitler that the video likes. This is an analogy. I am not making, I'm not saying that is what's going on in the video, just for all the people who don't understand what I'm saying here.
There's plenty of gay guys that do and plenty that don't. It's not like you can look and inspect somebody and look at them and be like, gay, I know he's gay. That's not how it works. It's a stereotype. Jesus, a gaydar. Yeah, there you go. Yes, I can. For sure, man.
Saints Row, they crucified it on a rainbow flag. And this is what you get, guys.
Yeah,
this is what you
down.
fuckers
It's
get
done.
for supporting these people. They turn out shitty games that aren't funny, that aren't cool, that aren't masculine.
That's another big thing. They're not cool and they're not funny. Minus the mask.
Okay, I don't care about Saints Row at all. I don't know why they're fucking talking about Saints Row. How is Saints Row reflective about like the rest of the gaming industry? This guy's argument is so fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Manly men. You will see sales, bro, dudes, hot chicks in games again in manly men.
Also, the fucking hilarity that he keeps repeating, like Duke Nukem as a positive. Duke Nukem is a parody of everything that this guy is wanting out of video games. That's number one. Number two, Duke Nukem Forever became a fucking meme. I'm old enough to give you some background and lore, but Duke Nukem Forever took literally forever to create, and it flopped because by the time it came out, it was so old, and that it basically appealed to no one. So the game that he wants, the game that he desperately points to as like a sick brawlic game, virtually nobody fucking played because it took like a decade plus to make, and it sucked.
And you will see sales go through the roof. Bring back the glory days of video games. I have this theory that in a few years we're going to see a turn back to the golden era of video games. And
we already have these games, these exact same games that you're pointing to. So your dumbass is going to turn around and be like, "See, I told you, games are fucking not woke anymore." By pointing to existing franchises. That's it.
Absolutely will, by the way. If you actually think that any of the executives that work at these companies genuinely care about any sort of group of people other than money, you are very sorely mistaken.
Yeah, of course they only care about money. Yes.
It's already starting to happen. Yeah, it's already starting to happen.
Are going to start buying.
Yeah, this shit is completely cherry picked. If you need to reach over Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and Metal Gear and grab the 36th Saints Row or Wolfenstein game to make your point, you're not serious. Yeah, precisely. This is a deeply unserious way to approach the entirety of the gaming industry, which is, in the years that he is looking at, grown to an unimaginable degree. Okay? There is so much garbage out there, and there's so much great stuff out there as well for everybody at this point. That's part of the... Does that just prove his point entirely wrong? Yeah, I feel like it does, but I don't get it. Maybe it's because these guys don't play any of the sports games or whatever. Maybe that's why. Which is ironic because the sports franchises both undermine their point about the gaming industry being DEI focused, but also completely destroy the other side of it, which is that it's literally regurgitated slop that gets worse and worse year over year because people keep buying the garbage no matter what. So if they were to take a look at the franchise games like Madden and 2K and whatnot, they would realize that it is a perfect demonstration of what the massive developers actually care about: money. Okay. And also they don't have any fucking DEI in it at all. There's no woke in those franchises. They're the most successful ones. They're the ones that, you know, that people purchase nonstop. FIFA is a casino for kids. Yeah. These people don't play games. The people talking about AC Shadows daily never touched an AC game. Asmon included has even said so. I mean, I played the first Assassin's Creed game to completion, and I really liked it. And I didn't play any of the other ones like to completion at all after that. And I know that there's a couple in there in the franchise that was really good. Okay? There's a couple that I've actually played and enjoyed as well, but never really finished them, right? I didn't finish them because like, while I enjoy it, it's just far too expansive and in certain instances repetitive, but clearly people fucking like them. Try Valhalla. I did on stream. I got sponsored for Valhalla.
Games again. I recently saw this.
I'm also very excited to play the Yasuke game too, by the way. The Assassin's Creed Japan is going to be good.
Crazy chart from 2023 that basically showed that people are only playing old games these days. Nobody wants to play anything that's new out right now because it's all woke and it all sucks so bad. So anyway, guys, let's all hope there's a...
Wait. In 2023, went to 6-year-old... No, this literally shows the opposite of what you were talking about. It shows that people are consuming garbage and that live service garbage is actually infinitely more popular and also makes infinitely more money. It's not because of woke. It's because this is what the developers know the audience of gamers demand. We like the fucking slop. Also, video games that came out 6 years ago were still woke.
That's new out right now because it's all woke and it all sucks so bad. So anyway, guys, let's all hope there's a return of masculine characters in games again at some point that we can relate to. All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Fortnite is quote unquote woke.
He's
as
right
shit.
about that. And I've gotten in a lot of trouble over the years of saying that gender is like a huge barrier of relatability that is not overcomable by any sort of real like storytelling. Like, you're not really going to be able to relate to a girl in the same way that you can relate to a guy because your gender and the way that you grew up as a man or a woman.
Yeah, there's data to point that this is also ridiculous. Like, female leads in video games has increased. Ban me, Hasan, you're a psychotic, self-absorbed loser. Okay. Of course, Hasan has Asmon up. Lol. All right. I don't know why you got so mad. I'm not going to ban you, though. I hope you're all right, man. Asmongold talked a ton about the new Intergalactic by Naughty Dog, and he has never touched a Naughty Dog game. His own words, lol. It's all fake clickbait raging. Yeah, Naughty Dog makes some pretty decent games. I don't even agree with the politics of the fucking main guy that makes the games. Having said that, however, I really appreciated Last of Us and Last of Us 2 as well. I thought it was great. I mean, damn it, Heart.
completely shake.
Yeah, I played the Uncharted series. I think that the new game looks very cool. I think it's going to be awesome.
Aids your entire experience of life. And I think that if you try to ignore that, and that's why, for example, like a lot of streamers on Twitch, very few popular streamers are female. But like on YouTube, there are a lot of popular streamers that are female and content creators. And do you know why? It's because YouTube has a actual like large female audience and Twitch doesn't. You want to know who's most people at Twitch are? Guys. They're mostly guys. And who do guys relate to? They relate to other guys. And you know who the kind of guys they relate to are? The kind of guys that look and act like they do. That's right.
That's right, chat. That's why there's a community of fucking chads.
And so
I do think that Sam Fisher's face right next to Asmongold is pretty funny, as he's like, yeah, you know, these are the guys I relate to. I'm actually doing stealth when I never leave my house, unless it's to go get Whataburger. Yeah.
So guess what? There's exactly. It's literally that simple. Society is overestimating how many people are going with the woke stuff. Well, I don't know. I think Arcane's the best example of how woke is not an end all and be all. No, it's not. And I think that it also goes back to what I said about Dion and other characters like that, right? Is that there's the video right there. You can see, like, it's actually crazy. This guy, bro, this guy just said it. Like, every single thing that you're not supposed to say, he used that as a checklist. Like,
yeah, at the end of the day, it just unironically comes back to, oh, he's saying the quiet part out loud. Oh man, these are all really sacred things that you're not supposed to touch. It's ridiculous, okay? It's a lot of people say this shit, okay? Asmongold being one of them, partially saying it by watching the video and agreeing with it. It's hilarious for Asmon to only say only guys like other guys on Twitch when Keizo's community is like only 27% female. Yeah, this actually makes sense for the record. This totally makes sense. I absolutely get why Keizo has a massive female fan base. And it's also partially the reason why I really like Keizo, and I think he's a great content creator, because if you notice the way he does like gaming, I suspect that they're also very young, right? I'm actually kind of shocked that it's like 21 to 25 and that it's only 14 to 17 is only like 17% of his audience. He's very nice. That's it. It's literally that simple. He's not a piece of shit. It is that easy to develop a ginormous female fan base. He's cozy. He plays cozy games, and he's also incredibly nice. That's it. That's it. Isn't that also a good defense for DI as well, though? We relate to characters that have similar characteristics to us. Yeah, I mean, that undermines his entire position that, like, women have been playing video games with male leads in perpetuity, and now that there are more women that play video games, it's understandable that there would be more female leads, but I don't think anybody really fully cares about that. I don't think anybody fully cares about that. I think people just want to play good games. He critiqued you and says streaming is not a real job when you say streaming was difficult. I agree with him. Streaming is not a real job, and I don't think streaming is ultimately difficult. I think that there's like stalkers and shit that make it difficult, but obviously that was not the point that I was making at all. And that was misconstrued. And being a fucking bully for the sake of being a bully is actually somewhat reflective of the true values that everyone holds on to. You know? That's why a lot of people say, oh, it's authentic. That's why so many people fucking hate like me and Pokimane, right? Like they always say like, oh, Hasan and Pokimane, they're so fake. They can't possibly believe the things that they're talking about, and they're simply faking it. Like it's not even like, it doesn't even register as like a honest position. It must be fake. But yeah. It's a sense of superiority. Low self-esteem ass guys can feel constantly wrong, constantly like they're not good enough. And so they gravitate towards these guys because for once in their lives, they feel like they're on top, neat shit or whatever. Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of these people offer them a sense of escape by dominating their enemies, and they think it's like their enemies. If you're at work It's basically like all the anti-DEI shit basically is you just hate sitting through a fucking HR meeting. Okay? You hate sitting through an HR meeting. So all of the conversations about DEI is just simply reminding you of being, if you're a kid, you hate your teacher or your principal. You hate getting a talk from an adult figure in your life about what you can and can't say. That translates to HR in your place of work. Okay? So that's where all this like resentment towards DEI comes from. I think. To be fair, HR meetings do suck. No, I agree. I'm just saying that for them, it's just someone constantly being a fucking annoying hall monitor. Someone having a semblance of control over their lives. And that's precisely what this is. They think that meeting won't just be replaced with another one. It's more so about control at its bare bones. Okay. Garrison Hayes
Over the
made a
last
video.
week, it has become abundantly clear.
DEI and the rise of the modern slur. Oh, banger. Garrison Hayes, great videos, great TikToks.
That when President Donald Trump and his allies.
Asman made you look dumb. Go suck a terrorist dick. Why are you fantasizing about me sucking another man's penis? That's kind of gay, big dog. You good? Coming across a little fruity in here. What's happening? Are there some other fantasies that you have that you would like to elaborate on? Some more fantasies for you? A big sir? I'm horny and I'm mad. I just thought about you. I just imagined you having sex with a man. Oh. It's kind of funny how they admit that people on the left have the correct position on different topics, but reject that correct opinion because it's too nice. Yet on the left, we never assume someone is lying to be perceived in a good light. At most, we will assume they're a grifter. And now what they're saying is wrong / damaging society, but simply doesn't care because it makes them money. And likely they want it to be true too. Yeah. Not gonna lie, if the being of reflective communities thing was real, HasanAbi would definitely be HasanAbi. Yeah, that's true. My brother and many colleagues whose political views I constantly challenge, thanks to you, see DEI as a problem because they believe DEI is as implemented in corporate hiring practices led to more bad outcomes than good outcomes. Meritocracy. Oh, you're saying I'm giving you the tools to duke them out in the marketplace of ideas. Asm's almost double your size now. Seems like a majority agrees with the Roach King. Yeah. Twitch is not necessarily super populated. So content creators on this platform have always been larger than me. That's not a new thing. I'm one of the largest content creators, but Asmongold's always been a larger content creator than me. In terms of like that reflecting the broader outlook, that being reflective of like of more people being right wing, I think that you're not wrong. There is some truth to that. I think, especially with the Trump stuff, there are a lot more people that are openly right wing, want more right wing commentary. It's true. I think time will change. As a lot of the things that the Trump administration is doing, like this, unironically, will cause people to recognize how damaging the Trump initiatives have been. It's just simply going to take some time. There was a point in time where I think Twitch was definitely, out of all of the platforms. What? So H3 treats you like shit, so you turn around and do it to others? How don't you see this flaw? 40-month sub here, and it sucks seeing this? What are you talking about? Who am I treating like shit? What? Yeah, Asmon's main channel was a 100K viewer channel. Like, what do you mean when you said he's bigger now? He was bigger before he made Zagar's main channel. What the fuck? No, I agree. I literally said Asmongold's always been a bigger content creator than me. There's never been a moment where Asmongold was a smaller content creator than me, ever. And there are still plenty of content creators who are bigger than me. But having said that, in terms of Asmongold's new, like, Asmongold never did majority political commentary. This is a new thing, right? And as far as this being a new thing and what that is reflective of, I think that, yes, there is a lot of appetite for pro-Trump content on this platform, for sure. Didn't he start way before you too? Yeah, of course. There's a genuine fear that Twitch may have right now in taking proactive action. Things will have to get worse. A manifesto is going to mention him eventually. What? To be fair, making fun of Asmon hardly leaving the house is a bit harsh. Some people do have mental health issues. What? Do you think I'm being ableist when I make fun of Asmongold not leaving his house unless it's to fucking get Whataburger? Amazing. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. All right. California elite wouldn't say the same thing about In-N-Out, lol. Yeah, it's not the Whataburger versus In-N-Out that is the joke here. Anyway. I'm not going to play this fucking manly man gamer poop song. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep fucking demanding that I watch this video? You and most other leftists are hypocrites and never hesitate to bully others that don't subscribe 100% to your beliefs. Yeah, no, I've never been shy of bullying people. Yeah. Are you new here? Yes. Yes. Notice how the people that I'm bullying, I'm not bullying due to some unchangeable quality. Like, I don't bully people for... I know a lot of people are going to be shocked when they find this out, but when I make fun of a white dude that's out of touch, I'm not bullying them because they're white. I'm bullying them because they're out of touch. Or when I make fun of someone, it's usually due to their bad opinions. It's not because they're disabled, or it's not because they are, you know, from a marginalized background, if they're like black or brown or something like that. But also, I don't understand, like, yeah, are you guys like the Giga Chads, or are you the small bean that's getting bullied? Like, what's happening here? But having said that, I never said I was like a super kind person. If that's what you thought I was because of my politics, you're wrong. I don't think I'm a very kind person at all. I'm very unkind, as a matter of fact, to people that are being unkind to others. That is part of the reason why I have a lot of fucking haters online, like a lot, an insane amount. I don't even think socialism is about kindness in general. Yeah. I'm just not going to go out of my way to shit on a vulnerable population. That's it. I'm not going to go out of my way to actively target people that have less than me. I will, however, shit on people that are doing that to others. That's not Kaya. No, that's Kaya. Kaya. Hi. Hi, Kaya. This is Kaya. Look at that tail. No, this is Fifi, the mayor of the dog park. Yeah, Kaya, I fat shamed her and she lost all the weight. All right, we had the RFK video, but I kind of don't want to watch that. Let's watch the DEI and the rise of the modern slur.
Use the term DEI. They mean it as a slur, primarily against black people. True. But they are absolutely willing to include your group too.
DEI is gone.
DEI is a crime.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring?
We want somebody that's psychologically superior.
Now, black people have been saying this for quite some time, that certain terms are being weaponized against us, terms that may on the surface seem neutral, but are ultimately not neutral at all.
They called you, some critics did, the DEI mayor.
We know how ridiculous that is.
They are, in a very real sense, slurs, but for the sake of clarity, I'll be calling them modern slurs, and that's what I want to talk about in this video. But in order to truly understand the way that modern slurs work, you have to talk about the slur of all slurs in America, the word nigger.
Well then, get away from the door.
This is the rise and hopefully fall of the modern slur. Let's dig in. This video is sponsored by Ground News. More on that later. I made a full video on the N-word that you should absolutely watch next, but I want to revisit this word from a different perspective. A question that I've had for some time is why the N-word is so bad. I know how it made me feel when bigots online or on video games or in person have used it against me. But the question is, how did this word, this slur, come to be so particularly infamous in America? Well, the answer is actually very simple. It was intended to be that way. A little backstory. And I'm gonna go ahead and warn you that I will be saying the N-word a lot in this video.
Why is this word used so frequently?
So go ahead, just brace yourself, turn the volume all the way up. You know, in public, no headphones.
I've used it. Nigga. That, you know, nigga.
Good time to come back.
Nigga, nigga, please. Nigga. You know, can you lend a nigga a pencil?
Ethically reacting, ethically stepping out of the room during the slur so he doesn't hear it. Yeah, I had to leave for the slurs.
Etymologists believe that the word nigger was derived from an English word negger that was itself derived from negro, the Spanish word for black, as in the color. And I think this is important because the word did not have a negative connotation originally. We're gonna come back to that a little bit later.
Bro, during Black History Month, what do you want me to do, man? I'm hyping up a black content creator, okay? Calm down.
This word was at one time across multiple cultures, spellings, and pronunciations, simply a descriptor of an African person, a person with darker brown skin. We can have a deeper conversation about whether or not black was even the appropriate term to call these folks who are very obviously brown, but This is coming from a group of people who began to call themselves white. So color perception was not their strength. But according to Randall Kennedy, by the late 1830s, the term had become a familiar and influential insult, a slur. We actually know this because in 1837, Hosea Easton, a free black man in New England, was one of the first intellectuals to write about the word this way. He said, is an opprobrious term employed to impose contempt upon black people as an inferior race. The term itself would be perfectly harmless were it used only.
Holy shit. In all of my years, I actually did not know like when the term was invented. I always joke like, oh, Noam Chomsky was there when the term was invented. Turns out he literally was there. He's old enough. He was there when the ancient tombs were dusted off.
To distinguish one group from another, but it is not used with that intent. It flows from the fountain of purpose to injure. And this is the key. The word was at one point just a descriptor, but through an intentional effort to make it something else, it became the N-word that we know today. The history of this word is bloody. To be a is to, in the mind of the bigot, deserve dehumanization, lynchings, terrorization, bombings, mob violence. For the white racist and those that love them had this coming.
What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a nigger in the first place. Because I'm not a nigger, I'm a man. But if you think I'm a nigger, it means you need it. The question you got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, if I'm not the nigger here, and you invented him, you, the white people, invented him, then you got to find out why.
But as they do, times changed. The success of the civil rights movement meant that being overtly bigoted wasn't okay anymore.
I mean, this is going to have the Lee Atwater quote, right? I mean, this is where we're getting to, which is as a anthropologist of rare and unique racism and dog whistles, as someone who is as I've said, racism sommelier, I know where this video is going, let me tell you. And you also know where this video is going because you've heard me mention this many times.
The use of terms like in this new polite society would get you fired, require an apology tour, and mark you as a person outside of the mainstream for the rest of your days. Kind of.
Like a fine wine.
Is, and I'm not changing.
And as a result, I think that people started to believe that racism was either a thing of the past or something that would altogether die off once all the old, stuck in their ways bigots went to their graves. Which is a nice idea, quaint even. But that isn't how the world works. Racist ideas are routinely rebranded into something more palatable for every generation. And the current DEI discourse is exactly that. DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, describes programs, policies, and practices that are designed to make environments, usually workplaces or educational institutions, more fair and welcoming to folks who have been historically excluded from those institutions. Think black people, women, veterans, immigrants, folks with disabilities, queer people. I have my critiques of diversity, equity, and inclusion, mainly that, ironically, it poses no significant threats to the status quo, precisely because it is designed to uphold and serve the status quo. But to be abundantly clear, DEI is an objectively good thing, and the people who stand to benefit from it the most are the highly qualified professionals who would otherwise be overlooked by poor hiring and recruitment practices.
The greatest meme about DEI is like, I don't even like either of these people, obviously, but it's the Lloyd Austin meme. I'm sure Kyle Kalinske, who's been going on a tear reposting boomer ass memes, has probably posted it at some point, but it's like, yeah, I think it's like Lloyd Austin being called a DEI pick with his insane qualifications to be the Secretary of Defense next to Pete Hegseth, who is a drunk, abusive, rapist, Fox News TV host. Like, you kind of understand what's happening there at that point, right? leave Kyle out of this? No, I mean, he has been posting a lot of boomer memes. Some of them are very funny, but they are very boomer. Like, people say Lloyd Austin is a DEI hire. And regardless of your opinion or my opinion on the position as the Secretary of Defense, when you look at like Lloyd Austin's qualifications, you kind of understand why. You kind of understand why, like the concept of DEI exists as a positive. Okay. And then also why DEI is utilized as a weapon to basically be hateful and bigoted and racist by right wingers. The reality of the matter is, black and brown people have often throughout history been overlooked for higher levels of government or just, you know, positions that they certainly have the qualifications for. Okay? That is unironically white guy DEI. Throughout American history, there's never been a moment where people that are not deserving of a position have been elevated to that status, with one exception: white people. Like, that is historically the only time when people have been elevated to a status that they actually are not deserving. And ironically, DEI or affirmative action or initiatives like this, albeit Band-Aid solutions to massively consequential systemic problems, were a way to address the white guy DEI. That's literally it. So when right wingers talk about DEI, what they're actually talking about is like, can we go back to white guy DEI, please? And it's also ironic because white guy DEI, at the very least, made a bunch of poor white people feel like they were a part of the in-group when they're not. Because the actual DEI, as a pejorative, if you consider DEI to be an elevation to a position that is unwarranted or undeserved, has always been done on the boundaries of class. But white guy DEI has made poor white people, at the very least, feel like they got some skin in the game. Make them feel like they also have some semblance of a leg up, when that could not be further from the truth. This is precisely the reason why, when we have these conversations about affirmative action, nobody dares to touch legacy admissions. No one ever talks about or ever wants to dismantle legacy admissions. Legacy admissions are quite literally the most obvious example of elevating people to a position without proper qualifications. And there are statistics to basically prove this reality. And there are very visible and very famous examples of this reality. George W. Bush, another OG DUI hire, went to Yale. George W. Bush was a fucking moron, okay? And I don't mean like, oh, like Trump, oh, he's like so stupid. Like there are at least like redeemable qualities for Trump because he's like a competent marketer, for example. I would even go so far as to say a brilliant marketer. Whereas George W. Bush had no redeeming qualities. I guess he was like somewhat charismatic and a guy that you can have beer with, but he had no redeemable leadership qualities and was truly a fucking idiot. Okay? Unlike Bush Sr., who was a bloodless, monstrous government stooge, George W. Bush Jr. was very clearly a legacy admission to Yale because his father was the president, and his father also bought a library, if I'm not mistaken, from Yale so that he would go to Yale. Okay? He didn't get there because he was a fantastic scholar. He got there because his dad was both CIA and also the fucking president. Okay? I think he went to college before his dad became president, but still, he was an incredibly wealthy person coming from oil money that was able to put his son into a position that he did not earn. Okay? So just remember that when we talk about DEI or affirmative action or any number of different things. The entire concept revolves around simply not overlooking groups of people that have been historically overlooked and undermined to do the true white guy DEI. That's it.
Reality is that you wouldn't need DEI if workplaces were hiring based on merit and not nepotism in the first place. And yet, the federal government is taking steps to make DEI illegal. And all of this comes on the heels of a years-long effort to demonize diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as a handout for Black people, for women, and queer folks. And this is where the modern slur comes into play. There was a time when DEI was simply the shorthand acronym for diversity, equity, and inclusion, a harmless descriptor. But DEI has become a word unto itself for these people. And that word is intended as a modern slur. Modern slurs serve two purposes, but before I share those, I think this is a good time to tell you about today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app that gathers related news articles from more than 50,000 sources around the world. All
Ethical
in one
Reacts.
place.
We're doing
so
Ethical
you can
Reacts.
compare how different outlets cover the same story. Every story comes with a visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And if you go to ground.news/Garrison Hayes or use the link in the video description or scan the QR code on screen, you'll get 40% off their Vantage plan. So much of the political polarization in our time has everything to do with how and where we are getting our news. 2 people could find themselves looking at the same event and coming to 2 totally different conclusions simply because they got their news from 2 different sources. Take, for example, this story about Trump's executive orders around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and declaring that there were only 2 sexes. It's been covered by more than 520 sources, with distribution between left-leaning and right-leaning sources favoring the left just a touch. You can also see the factuality and ownership information. For this story, 50% of the reporting outlets are owned by media conglomerates. You can even compare headlines to see how this bias can affect framing. On the right, most of the headlines frame this story as a good thing. One headline mentions that Trump takes a sledgehammer to gender ideology, while another calls Trump a champion for women's sports. Meanwhile, in the center and on the left, news organizations are taking this on from a different perspective, with some pointing that technically the executive order inadvertently declares everyone is a female. One really cool feature is the blind spot feed, which covers stories underreported by either side of the political spectrum. I think Ground News is a really awesome tool. They aren't trying to change your opinion about the news. They're simply trying to give you more information about where you may be getting your news and help you see where you may have blind spots. Again, go to ground.news/Garrison Hayes or use the link in the video description or the QR code on the screen to subscribe today. If you sign up through my link, you'll get 40% off of the Vantage plan, which is what I use to get unlimited access to all of their features. I hope you'll check them out. Thank you to Ground News for supporting this channel. Okay, back to the video. Modern slurs serve two purposes. First, they give plausible deniability to bigots. For many folks, especially those in the media, the N-word is this uncrossable line in the sand on the beach of racist slurs. Do something racist plus say the N-word and you are a clear-cut bigot. Do something racist and you didn't say the N-word and things are debatable. Modern slurs do the work of approximating.
Yup. That's a great way to explain it. Hasan, to use Ground News? No, but they've never sponsored me, so that's why. If they did, maybe.
The denigrating power of the N-word without the user ever having to say the N-word, thus allowing them to speak with dog whistle clarity to their group, aka the people who know what they're really saying, while providing just enough deniability against the accusations of people who intrinsically know what they mean. This is what Dr. Ian Haney Lopez describes as dog whistle politics, a way for politicians and public figures to signal to their base while maintaining just enough distance to deny accusations of bigotry.
Dog whistle politics? What's that? Let me give you some examples. Perhaps the most infamous example is Ronald Reagan campaigning in 1980 and complaining about welfare queens. Now, welfare queen, the term doesn't mention race on its surface. It's code. Nevertheless, the term conjures race. It conjures race in terms of the image of a poor African-American woman abusing the welfare system. And it conjures race in terms of who's being abused, the taxpayers, who implicitly are white.
Okay, so that's purpose number one of modern slurs, deniability. But purpose number two, I think, is more sinister and more important. Modern slurs trick well-meaning moderates into normalizing the language of bigotry. When I say that modern slurs are designed to trick well-meaning moderates into participating in bigotry, this is what I mean. When Trump and the far right says DEI or CRT or woke as a pejorative, they mean. There are no doubt a couple of other slurs that I think could be swapped in for this one, but let's keep it simple. When they get you to say DEI as a pejorative, they know that you may or may not mean but it doesn't matter because they mean it as a slur and they've already done the work to closely associate the term DEI with the idea of undeserving black people or undeserving women or queer people. So you are knowingly or unknowingly helping to normalize their framing of the term. I actually saw a lot of this online just a couple of weeks ago during the Pete Hegseth confirmation. People were routinely calling him a DEI hire. And even if they meant it as a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing, I think in a way they were helping to normalize the right-wing framing of this term by essentially saying that this undeserving person was getting a job entirely because of their race and their gender. Modern slurs help racist ideas rebrand into something more palatable for every generation while maintaining the systems, roadblocks, stigmas, and assumptions that keep society unequal. Historical examples truly abound. When the institution of slavery was no longer fashionable, it was rebranded into a colorblind justice system, where slavery was given a convenient loophole in the 13th Amendment, except as a punishment for crime. In key ways, America swapped the yucky term slave for the more acceptable term criminal, and black bodies have been over-criminalized ever since, allowing the country to celebrate the moral high ground.
The reactionary gotcha mindset only helps move everyone to the right. Dude, it's not a reactionary gotcha mindset. If you're criticizing like people actively trying to sanitize like ultimately white supremacist beliefs by utilizing more acceptable language and simultaneously still advocating for the same exact systems, okay, then it's not gotcha. It's just actively undermining the marketing purposes of the reactionary right. I mean, people using D as a gotcha for underqualified Trump nominees. Wait, what? I think that plays a role. I think that literally plays a role in the whole like DEI thing.
of emancipation while simply engaging in slavery by another name. Going forward, 100 years after the Civil Rights Movement, Jim Crow terrorism was rebranded into more palatable terms like the war on crime and gerrymandering. But what was the war on crime? It was state-sanctioned violence against Black people predominantly, but marginalized communities more broadly. What is gerrymandering, except for the dilution and disenfranchisement of people's votes, usually Black people? We use these terms not because they mean something different from the very injustices that people like MLK and Medgar Evers were fighting against. We use them because they are more palatable. They don't make us feel bad, and more importantly, they don't make us look like bad people. Today, the terms woke and DEI and CRT are being used to train a brand new generation into devaluing the ideas and social contributions and presence of Black people specifically and marginalized groups more broadly. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned that we talk about the rise and hopefully the fall of the modern slur. And I mentioned the fall because I think that there is a solution to this problem. Truthfully, I think it's very simple. Only use these terms when you intend to convey their original meaning. When you say CRT, mean a complex academic and legal framework designed to interrogate the role of race.
Yeah, that was the funniest one because like it was so clearly just anything that mentioned Black people from the framework of like Black people's humanity. Because like there's no fucking CRT there's no CRT from K through 12. Like that's not going on. What you're mentioning is like if you were to talk about slavery from the perspective that assumes Black people are human. Because up until I would say recently, and even now, when we talk about slavery in school, what is one of the most common things that people say about the founding fathers? There was robust debate on slavery amongst the founding fathers, right? That statement in and of itself still holds on to this false notion that like Black people themselves had no say in this process and were not human at the time. Okay? It is a totally ridiculous way to approach the subject matter. Like, what do you mean there was robust back and forth about the concept of owning humans? Like, that is, by the way, if they talk about the founding fathers and slavery at all, right? And before people say, oh, there was no conversation about this at all at school, like, okay, well, how the fuck did they explain the 3/5 rule, for example? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there was mention of there was certainly mention of Black people and slavery. Wait, are you saying they don't teach it anymore? No, I'm saying if they mention like founding fathers and slavery at all, the American education system oftentimes tried to make it seem like there was a spirited debate about the ethics of slavery amongst the founding fathers. Now, that in and of itself still obviously, when you're talking about history like that, you're basically saying that this was a simple disagreement. Okay? A simple disagreement, a simple back and forth. Like, you can have robust conversations about like whether or not a Supreme Court should exist, okay? That's understandable. But when you're describing the founding fathers as people that just simply had disagreements over the ownership of humans, you are still in 2025 talking about this as though Black people are not a part of this subject matter, a part of this conversation, and like their humanity does not matter in that very moment. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Like, that's always, maybe it's because I didn't grow up in America and I didn't go to American school, but to me, that always came across as like so strange. Because when you say it like that, you're still in 2025 basically saying, yeah, black people just weren't people back then. It is what it is, you know? And I think a lot of the educational initiatives that have been falsely branded as CRT in recent years are initiatives that don't treat black people as non-human in 2025. They basically say black people are human. And that's usually what the big anger and resentment surrounding this this new initiative is. You're so wrong about CRTs everywhere in schooling. I've seen it nonstop since starting my sociology degree. Yeah. Can you explain it in a different way? I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand what you mean. The wealthy class did debate it and the slaves were slaves. They were oppressed and didn't have any say, or they wouldn't have been slaves. Whether or not the wealthy white slave owners and non-slave owners were having a robust discussion or back and forth does not change the reality that the slaves were still human and did not like being slaves, did not like being enslaved, and had no say in the matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the greatest example I can give you with respect to George Washington is that there's this false notion that is super commonplace in, as far as I understand, like American schooling especially, that like George Washington has some slaves, but like he was really nice to them or whatever. That's a ridiculous assessment. He was not really fucking nice to them. He had slaves, okay? And I'll take it one step further. At the time when George Washington actually had slaves, clearly in Pennsylvania, there were rules that openly recognized that slavery was immoral. So much so that there was a rule in Pennsylvania, I think it was in Pennsylvania, or was it Virginia? Well, one or the other, that I'm fucking up the possible states, but there was rules in Pennsylvania that dictated that if you had slaves for longer than a certain period of time, you had to actually free them. Okay? So George Washington would constantly cycle his slaves from Pennsylvania to other states specifically as a loophole so that he could maintain them, so that he could keep them. This, to me, is enough for virtually everyone, including George Washington, to understand that this was an immoral concept. There was a law around it. There was a law around it, and he got around that law. Was there more to that story? No, it's actually just that. There is. It sounds surreal. Nope, there is literally no more to that story. There were certain states that had rules around having slaves for longer than, I believe it was like a 6-month period or a 6-year period. If I might be fucking this rule up right now. And George Washington would consistently cycle his slaves out of the state and then bring them back in, specifically so he could use this loophole to continue having the same fucking slaves. It sounds insane, but that in and of itself, I think, yeah, here it is. George Washington used legal loopholes to avoid fleeing his slaves. One of his slaves fled to New Hampshire to escape becoming a wedding present. He had 150. America's first president was wealthy and powerful, and his positions included false teeth, tricorn hats, and nearly 150 slaves. George Washington owned slaves and relied on their labor, and as Erica Armstrong Dunbar reports for the New York Times, he used legal loopholes to avoid freeing them, even as northern states worked to abolish slavery. Washington inherited his first 10 slaves when he was just 10 years old, Dunbar reports. In the days before Washington, D.C. was the nation's capital, the new president lived in New York and Pennsylvania, states that were gradually abolishing slavery. But Washington wasn't eager to get rid of his own slaves, says Dunbar, even when he moved to Philadelphia. In 1970, Pennsylvania passed the Gradual Abolition Act, a law that freed people when they turned 28 and that automatically freed any slave who moved to the state and lived there for more than 6 months. Sorry, it was not 6 years, it was 6 months. Dunbar tells the story of how Washington got around it. Washington developed a canny strategy that would protect this property and allow him to avoid public scrutiny. Every 6 months, the president's slaves would travel back to Mount Vernon or would journey with Mrs. Washington outside the boundaries of the state. In essence, the Washingtons reset the clock. The president was secretive when writing to his personal secretary Tobias Lear in 1791. I request that these sentiments and this advice may be known to none but yourself and Mrs. Washington. Despite these attempts to hold on to his property, Ona Judge, a 22-year-old slave, escaped when she learned that Washington intended to give her to a relative as a wedding present. She made it to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where she married and began life as a free woman. Judge was one of the thousands of blacks who escaped to freedom, both independently and as a part of the loose network that would later be known as the Underground Railroad. The New England Historical Society reports that Washington was enraged by what he saw as Judge's ingratitude, and that he assumed she had been convinced to escape rather than deciding to run away on her own volition. It is certain that the escape had been planned by someone who knew what he was about and had the means to defray the expense of it and to entice her off, for not the least suspicion was entertained of her going or having formed a connection with anyone who could induce her to such an act. Despite 3 years of searching, Washington never recovered Judge. He searched for her for 3 years, and he was far from the last president to own slaves. Zachary Taylor, the 12th president, owned 100 slaves while in office, and Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president, freed his slaves before the Civil War. Washington had a secret passageway built into his Philly home to hide his slaves from the guests while he had visitors. You can see this today if you visit the site. Yeah. Okay. So they knew slaves were people, but that wasn't the problem. Breaking the fledgling nation in half. If they just said slaves were people, understand. I think it's disgusting, but I think that was the calculus. You don't have to. you right now, when understanding what's going on, don't have to abide by those standards, especially after you come to the recognition that plenty of people consider this to be fucking abhorrent and immoral, because it then comes across as slavery apologia. It's kind of like how Republicans debate about owning Gaza with no regard to what the Palestinian opinion is, right? It's even closer to that. It's like the robust debate between what to do with the Palestinians between the Democrats and the Republicans, with very few actual politicians that truly care about the humanity of the subjects that we are talking about. Yeah. I think John Adams was one of the only founding fathers that didn't own slaves. No, John Adams was a G for sure. Also, Paul Giamatti played him in the HBO series. So, you know. He wasn't the only one that didn't have any slaves, but he was a G for sure. I don't know. It still feels important to understand what the political conversation looked like at the time, since it's so important. No, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying don't fucking teach history. I'm simply stating that it is the perspective. I think the commonly held opinion is that people simply didn't know that black people were human. That's not true. That's ahistorical. That's my point. That's all I'm saying. And CRT, or what they consider to be CRT, is basically a correct assessment of history that basically says, no, they knew that black people were people and they just didn't fucking care. Okay? That's it. So a lot of these things that these people call like CRT or DEI or woke or whatever is actually a correct and accurate assessment of history. But that is precisely the reason why I think Republicans hate it, because they'll say things like, oh, well, it's making my children feel bad about themselves. It's like, what the fuck? Why would they feel bad about this? You should feel bad because you think that like your kids learning about the correct history is somehow bad and wrong. Potential HasanAbi head popping off on this exact
Accurate
topic.
history is teaching white Americans how white slave owners raped, beat, humiliated, mutilated, murdered, and cannibalized
That's
their
true.
slaves.
The cannibalization stuff is really fucking crazy. Didn't they also make like household items out of black people too? Like, is
Accurate history is teaching that George Washington's false teeth were made out of his slaves' teeth. Accurate history is teaching that Abraham Lincoln may have said some words and signed some shit, but he did not physically do anything to free the slaves. The white abolitionists also often get almost total credit for freeing the slaves. I bet you've never even asked yourself what the slaves were doing to free themselves, and the answer to that is most of the fucking work, including giving the ultimatum of war. But then we get a bunch of white people mad that their kids might feel guilty if we teach real history. It's not about your white child's feelings. Teaching accurate history isn't about white people's feelings, but that does sound like something that someone who's only ever been taught a white glorifying version of history would counter with. Ask why we ever felt like we needed to curate a false version of what white people did and did not do to black people to begin with. And then ask yourself why white-ass politicians are verbally attacking real history by calling it slurs, which is, by default, also the act of calling black people slurs.
stuff like scientific racism didn't exist at the beginning of the transatlantic slavery? It was made up after to justify slavery. So, of course, they knew that black people were human and had to do mental gymnastics to say they weren't. Yes. Like scientific racism, or even just racism in and of itself, is literally racism in the way that we understand it, like the anti-black racism in the way that we understand it, is quite literally white people playing catch up to try and justify it. Scientific racism is a more modern iteration of what we consider to be racism now anyway. In the past, slavery was commonplace, okay? Chattel slavery, on the other hand, is a totally unique phenomenon, okay? Slavery has been in practice throughout history, and some might even say slavery in practice still exists to this day, like the prison system, okay? However, there's a difference between other forms of slavery that that vary. Okay, all of it is completely inappropriate and immoral, but different versions of slavery exist that historians will also actively point to and say, and will actively recognize is very different than chattel slavery, which most historians will consider to be uniquely evil. Okay. Some would say, get the fuck out. I'm just saying that, like, you know, chattel slavery is a uniquely evil version of the slavery structure. Slavery in the past was done to, you know, the losers of a battle, right? But it was done on the basis of not necessarily like the color of your skin or whatever, but mostly on the basis of your ethnicity. And it didn't carry over in most circumstances to your children. It was a practice of indentured servitude that you could basically pay your way out of. Not everyone did, obviously, but for the most part, it was not. There was, sometimes terms limits. It was not hereditary, and it was based around the structure of like, well, you're a part of the peasant class that lost this battle. Having said that, chattel slavery is different because it's genetic and it was based upon the color of your skin and also was impossible to escape. Once white people decided, this is the new game, this is the new meta in terms of slavery, they had to basically make up a reason for why this new version of slavery should exist. That's where racism comes in. It was all of a sudden not considered. It was all of a sudden not considered like, oh, well, these guys, like there had to be a reason. There had to be a justification for why it was hereditary. Okay. And that justification was, oh, well, they're a different race and therefore not human. So you could justify treating them like livestock. I think modern slavery goes beyond color and ethnicity and the stuff of the old era. Yes, of course. That's why I said it is a version of slavery that is very different than chattel slavery. Slavery for a single race was basically inaugurated by the Portuguese in the Americas. They had to make whole new rules to justify it, called the Black Code. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's the other part. Sorry. You're right. Fuck. Christianity. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was trying to figure out. So there's also this aspect of it as well, because they converted their slaves to Christianity, and you can't enslave another Christian. They needed mental gymnastics to justify it. It went hand in hand with scientific racism. Exactly. Before scientific racism was developed in the end of the 1800s and the start of the 1900s, it was based on religious grounds. The Catholic Church, for example, said African people did not have souls, and indigenous Americans maybe half a soul. Skidmore wrote about that. Yeah. What were slaves originally? Prisoners of war? Yes. I mean, depending on where you're looking at geographically, but usually prisoners of war. But like the fascinating case of the Dev Shirman program for the Ottoman Empire, for example, which is why a lot of people will turn around and say, Hasan, you're actually glazing the Ottoman Empire, is a little different. Because the Dev Shirman program in the Ottoman Empire was literally fucking stealing non-Muslims. Okay, so on the basis of religion, once again, because the Ottoman Empire is Muslim, so they would basically take non-Muslim children through this development program, and in that structure, they either became some of the most important warriors, the Janissaries, which have some of the earliest versions of labor unions, by the way, famously, or at least labor militancy and labor action. Kazan Kaldırmak, I've talked about this before. Or even became like the highest, most educated architects, most educated viziers, most educated people in office. They were never obviously they never became the main guy, but they were capable of being elevated all the way to the highest levels of Ottoman society. I've heard libs like Bonerbox say Ottomans were the worst imperialists. What the fuck? I don't think any historian would agree with that unless they have like a serious bone to pick. Unless they're still operating on the sick man of Europe attitudes. The Ottomans, for the time, weren't they often castrated? No. The only slaves that were castrated were initially the only slaves, or some of the very few slaves that were black, because they were used in the what is the term for it? Holy shit. Fuck. I'm forgetting the No, not the eunuchs. The harem. Thank you. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting the harem. The word harem. So initially, in the harems, they use black slaves. Why do they use black slaves? Because obviously, if the slaves that they were using in the harems had sex with the emperor's concubines, then the child would come out half black. But that happened all the time. So then they chose to turn them into eunuchs, which is a horrifyingly disastrous and obviously insanely cruel method. But yeah, that's what they did. Even the white identity was created for wider expansion into Africa and chattel slavery, a whole new construct to unite imperial powers around to try to minimize the risk at home to focus for profit. Yeah. The first ever black pilot is a Turkish, one of the very few Afro-Turks that remain. First ever black pilot, like around the planet, around the globe, is a Turkish man. Ahmet Çelik, I think his name is. I've actually researched eunuchs, and the Ottomans did have a full-on clean slate type of castration, meaning the penis was also fully removed. Yes. This is true. I've seen their hats. The eunuchs in the harems would have to wear a hat, and that hat had a piece of like a circular coin-looking piece of metal in the brim of the hat. And the reason why was because they had to use it to pee. It's fucking insane. They would have to literally take that metal coin and put it to where they, where they used to have their penises to be able to piss out of it. Yeah, horrifying shit. What happens to your body when you lose that testosterone production? Is it like andropause? I mean, there are very famous examples of castratus, for example. They used to practice gelding and different sorts of horrible practices like that for many different reasons. Yes, when your testosterone production is cut, you have a beautiful voice. Castratos. Basically, their justification for slavery was they gave them something back for being enslaved, like a higher social position at the end of it. Yeah. But there are also stories of like Muslim parents faking their children being Christian in an effort to put them through the Dave Schumer program, especially if they were like really fucking poor, because they were like, there's no other, ironically, upward social mobility prospects. Still, obviously, a horrifying practice, but very different than chattel slavery for obvious reasons. And ironically enough, hundreds of years before chattel slavery as well. So where did you learn this stuff? I'm a right winger, but I want to learn more about leftist social stuff. Brother, I'm Turkish. Do you think I know about this stuff exclusively because I just have like a random fascination? I love this guy coming in here thinking that I'm like a random American dude, but I just have a fascination with real deep lore with the Ottoman Empire. But yeah, no, I do give you credit for coming in here and wanting to learn more. Yeah, I'm just a weeb for the Ottomans. I think I made a good point about the education around slavery and historical examples of it. We also use our education system to muddy the waters around the different types of slavery and will project aspects of chattel slavery onto other cultures throughout history, like Egypt or Rome, for example. They did do slavery, but they didn't do chattel slavery. We did it to make it look like what we did was less evil than it was. We whitewashed our use of slavery post-Civil War by using historical examples. Yeah, that's why whenever motherfuckers talk about like slavery still exists or the Irish were enslaved or whatever the fuck, like no actual Irish person will fucking say that in comparison to chattel slavery, but Americans say that all the time. And the reason for why Americans say that all the time is because of that exact purpose, which is to downplay the historic severity of chattel slavery, not shadow for the chatters who have never heard this term, chattel slavery. Okay? Stay woke. It's surprising you are not glazing Ottomans and actually speak some truth about them. It's not surprising. I do that all the time. I have no reason to like shelter you guys from the truth. I don't like, who cares? I think what matters most is learning the truth. You don't do that with LeBron? Okay, calm down. I only say the truth about LeBron as well.
Racism in society and policy. When you say wokeness, do so as a way to express an awareness that systems of marginalization are everywhere and affect everything, and we can't afford to sleep while our rights are being compromised. When you say DEI, mean diversity, equity, and inclusion, mean anti-segregation, mean that your workplace or university has been a historically white and male institution and that interrupting that trend is a good thing. What I'm saying is disrupt the way that bigots are co-opting language and creating new slurs by any means necessary. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. All of that I just said is what I think, but please tell me, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments, which is just below the like button. Huge shout out to everyone who is already subscribed. If you aren't, please consider doing so and join.
Hassan hates Donald Trump, but he said that he did good at stopping the bombardment of Palestine. Yeah, but I also said that there was a lot more evil to come from the Trump administration. Didn't the Barbary pirates sell 1.3 million white European slaves to the Ottoman Empire in North Africa between the 15th and 19th centuries? Yeah, get wrecked. I didn't say the Ottomans didn't practice slavery, dummy. I just literally spent the last hour describing the gruesome practices of slavery in the Ottoman Empire. Anyway, I do want to watch this. A government worker's message for Elon Musk.
Government jobs have been... Government jobs...
By the way, that's why, due to the multiple centuries long dominance of the Ottoman Empire, a lot of Christians still carry some resentment. I would say that it's more understandable resentment if you're a Balkan state, Or if you're like Romanian or some shit, like that makes sense. But it certainly doesn't make sense if you're fucking German, okay? Like, I get the resentment that like Armenians or Greeks or any number of like Eastern Europeans have towards the Ottoman Empire. But it's fucking ridiculous when you got like British people still holding some semblance of resentment against the goddamn Ottoman Empire. Like, oh, the sick man of Europe. Like, what the fuck? What's it to you, bitch? We almost got there, but we stopped at the fucking gates of Vienna because of the goddamn Polish. You know? Should have let us get there. Should have let us get there and beyond, okay? Think about how crazy. Think about how crazy that shit would look. I'm just saying. Wasn't the historical Dracula one of those Ottoman slaves or his brother? They were both. I don't know. Would they be considered slaves? I don't think so. I think they were given like it's the fucking I mean, they were vassals. Vassal is the right term. They were hostages. Vassals. They weren't slaves. It's more so a political exchange that they it's like a political exchange program basically to say like don't fuck with us because we have your children, we have your next of kin. And also, yes, you're right, Vlad Dracul Tepesh was the bad brother and the other brother was the good brother. Fake ass motherfucker. Fake ass bitch. Learned impaling from the Ottomans too. And then used it against every Muslim he could find. And then, yeah, Vlad was a fucking fake friend to Mehmet the Conqueror. I will never forgive and I will never forget. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And then he got beheaded later on. Because he was a loser. His brother was better. I will never forgive the Ottomans for fumbling the bag so hard, dude. You're literally from Iraq. You have no say in this process. Your ancestors unironically played a role in the fumbling. What the fuck are you saying? Imagine being an Iraqi and saying, I will never forgive the Ottomans for fumbling the bag so hard. Yeah, what were you guys doing? What were your grandparents doing? Okay, yeah, that's right. Collaborating with the fucking British Empire. That's what. I am Kurd. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're Kurd from Iraq. What were your grandparents doing? That's right. They made movies about it. Listen. If you're from the MENA region, okay, you can't be like, oh, the Ottomans, they fumbled the bag. You played a role in that, okay? You played a role in that. That's you. You did that, okay? Congratulations. What about Palestinians? It's the same shit. It's across the board. There are a lot of Palestinians who are still on board with the caliphate, and then there were some Palestinians who were collaborating. It is what it is, you know. We all make mistakes, guys. It's fine. I don't, you know, let bygones be bygones. I don't carry this resentment. He was LARPing as a Days Vault Crusader 2. He derived his surname, which he came up with from the disgrace and disbanded Order of the Dragon. His daddy was a part of. Okay, stop.
Jobs have been under the microscope lately, with the Trump administration promising sharp cuts to the federal workforce. But many of us have little idea what some federal workers actually do. Hence, this report from our Robert Costa.
Yeah, if you want to know what it's like, 500 years of Ottoman peace in Jerusalem and then 30 years under the British. Motherfuckers ruined that shit literally overnight, dude. God damn the British. Holy shit. You sound like a British Empire defender when discussing the Ottomans' role in the Arab world. I mean, all I'm saying is, do you think the British were better? Yeah, I'm comparing the Ottoman Empire to the British Empire. Look at what they did. We're living in it. What do you mean? Like, yeah. No, it certainly seems better to give all of that to the French and the British so they could figure that stuff out. Seems very good. seems like they did a really good job. Victim blaming is crazy. I mean, I'm memeing for the most part. Neo-Arab nationalism will rise to defeat Neo-Ottomanism. Just you wait, Pasha. Yeah, I'm a lesser evil voter, okay? And as a lesser evil voter, all I'm stating is, as a lesser evil voter, there was clearly a lot more stability before the Angloid dogs came back into the equation. Put some Angloids in the region, historically never good, okay? The Crusades. Put some Euro cucks in there, all of a sudden shit blows up. You think complete subjugation to the Ottoman Empire is better than self-determination? Wait, what? No, of course self-determination is significantly better. What are you talking about? I'm joking. Iraklı izleyici burada. Seni bekliyoruz Hasan Pikar. Basra vilayetinin sultanı olman için. 1453, best year ever. To be fair, the Arabs were supporting Lawrence, who was a weeb for Arab culture and was quirked up white boy who shocked them with Arabic. Yeah, that's why there's nothing more dangerous. There's nothing more dangerous than a fucking quirked up white boy who can speak the language, okay? They are a threat, always. Everyone's fascinated by them. First they go, oh, look at white monkey go. Look at white monkey go. And then before you know it, they're like, oh my God, how did this happen? How the fuck did this happen? We are so cooked.
Evening, the coal mining country of eastern Kentucky was still...
My Palestinian dad thinks the Ottoman Empire is the reason why the Levantine Phoenicians got fucked and everything bad that is now happening because of the Ottoman Empire. Classic Levantine Arab diaspora. That's hilarious.
Morning, the deaths of 15 miners in a methane gas explosion 3 days ago.
Rescuers tonight struggle to reach miners trapped by smoke and flames near Orangeville, Utah.
Coal mining has always been dangerous, one of the deadliest professions in the nation.
119 coal miners were killed in a mine explosion. The new monument dedicated to the men who died from that tragedy.
In the 20th century, more than 100,000 workers died in the U.S. mining industry. Christopher Mark experienced that risk firsthand.
I started the mines in 1976, it was almost 50 years ago, and I worked underground altogether for about 2 years. And I can tell you, I was almost killed a couple times.
So this is real for you, mine safety?
Absolutely.
Mine safety has been Mark's life's work. In his 20s, he left the coal fields to earn a
I think we should fire this guy.
PhD, then returned.
Man, seems like he has an important role to serve in the federal government. Let's see where this goes.
As an engineer for the federal government. His efforts have helped save countless lives underground.
It was still maybe a coal miner every week that was being killed in a rockfall. In 2016, we had our first year with zero, a really tremendous accomplishment.
At the end of the day, you work essentially for the worker, not for the corporations.
That's exactly right. And we were asked to do this by the public. It was the public's demand that was reflected in the laws that were passed by Congress. And that's all we've been doing ever since.
So for you, this isn't just about a government budget. This is life and death.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Of course, that's an issue that's...
We met Christopher Mark in the historic coal country of western Pennsylvania. He agreed to speak with us as a private citizen, not as a representative of his employer, the Department of Labor. His reason? He is deeply concerned about the Trump administration's sweeping criticism of federal workers.
I still have the most precious American right, which is the right to free speech. So long as I'm speaking in my own personal capacity, So that's what I'm doing today.
So you're not afraid?
I'd be foolish if I wasn't afraid.
I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish.
Since taking office, President Trump has enlisted billionaire industrialist Elon Musk as a special government employee, and they have launched a crusade to winnow the ranks of federal workers, encouraging more than 2 million of them to consider quitting and moving to shutter entire agencies. Meanwhile, there are reports that hundreds of thousands of recently hired federal employees could soon be terminated.
You couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted
for not you, but okay.
To have a majority of the public voting for President Trump.
Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Trump and Musk's campaign has sparked anger.
We are out here trying, but we need every American to care because this will impact every American.
It has also forced a reckoning over what Americans want from their government.
I think as we speak, our country is getting an education of what its government does because it feels it has to. Who knew what USAID was 3 weeks ago?
In an upcoming book, best-selling author Michael Lewis poses the question, who is government?
Virtually every existential risk we face, we don't turn to the private sector to respond to it. We turn to the government. I mean, the federal government's mission is to keep us safe. And you don't really know that that insurance policy is not there until it isn't.
The book is based on a Washington Post series Lewis edited last year, with little-known stories of federal workers.
Just look at Christopher Mark's life work. If we just removed Christopher Mark from the history of the federal government, thousands of coal miners are dead. It's one person.
Profiling military cemetery managers and mission specialists for space exploration, Lewis and his co-authors make the case that claims of an impersonal, so-called...
I don't like Trump personally, but it's kind of funny how he's most likely unknowingly dismantling the U.S. state and its influence. Yeah. No, he is destroying the American empire piece by piece. Okay? He's doing it. He's accelerating the demise of the American empire. It's not even wishful thinking. Like it is literally what's happening. I just think that it's not going to stop the pain on the global south. That's it. I don't think undermining all of these very important functions of the federal government and the regulatory bodies is actually going to stop America from successfully destroying the global south. Like I joke about JD Pondon or whatever, but like notice how he hasn't really touched the DOD. Like sure, he put a weird Christian nationalist psychopath in charge of it, and I'm sure that that will lead to some complications down the line. But I think you underestimate the resilience of the empire. He's just screwing Americans. No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's my point. Like I joke when I say JD Pondon, he's destroying the State Department apparatus for like destabilizing foreign nations or whatever. But the reality of the matter is there is obviously great utility, great use for those tools. So he's not going to actually cast it aside in its entirety. He's just going to, I think, change the trajectory of American empire and make it more violent, most likely.
Deep state are off base, and that while there may be places for trims and updated systems, they argue the federal workforce is largely individuals dedicated to the public good.
Is this an intentional crippling of American empire for a specific purpose, or is this really, truly just pure stupidity on Donnie's part? I think it's not pure stupidity on Donald's part. I don't think it's Donald Trump doing this alone. I think it's pure stupidity of the entire capitalist apparatus that is salivating at the prospect of undermining the federal government because this is the libertarian dream. I think it's stupid in the sense that it's short-sighted, because it will lead to tremendous profits for the private sector in the short term, because someone has to do these jobs. Who's going to do these jobs? Oh, that's right, private enterprise. And obviously, when the private-public partnership turns basically all of these other government operations into a money sink, when private capital gets to paywall incredibly important things like the National Weather Service, for example, what are you going to do? Not know the weather? How are you going to do? Like, you need it for everything. You need, like, the National Weather Service is a great example of this, okay? This is something that psychopathic Rothbardian libertarians and just libertarians alike have fantasized about, okay? When they're not thinking about, like, the marketplace of babies. They've wanted to do this for a long time. And why do they want to do this? Because it is a profoundly important, it's a profoundly important thing that needs to exist, a service that needs to exist. It literally works with the GPS, okay? It is incredibly important for commerce. You need to know what the fuck the weather is, okay? You need to know the weather patterns. So while he's talking about DEI or the fakeness of climate change or whatever, and that's the reason why they're going to dismantle the National Weather Service, the real goal there is to basically make that a private enterprise. When it becomes a private enterprise, that you can basically paywall this service and charge it, like charge whatever price you want for it, for all of the other companies, for everyone that needs it. Whoever takes on the National Weather Service that once it's inevitably privatized will be able to make tremendous profits off of it. Okay? Yeah, their goal is basically to privatize everything. Yes, we are doing to ourselves what we have done to the global South in perpetuity. We are applying shock doctrine to America. Okay? And we're doing it for incredibly nearsighted, incredible focus on short-term profits.
It's people who have been attracted to a problem. The government is there to solve lots of problems, usually problems that the market doesn't want to solve.
Some people say government should run like a business. Are they right?
No, they're wrong. I don't see how you would run the government as a business, because the kind of problems the government is addressing, they're addressing it because you can't make money addressing it.
The modern federal government took shape almost a century ago in response to the Great Depression. FDR's New Deal, followed by World War II, expanded government's reach into most every aspect of life. And since then, many conservatives have been pushing back.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government," and
the devil, Shaitan. Shaitan, the devil, okay? Look at this devil, man. This fucking demon, dude. Oh my God.
and I'm here to help.
In the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan helped lay the foundation for what Trump and Musk are doing today.
There is an ethos in Silicon Valley. Move fast, break things, disrupt. You've covered leaders in that sector for decades. Does that approach, though, work when it comes to the federal government and the stakes are different?
It doesn't work very well. If you take the kind of Elon Musk approach to the federal government, walking in, as he did at Twitter, and say, all you people are useless, we're going to get rid of half of you, operating with kind of fear and chaos, I don't think any big institution is going to respond well to the move fast and break things approach.
When asked for comment, a White House spokesman said the president is confident in Musk and his ability to shake things up, and said criticism of his method is fear-mongering.
When you walk in this restaurant, people don't necessarily say, there's a federal worker.
That's right.
They say that's a coal miner, that's my friend, that's someone who works on mine safety. But they're not thinking about you necessarily as part of the federal government.
That's right.
That doesn't help the federal government.
Another thing is that the federal government doesn't have money to advertise itself.
That's right.
You know, people can say whatever they want about us, and we, you know, really can't respond.
For mine safety engineer Christopher Mark, there is little he can do to stave off the wave of changes from Washington. But he says he'll carry on, his head up, as long as he can.
If you could bring Elon Musk down to the mines, what would you say to him?
Well, I would say, you know, there's a lot of people that have to work in these mines, and they deserve to be able to come home at the end of the shift to their family safely. And we're a part of making that happen. You can't take us out of the equation and be sure that they're going to return home safely to their families.
Oh. Mine safety engineers are an unnecessary redundancy. Yes. We're about to be working Victorian child conditions. I mean, you have real child labor heads out there, you know? Like, that's not even a joke. You got some people who are actual unironic child labor advocates. Okay? It's already happening. Notice how I've shut off my screen here. A lot of people, much like when I play my outro music when Kaya just perks up her ears, notices. Oh, also you're trending on Twitter? No, I'm not. And also, Twitter trending doesn't exist anymore. There's a video game that I have early access to, and it's called Avowed. I'm going to test it out for a little bit, see if it's fucking woke, or see if it went broke, or see if it is a joke. Avowed is a game coming out. This is not like a ad or anything, for the record, just letting you guys know. Is an upcoming action roleplay game developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Xbox Game Studios. I actually don't even know if it's like controversial or not. I've heard like some people talk about I've heard some people talk about how like it's not very good. Some people talk about how good it is. But I'm just gonna fucking dive right into it.
A world where mortals live, die, and are reborn through the turning of the wheel, in a cycle of reincarnation, watched over by the gods. Our gods, some of whom love us more than others. Your home, the Adiran Empire, is treasured by Wodica, Our Lady of Law and Vengeance, the burned queen. But our goddess has lately turned her eyes from us, and our empire has suffered revolts, famines, challenges to rightful rule. We lack a common purpose, but we could find it in the living lands, a rich and lawless island settled by fugitives, wanderers, exiles, and us. Yet the more we free this place from danger, the more the land fights back.
Lesbian Bolivar, thank you for the
And
5
now,
gifted.
as our colonists crowd
All the
into
gaming
Paradise,
heads are gifting.
the last safe city, the
They're
locals
bribing me.
find themselves crowded out. Many years ago, you were born to a family in our Adiran Empire, and in a rare turn of the wheel, you came into this world a godlike, touched by a patron god in the womb. To some, a blessing. To many, an abomination. You grew up an outsider, but I saw potential in you. Potential and
Hassan
an
Scamcoin, thank you for the
opportunity.
10. Hype
And
train.
within my court, You found purpose. Now I call upon your vow to our empire and name you my envoy. Venture forth in the name of your homeland and secure our future.
Woke! 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 Hold on. I'm gonna put myself up here for now. Woke spotted! Extra woke. What the hell? What the hell is going on here with these fits, my man? Lol, the fungal fit? Yeah, I have no idea what's happening with the fungus. With the mushrooms. I don't know what this is. Okay, this guy is hot. He looks like an Indian Zoomer fuckboy. And for me, that's what's most important. The game is called Avowed. Okay. You hail from the Adrian Empire, one of the world's major colonial powers. Adria is a nation forged by centuries of war between neighboring human and elven kingdoms and formed by their eventual alliance. Your emperor chose you to journey to the living lands to investigate the Dream Scourge. Okay, now he looks Turkish. All right, we got it. Now he's Turkish. How do I change his, like, facial structure? Oh, I can change it. Nice. Godlike features. NPCs will still react. Display godlike features in game. You are godlike, a rare individual born, blessed or cursed with a connection with... Oh, that's why I got the fungus. That's why I got the fungal shit in my face. Godlike manifests their divine heritage, unique physical features, and innate abilities, and reflect on their patron deity. Different cultures may view them with suspicion, reverence, or curiosity. Stranger still, you have never learned which god touched your soul. Okay, that's fucked up. Like, how come when God touches your soul, you just look, it makes you ugly? This is the most, like, kind of normal looking one, I feel like. I feel like this is the most normal looking. God damn, dude. This shit is you can't even see nothing. Why is it that when God touches your soul, you look like Groot? You can have hair features as well. Bro, come on, you're hot IRL. Make this guy ugly. I'm so weak-minded, chat. You don't understand. I literally have never in any video game ever made myself ugly. Sometimes when I play for memes, I make myself ugly in the video game. And then, wait, I don't want a godlike hair feature. What the fuck? Am I locked into this? Dude, that... You can turn them off. Yeah, you can turn them off, but you still have them. And I don't even want to know that I have them. You know what I mean? Ah! I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. Oh God, it's so bad. It's like, yeah, I don't have any godlike features. Nothing here. Don't worry about it. You're being God's vain narcissist? Shut up, it's a video game. Let me be. Let me be. Let me be. Let me exist. Let me exist with the silly attitudes that I have. The horns kind of look cool. It's growing on me. I'm not gonna lie. The horns are growing on me. Okay, he looks kind of Ottoman. Oh, I can change the hair color. Can you make his head smaller? No. Blue hair and pronouns. All right, this is fine. Fuck it. Wait, go with the long hair or curls? No, I like this. Oh, you can set it to head highlight color. No, I don't want to do that. I want to make it. All right, this is fine. This is fine. I'm not going to change this. I'm not going to change any of this shit. Everything's fine. I'm not going to take him. I'm not going to take his eyebrows to the Japanese AI. Complexion style. No complexion. Lips. Oh my God, he's a sassy bitch. He's a sassy bitch. He's going. Oh, face scars are sick. Whoa. Okay, that's too much. Damn, they busted my ass up if I do that. Might as well go with facial scars too. Who cares, you know? This game is defo woke. Asman Mold is gonna soy this slop. You're fucking stupid. Oh, dude, it lets you get eyeliner. That's woke, dude. That's woke as that's so woke. And makeup. Men are not supposed to wear makeup. All right, so let's get to the background. Arcane Scholar. It gives me unique dialogue options, determines my starting weapon. After graduating with honors from Braggenhill Academy. Braggenhill Academy. You published a treatise on soul lineages that threatened the legitimacy and drew the ire of a local lord. When he had you arrested, the emperor intervened and recruited you into the archives of the imperial court. Your mind is a bottomless... Your mind is a bottomless well of occult knowledge, legal precedent. Ew, there's a debate lord. When your village's crops failed, your strange insights... Wait, does this change your armor? No, it doesn't. War hero, you distinguished yourself in the field of battle, fighting a violent Scanite uprising, and the Emperor honored you with a place among the elite tall grass spearman. Some of your scars are less obvious than others, but you wear them all with pride. The Emperor values your loyalty, your grit, your martial prowess. Born to humble beginnings and driven to desperation by famine, your life was destined to be on the executioner's block until the Emperor spared you. You're more at ease in the wilderness than in court, but your cleverness and observant nature have made you one of the Emperor's most trusted operatives. Whether you're tracking prey or spying on enemies. Noble sire! Wait, how do I'll do the settings and lower the audio of the game in a second, chat. Calm down. Here, I'll lower it here on the stream for now. Loudest chat menu ever? All fucking chat menus are loud. You know this. Okay. Be a mage? No. Court ogre. I'm either going to be war hero or Vanguard scout. Magic is boring in this. I feel like magic is the best thing to do in this, but I'm not good at it. So I'm going to use... I assume scout class is like ranged weaponry and war hero is like closest to barbarian. I'm always a barbarian style character, so... Perception, intellect 0, that's perfect. Resolve, that's good. Dexterity, that's good. Constitution is good. All right, that seems good. Game difficulty normal. All right, let's do easy. What? No! No! This game is fucking woke! No! You can do he, she, they! Fucking pronouns! Display identifier and player character sheet? Wait, what does it mean, identifier? Name, Envoy. I'm gonna keep Envoy. Bethesda. This is the last game that they were made. This is the last game they made with US aid. Okay. Woke lemur. Yeah, now that you... Yeah, thank God. That's what Elon Musk is doing to the federal government.
What do you know of the living lands?
That's what Elon Musk did to woke.
The rumors and tales are so vexing.
To the gays in the federal government.
Be true, and yet they are. Those untamed wilds, overgrown with the most curious wonders and the most dreadful abominations. There beats a dark pulse within the heart of that soil. Something vile stirs beneath the earth, seething with rot and decay. A corruption growing beyond everything it touches.
At least woke is dead now, so...
Its foul tendrils reach towards us.
Base woke warrior killing all the other wokes.
I command you, go to the living lands, find the roots, and if necessary, sever them. You are my one boy. Remember your vow. The hopes of an empire rest upon you.
Angwithan. Classic shipwreck start. Oh yeah.
Envoy, over here.
You're alive. Thank the gods I pulled you out the wreck when I did. I wasn't about to let the Emperor's envoy die on my watch. At least the journey's not completely lost. I heard the cannons. I couldn't... We...
Ah!
We dashed on the rocks. The waves took care of the rest. You'd be in the drink now if I hadn't gone back for you.
I recall flashes, explosions, men screaming. It was real?
Aye. It was... Well, it's over now. We're lucky we landed here. Fort Northreach, off the Living Lands. I've been here before.
What the hell is this thing?
It's an outpost. But
what? The soldiers in this outpost can help us.
wish I could say that for sure. I saw flashes, Envoy. It weren't the storm that wrecked our ship. It was cannon fire, and it could only have come from Fort Northreach. It makes no sense. No one fires on their own countrymen, unless...
Unless the fort's fallen into enemy hands.
That's what I'm afraid of too. In the meantime, you survived. That means we're not scuppered yet. As long as you're here, the Emperor's mission can still go ahead.
Right, the Emperor sent me to investigate a soul plague. Hold on, what about the people who attacked us?
We may not be through with them. Adir's got an embassy in the port of Paradis. Once we make it there, we can regroup, figure out what to do next. I hate to say it, but the fort's probably our only chance of escape. We need supplies, and if our troops have been captured, they'll need our help.
There's not a black god in the aura that can stand in our way. Follow me. We'll get through this together.
Thank you. Those boards up there look old. A good hit and we... Take that spear. It's no good to any of our crew. At least some supplies survived. For all the good it does.
Wait, how do I... Oh, open your inventory with tab. Inventory screen. You have 2 weapons loadouts by pressing left alt. Equip a selected weapon main hand or offhand. Armor and clothing can be equipped by pressing or hidden and transmogrify by pressing right click. All armor grants whatever. Okay, I got it.
You look like a dab hand with that. I don't understand. Why would they fire on us, their own people? No use wondering. We've got to make sure our troops are safe.
I'm an half elf. Time to pop a willy. Yeah. You alright there? Hey, are you alright? Guess not. Spears. Thrust at average speed, delivering moderate damage and stun at a long melee range. However, they have low block efficiency, incurring a moderately high stamina cost when blocking. Alright then. Oh, a raw alabaster, my favorite. Wait, can I break these 2 then? No, I can't. Fuck it. right, then. What are these? A makeshift grave. Here lies Evelyn, a man-at-arms, the bravest of us. Here lies Brit, faithful quartermaster, serve Numnock to the end. To the end, lads. What if I kill this? Die, rat! I can't pick it up. All right, then. Leave it alone. All right, actions look smooth. They feel smooth. Ha, ha. I'm hidden. Look at that. Can you go third person in this game? I think you can. I don't know how, though. Also, let's lower the audio. Let's lower the general volume to 75%. It's a little goofy.
No! The fort's lit their distress beacon. We've got to hurry.
All right, then. It's time to reach the fucking outpost.
Haven't the troops been doing patrols? Now, done it.
You're dead. You're fucking dead. Let's see what combat. Let's see what combat looks like. FPS. Whoa, what is that up there then? How do I get up there? Can I get up there? No. I cannot. Oh, there's like a bunch of stuff that you can pick up that I couldn't even see when in third person. I will donate 100 subs if you play half an hour without doing an accent. Doors open. Oh,
Come on, the fort's up ahead.
I'm gonna have to end this soon, by the way, chat. Oh, the woke lemur! I killed it, mind virus style. I'm gonna have to end the stream today in a second.
There's no healer about.
Because I have to do, what is this thing? I have to fix the we have to fix the cameras and stuff like that. Some more improvements, but
How many of these damn things are there?
Stop barging. Eine Kopie Charmison. Okay.
Good.
A second.
Should rally us.
Median length of the HasanAbi gaming session. All right, everybody, calm down. Okay, I have to. I got shit to do to improve this goddamn stream for all of you unfaithful. Basically, made it past character customization. I mean, I like it so far. I will keep playing it. Oh, what is this? This is a woke area. Okay, maybe not. I thought there would be something underneath the... Oh, yes! An apology. I cannot go on. I hear their cries. The only comfort left me Left to me is to die on my own terms, with my senses still intact. May the burned queen forgive me for surrendering my oath to protect my comrades, and surrendering her gift of flesh. I only hope the next turn of the wheel delivers me from what I have witnessed, never to hold a lance again. There's always something beneath. There's always something beneath the waterfall. Never forget, chatters. Always remember, there's always gifts beyond the waterfall. What's this then? Can you break it? No.
Gods.
Gog and Dag. Lowell visited it for the 3rd time this week. Comes nearly every day now. Says insects keep crawling on him. Asked for an unguent that will repel them. Have inspected him every time and found no evidence of bites. Abrasions from scratches getting worse. Sibling found by American Glandiful. Found her unconscious near empty bottle of sleeping draught. Administered emetic when she felt well enough to talk. Complained of hallucinations every time she closed her eyes. Riordan, showing signs of malnourishment, refuses food. Claims Emmerich is trying to poison him. Must discuss this with Captain. Why are these behavioural changes? Is it the Adra? Starting to think I should sleep with my lancet at night.
It's a bloodbath. They've torn the place apart from the inside. Did they? Were they fighting each other? Envoy, I don't like this.
I don't like it either. But we must investigate. Seems like a bloodbath. It must have been the woke mind virus. This is what happens when the woke virus takes over your mind, Rick. Don't ever let it come to you in the same way. Look
What's
at that.
on their face?
You can tell the woke. This one was woke first. It's got different colors on his face, marked by the various different colors of the LGBT flag, the rainbow colors. I fear if we venture deep, we're gonna see the same issues once
remember
again.
some of the soldiers praying around.
Adra is a green crystal found throughout the known world, emerging from the crust of the aura, the shape of the iconic pillars. We cherish Adra. Study its potential as an energy source, but it's so much more. When we die, Adra is the road on which our souls traveled into the beyond. You find yourself in the presence of Adra. Take a moment to ponder your place in the great wheel. Consider who you were, who you are, and who you can be.
Hope it helped their souls find the beyond.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? There was a door in the entrance. I'll be able to open it now. With the fucking pillar. With the key. Oh, a common breastplate. Nice. Oh, I'm immediately slower. I'm kind of a fan of fungus punk now. Yeah, this is cyber fungus. Everything I find in this desolate hall will inevitably be used.
These used to be nice quarters.
Stedman's log, 1st century. It's over for Ferrin. They caught him, tried to stow away to Downshore. Poor bastard. They all know the punishment for desertion is death. Not sure how Winterbrand heard about it. From the sound of things, she's ready to come over here and hang me by my thumbs. Sibling is in tatters. I'd long suspected the two were soft on each other. Evhard heard her mothering the Bonders shorn last night. Should have kept an eye on her. Gods, to think I asked for this post. I could have been hunting on the estate in Ire Glanford. More fool of me for trying to make something of myself. Frigate arrived from our crown. Enough gunpowder barrels and siege equipment aboard and arm an entire regiment. I assumed we'd take stock and send it to Paradis. But the manifest says we're to keep it here until told otherwise. Sensed it in the air at mess. Everyone eating slowly and avoiding the subject. No one wants to be responsible for it. What does command think we need to defend ourselves against? We're an outpost. We deal with pirates. We don't need ballistas for that. I hope, until told otherwise, comes sooner rather than later. I don't like sitting on gunpowder. Someone's liable to lose a foot. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. What's this then? Is it poison? It looks like it could be poison. Look at the ballistas. And the shell of my ship. Now washed ashore. Finding myself in these sacred grounds. Mad soldiers rambling. Another dream last night. Mushrooms growing in my breastplate. Tear 'em out. Tear 'em out. Whoever finds this. The roots grow from the aid.
Why is she talking about roots?
This is a woke garrison. There's female soldiers in the garrison. What she's talking about is the woke mind virus.
Gods, is this what they were like? It's put its guard up. Hit it with everything you've got.
You're dead. You fucking bastard. I made short work of him. He was nothing. Yeah, nice. Do more, Garrick. What the fuck are you doing? Fight like a man, Garrick. Fight like a man, Garrick. I'll save you, Garrick. No.
Oh, you're back. Guess you've got mine.
Yes, Garrick. I do. Not that I think I need to, as you are lowborn and I am Godsend. But for the time being, I will protect you, Garrick. But at a moment's notice, I will abandon you and betray you. As it's clear to me that you are not one for fighting.
Surely there's a way to clear those brambles.
Surely. Surely there's a way to clear it, and I will find it. Burnable barriers. Find a way to burn the brambles.
Margarine's Fury.
Is someone there? Over here! Help! I'm locked in!
How do I do the marbles? Wait, how do I do the burnable barriers? Some spells, abilities. Do I not have any? Chad, do I not? Oh, that's good. Chad, do I not have a burnable? Because I didn't do mage shit. Is that it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Do you have a bow? I don't have a bow. Maybe in this room there's a bow. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a bow if I go higher. Maybe this lady will have the answers I'm looking for.
Stay back. I'm not catching whatever's on your head.
Easy. He's a godlike.
You mean a god gave you that face? Touched your soul and everything?
That's right.
Hater.
Never seen one of your kind before.
Hey, chill.
I always heard folks say
What
you
you
were
mean
blessed.
you're
Looks more like a
kind?
curse to me.
Will you shut up, or should I make you? If I knew which god blessed me, I would ask them.
They never talk to you. Huh. They must not like you very much.
That's the Imperial envoy you're talking to. Show some respect.
The Imperial? Shite, I should have known you were a Deerans too. Funny you survived while all your friends here went belly up.
Dead soldiers, right? Hilarious. That's such a lame ass response, but it is classic, like, classic veteran being like, all of a sudden being like, oh, dead soldiers, right? Hilarious. You think that's funny? You know what? I'm gonna go with that.
Adir's had their boot on Paradise since their first soldiers came.
Because the place is pure chaos.
I
Did
served
you not
this
think we liked
country.
it that way? I have
And
to
you
smuggle
best
just to
start
get anything
respecting
past
it.
your damn checkpoints.
I had nothing to do with that. Can't you give me the benefit of the doubt?
I'm trying. You're
Paradisans will knife you in the back over a dirty look.
At least we don't go mad and slaughter each other. You really have no idea what happened to this place, do you? The day I came, I noticed the guards talking gibberish. Then the killing
gibberish.
started. They went wild. Stabbed their mates in their sleep.
Adrian's soldiers wouldn't turn on each other like feral dogs. Right,
When the
then
storm
what?
came, they fired the cannons. Their faces changed. That soldier in here tried to strangle me. I had to defend myself.
Hang on, you said their faces changed, but that man's face looks normal.
He still did it.
I've got a bad feeling about this. It doesn't make sense.
I
What if
believe
she
her.
murdered that soldier and she's just trying to cover it up?
At least one of you is listening. Look, we don't have to like each other.
I'm a
I left my
simp.
boat at the edge of the island.
As a simp, I think
It should
no
still
woman
be
has the
there.
capability to lie.
Doesn't
You'd
look
help
like I
two
have a choice,
Adrians
eh?
after all that.
You let me out, and all three of us can go to Paradise.
Envoy, I've tangled with Paradisan smugglers before. She'd say just about anything to get out of that cell. Her story's full of holes. What if the boat's not there? What if she turns on us?
Then we kill her.
Fuck's sake, be reasonable. Don't listen to him.
I don't know if you're guilty or innocent, but I don't care. Don't worry, I believe you, and I want to help.
Gods, that's the sanest thing I've heard all day. It's in the warden's room.
I'll take-
They blocked it off when things went south. You can find a way in, though. You seem smart.
If we live to regret this,
then we live nonetheless, Garrick. It is still a life worth living. Even if we have a lady. A life with a lady is always worth living, Garrick. We're doing a sexo run, don't you know? Can I just like... Okay, I can jump over obstacles. Great obstacles. Great obstacles. Oh, opened up a new passageway, didn't we? Very nice. And a fucking common bow. Nice. Finally.
Nice work.
Very nice. Now we can do ranged attacks. Wait, why is the secondary... Why is the current not the... Oh, that's weird. There it is. Time. Should I go down there, chat? I think I should. I've been in this room already, have I not? I guess not. Oh, this is the room that was barred from entry. Soldiers dead. I'm hearing magical powers from the chest. Prisoner apprehended at loading knock outside Fort Northreach. Detained immediately under suspicion of extra-legal activity. Moved to the holding cell within the fort for further questioning. Demeanor sullen and defiant. Refused to verbally engage with the guards. Prisoner offers standard rations and water. Told guard to perform obscene activity with the food. Second guard performed routine patrol 2 hours later and observed that rations had nonetheless been eaten. Prisoner questioned about the purpose of her visit to Fort Northreach. Admitted she came to move some goods. Refused to specify what kind. Denied any connection to the Paradisian rebels, but expressed clear contempt for Ada and sympathy for the rebel cause. When pressed, told interrogator to go away and eat shite. Disciplined accordingly. Returned to the holding cell. She's a fucking rebel, chat. How do I get in here? Oh. This is how I get in there. Nice. Got new gloves, yeah. Got new gloves in it.
Oi! What are you waiting for? Get the key.
All right. I'm going to save it here. And I'm going to leave it on that note for the time being. Because I got to go, chat. All right, everybody. That's all I got for today. See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day. You were here. You were here when it happened. The gaming is back in a big way. So far I like it. So far I like it. It's woke, luckily. It's luckily woke. Find out what's happening with the Oxford Union vid, please. Why are you freaking out? This is like Like, I don't even care about it that much. That you guys care about it more than I do. It's crazy. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. All right. And hopefully we'll have a little bit different of a setup, and it'll be even cooler looking. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken. The